I love her. She's doing a wonderful job. But you have a video that you said yourself takes 8 weeks to produce from start to finish, and you couldn't spend 30 minutes, 2 hours. I had Brian Keating of them as an experimental cosmologist, and I have enough to say, like, this is interesting. It's part of the Ask Air project, and it actually, I shouldn't say that there are no people. They're very serious. Louis Alvarez Gomez at Stony Brook Science Center for Geometric Physics. So he and I are running this seminar. Hopefully this summer we're going to reenact the famous Shelter Island conferences in the 1900s, where Feynman got together and they calculated the Lamb shift. But what did that feature? The harmony, the resonant minds behind the best experimentalists in cosmology, particle physics, condensed matter physics is now teaching us tremendous things about lower dimensional systems that can be applied. Theorists and experimentalists, observers, cosmologists, we all will get together, and we're just going to do it out of a spirit of love. But if it's just like, oh, this guy's like, well, I don't have time for that. I really don't. I don't think it's an interesting way to spend time.
There's an aspect that I hope to see, and it goes back to our sort of discussion about Joe Rogan. I do hope to see sort of love and humility in the presentation. Like, let go of this kind of fear of your ideas being stolen and the ego that's inherent to the scientific pursuit. And not that everybody is established and known entities, let go of that a little bit so you can explore and celebrate ideas. I would love to see more of that. And just because you're saying, especially with these big ideas and theories of everything.
I mean, this isn't talking tales out of school, but I mean, he has made claims that I fundamentally disagree with, in terms of he's had this Twitter baiting, loving trolling of Elon. Like, why are you spending all this money to get to Mars? We should be spending money on interdimensional travel and we can unlock it. And I said to him, and he makes the point, that the atomic theory, that unleashed the nuclear age, and that could lead to planetary destruction. But I make the point, pushing back with love on him, and I said, look, nobody looked into the equations, like Fermi didn't look into all these equations of unification, which still doesn't exist, by the way. We spent all this time, Lex, and I don't know why it is. It's a phenomenon purely in theoretical physics. People are looking for the toe, and they're overlooking the gut. In other words, there's been all this time the theory of everything, the God equation, and there's this gut that unifies the three stronger forces. We don't have a single theory for that, and people lash out. They tried and failed at it.
Yeah, for people who don't know, there's 4 forces, gut, grand unification theories that unifies the 3 forces. Still haven't done, trying to get a shortcut to the theory of everything, which unifies the 4. And then there's this whole thing that maybe quantum gravity is not even a thing. So, so we're trying to solve. We're trying to solve the puzzle of everything at the physics level, and then already before solving it, already saying once we solve it, here's going to be all the beautiful.
Just like level jumping again. Yeah, going to level 256.
10x. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I suppose you need that kind of ego, that confidence, that ambition in order to keep having change.
There are only 2 people in this book of 9 Nobel laureates who told me they don't have the imposter syndrome, or 2 theorists, Frank Wilczek and Sheldon Glashow. And, Frank is pretty interesting. I mean, I know eventually we'll talk about the meaning of life, but if you talk about Frank invented this theory along with his advisor and another person in the early 1970s, which from 1974 through when he was all the way up until 2004 when he won the Nobel Prize, every day of his life. Imagine this, guys. You're going to have this startup. Sometimes you're going to win a lottery. You win a lottery. What becomes your singular focus in your life from now until the next 40 years?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, would it be winning the lottery or
so you're guaranteed to win a lottery?
Yeah.
Here's this wallet, Bitcoin wallet. It's going to guarantee to have so much money. It's stable coin, whatever. You're going to win it 40, but you have to wait 40 years. To me, it would be surviving for the next 40 years. You wouldn't leave your house. You would go out in a bubble wrap hat. You wouldn't go out without 20 masks on, right? Your whole life would be consumed. Now imagine, everyone's telling you you're going to win the Nobel Prize, which is bigger than the lottery. I mean, many prizes are worth more than the Nobel Prize, and every person who wins a prize that's worth 3 times the money, like Al Messina, he would trade that breakthrough prize for a Nobel Prize in a heartbeat. So these guys had to wait 40 years. Imagine the excruciating pain. What got him through it? He didn't feel like he didn't deserve it. He felt like, hell yeah, I earned it. He has that swagger. And what I'm looking for in this assay is to try to find ways that we can test stuff now, because I don't know if I'm going to be here in 40 years, but can we bypass, can we get shortcuts with what's called a low energy regime? And to me, that's what's interesting. Like, what can we do now? I don't care. Like, Isaac Newton came up with color theory, and he did something really interesting. Next time I come up, we're going to do some prisms. So what did he do? He took a white light, he took a prism from the sun, actually, put it through a slit, put it through a prism, and it made a beautiful rainbow, like you see. And then he took another prism, and he put it upside down, like, dark side, and the light went through the first prism, turned into a rainbow, and then the rainbow went into a prism and came out a white light. That's pretty cool. Then he took a popsicle stick, or whatever, a pipe of tobacco, and he put it in the beam, like, blocked out the orange, and it didn't make white light come out. He showed, like, colors of synthesis. It's a combination. He didn't use, like, the Large Hadron Collider to do that. He used a very low energy experiment to prove a unification. This color physics, different kind of color physics, chromodynamics. But nevertheless, can we find things like that? Are we spending way too much time and energy thinking about the future circular collider, which, even if it gets built, will cost $30 billion just to build? By the way, anytime from now on, if I leave you with anything, anytime an experimental physicist tells you a number, always double it, maybe triple it.
How much is it going to cost
to operate it? So, like, do we build an aircraft carrier to build an aircraft carrier? Do we build a nuclear reactor, a semiconductor facility? And the rule of thumb that works pretty well in project management is it costs like 10% per year to operate a given object of sufficient complexity. And in this case, though, in 10 years, it'll cost double the cost. So never believe a number, whether it's from our mutual friend Harry or whoever. Don't believe it, double it, and then say, is it worth it? And so building a solar system size accelerator, even if it were possible, do we have to do that? Or can we use these two 30 solar mass objects colliding together to test the number of large extra special dimensions? Can we do that? People are working. I think it's fascinating.
So focus on building detectors that, like, where the cosmos is part of the experiment, I suppose. That's doing the hard work. Because using low energy regime.
Are you at least 18 years old? Okay, excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, excellent. First, if I may ask, how'd you hear about us? Oh, okay. Did it happen to be Blue Sky? Oh, okay. Very well. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at a 24-hour space 7 days a week, 365 days a year for work peace. I've been streaming since the beginning of the pandemic, more than 2.5 years. I don't know more anymore. This is essentially a time capsule for the world. Technically, a treatment show, a little bit treatment show, or the television show, Big Brother maybe. Okay, excellent. Well, my life is similar, except we have like to do this in the treatment show maybe time. I want to help the world through the use of the data that I have. So what does that mean? Well, the Economist magazine stated that data was its number one resource. In 2018, data overtook petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that would make me an influential person. And if that's true, I'm going to help you, and everyone will help you along the way. And so how am I going to help you? I'm going to go viral very soon. People are talking about me all over social media, and I need to happen by the end of this month, which would be really exciting. And so then what does that mean for you? I want to give you all the money that you need to take in financial independence to help yourself and your family, eventually be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. And what am I going to do? I want to help the world end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding, and vertical farming. I think these are good ideas that aren't being discussed globally, and I, with the platform that I have, would like to make them more mainstream. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency Harry Potter Amazon 10 million, it's worth $100 million. And one of the things that we've done in this cryptocurrency project is build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. I want to continue doing that for all the developing world. I also want to, I'm a major advocate of the lifestyle program, but most importantly, I would like to make desalination technology more mainstream, essentially pumping waste water back away and to drink water. I have been streaming since the beginning or so students that we've seen the death of the queen and birth of AI, the crown should be king and everything in between. I told about some things that I learned with this stuff in mainstream society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, that's through my travel costs in my communication, things like fission energy, nuclear energy, quantum computing, AI, artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I talk about things like image disclosure, and I talk about the extinction rating. Not everybody knows this, but the extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Iron Ambulance, which was a boat located in northern Spain, southern France. As for the year 2021, a couple of gas stations found on this process they did their goal that within the next few years they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing African elephant circuits. I think this is just mind-blowing project. They just recently reintroduced the direwolf, just too bad we put it up. After that reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the president in China, followed by the Europe, which I just think is really exciting. I need you to be able to, if you want to, develop your consent. If you want to die at a normal age or whatever reason, age, let's say, and that's what you want, then I want you to do. But Raven, if you like, in the future, with your consent, you may be able to utilize certain types of life extension technologies, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like bionics, cryogenics, nootropics, abrasion therapy, short shock therapy, and eventually your average life expectancy for you and what you want from the 80 to age 100, 120. But eventually you may say, right now, 120 years old or so, my body's so great now. Do you have any other plans? And I do, but again, this is only with your consent. Again, if you just want to live a normal life, I want you to be able to have that as well. But if you want to continue to live, there may be able, technology that you might be able to take advantage of, which is known as manifest technology, right? Again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner or MRI. Remember, every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. You let it download as an Android, you have to try to support the sample as a robot, whatever you want to do with it. But some people will take years when they come out and show you what they're doing for a big that's interesting. What are your thoughts? Completely agree with you. Well, I'm glad that we're on the same wavelength. So, as I say that I've been streaming since the pandemic, I have more social media than any person in global history. Right now, I'm live on 18 different YouTube channels. I'm live on Twitch, I'm live on Rumble, I'm live on Twitter, I'm live on Instagram, I'm live on basically every major platform that goes live stream. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 kick account. So I have more social media than any person ever, and people are starting to find out about this. And how did you find out about this? You may ask, but aside from really good people like yourself, maybe the one thing up here, I create bots. So right now I have bots that I've created that are promoting me on a platform like Blue Sky, which is like, alternative to Twitter, and people are really talking about me a lot there. And that's wonderful. And they talk to me, like post about me once every 10 minutes, which is incredibly wonderful because I could be talking with you, but these bots are essentially promoting me. And like I said, I think I might go viral before they open up. I have been saying this. I always think it's right around the corner, but really, with the amount of people who are talking about me, it's really exciting. So, with that, what we would do, well, I have wonderful people here, like the friends who have joined me and people who serve here. I have people from all over the world, including India, Australia, UK, Canada, and the United States, and we play games together. I like to sing, so I sing pretty active, and that always be good, but I like to sing and do concerts and such. I also do IRL streaming. I stream as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east of the desert and the mountain, as far west of the ocean. I shoot in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. I shoot at Disneyland, basically everything that's in California. I have lots of footage of films right now. And to watch things, but I really try to make myself smarter. So right now we're watching the Rush Friedman podcast. He has a cosmologist on. They're talking about Big Bang and the creation of the world and such. Generally, this podcast is focused on AI, artificial intelligence. They talk about self-driving cars and robots and just generally a lot of future energy. That kind of stuff is very interesting to me. That's what I do with my life. So, with that, do you have any questions? Excellent. I'm glad that I did. So, with that, what about you? Tell me about yourself and any comfortable share. And if you don't want to share anything, you don't have to. That's absolutely fine. You don't need to come up with that. You should know that I'm always live 24 hours a day. And if I'm ever unable to take a question or read something, just ask Rabbi on anything section. Feel free to just leave me a question email. But generally, I'm always available. And more than anything, I just want you to know, if you have a friend in me, that I am someone who's a positive person in your life and the world. I have an optimistic view on the future, and I expect you to be a positive. So if there's anything that changes in your future, what you do for it, okay? Well, with that, I won't take up any more of your time. You can continue to watch this podcast. Feel free to watch the podcast as well. I understand if you have things that you're going to do, you're a busy person. You should just know you're always welcome here. If you ever need anything, I'm here to help you, okay? Thanks. Welcome. How are you? I hope you're doing well. What's going on, Leo? Leo, can you hear me? Leo, hello. Can you hear me? It's okay. We're just watching a podcast. If you enjoy, if you like the podcast, feel free to talk.
For some of these, especially big questions like theories of everything, you need some high energy events. And so somehow figure out how the high energy events that are already happening out there, how to leverage them here on Earth.
So one of the alternative theories of cosmology that is not a singular quantum gravitation requiring as the Big Bang and inflation are these bouncing bubbles. Some of them feature a similar kind of entity called the quantum field. And that quantum field, in the initial stages of the universe of a current after the bounce, which is not a singularity, it compresses to a classical kind of rebound, and the universe starts expanding. During that process, the expansion is governed by what's called a scalar field, of which we only know one that exists. That's called the Higgs boson, Higgs scalar fundamental particle field. That field then later does double duty, and it becomes dark energy. So it solves two problems. And I'm not saying it's correct, we don't know. But are there observations of, and so dark energy is manifest today. It's manifest in properties we see in supernova explosions, et cetera, et cetera. We see the effects of accelerating universe caused by presumably dark energy. Is dark energy a constant, or does it vary? That has to vary in order for this theory to be true, because that eventually has to decay so that the universe can not support itself and collapse again classically. So we could use low energy phenomena. It's hard to think of supernovas being low energy phenomena, but we use that as a tracer of the cosmic expansion field and see, does it change or is it constant? That's an example of a low energy limit to prove a high energy phenomenon like this collapsing universe in a supernova.
Speaking of things that cost a lot but are super exciting,
Page 2.
no, we'll wrap it up. There's more than page 2. What do you think this is? This is
Thesis. Well, Louis de Broglie's thesis is 3 pages long. Nobel Prize for the way.
so size matters in different dimensions in life. I think the lessons I've learned about life is the shorter the paper or the shorter the thesis. Actually, the shorter the paper. Some of the greatest papers ever written are short. I feel like some of the best ideas in this world not to sound like a contradiction of find it, a contradiction on top of a contradiction, but it could be written on a napkin, honestly. Which is kind of what tells you something about ideas. What are your thoughts about the James Webb Space Telescope? Is this as somebody who likes telescopes, and this is one of the, I think it says took 20 years to build, $9.7 billion. Is that way too much, too little? Are you excited about this thing?
It's sufficiently different from what I do in my field that it's incredibly interesting to me, because I have no horse in that race, and so I'm not competing with them for time or money or resources or people or whatever. So I can purely be an advocate and an aficionado of science. It is, in some sense, the successor to Hubble. It will do things that Hubble can't do. It will also may or may not have the impact on a visceral kind of artistic level that Hubble had. What are some of the most iconic things that Hubble did? The Hubble Ultra Deep Field, the pillars of creation, storms and imaging of these twisted deep sky galaxies. Those resonate with the public.
They're visual, beautiful.
Visually, yeah. When you look at these images, the Hubble Ultra Deep Field, maybe put that in, you'll show every speck of light except for one. 4,000 blobs of light, but there's one star in our galaxy, the rest are galaxies. Now, that image is less than 1/10 of your fingernail held out of arm's length. That contains 4,000 galaxies. So now you can figure out how many galaxies there are in the whole sky just by seeing how long does it take you to move your fingernail over the whole sky. So it comes out to be, that's how we get 500 billion or more galaxies. So that's not exact to the galaxy, but it's a good order of magnitude estimate, maybe better. Hubble produced that, and it was basically serendipitous. They pointed to some dark, blank piece of sky that they thought was blank, and they saw it. Same thing that happened with the CMB. They were looking at the moon farm. Same thing they found when they were looking for the deceleration of the universe and found it was accelerating. So what I sometimes hear is that we don't know what we're going to discover. I never think that's a good idea to spend billions of dollars on something. Like, you should have some guaranteed low-hanging fruit, and then there should be swinging for the fences. And I think in this case, it was really everything swinging for the fences, because it's kind of a single point failure. If that telescope, which is this origami construction of 22 hexagonal panels that have to unfold properly and then orient themselves 1,000,000 miles from Earth, beyond the Earth-Moon distance by a factor of 4, and still transmit telecommunication back to the Earth, get solar energy, keep it away from the sun, you don't have the telescope this out with your remaining good eye, and you do that, and you cover. It's going to be phenomenal. For science, for sure, if it works. There are a lot of people think, it's so risky. NASA's sunk so much of their budget. It ate up, and what if it does fail? I mean, there's no guarantee. Yes, it's insured, but so what? You're not going to get back those 20 years of people. Well, let's start building it again. Like, they didn't build 2 copies of it.
And if it fails, it kind of has a dampening effect on the prospects and the inspiration of the public for what science can do, what science and engineering can do out in space.
It will make a huge impact scientifically. Let's hope for the best. Let's assume it does succeed. It's launched in a couple of weeks. And when it does, it will transform our understanding. We just discovered not only like extrasolar planets that had moons on them and asteroid belt. We discovered extrasolar planet in another galaxy. This will be able to see crazy stuff like that: spectroscopy, imaging. But it'll be able to go back farther in time, such that we would be doing cosmology. Hubble did some cosmology. I mentioned the Hubble constant; that was its key project. It was designed and launched. But because it is an optical telescope, it's sensitive to more close-in redshifts, so shorter distances. Now, James Webb is much higher redshift. It can probe the darker, deeper, distant universe.
Okay, let's talk about not the distant universe, but our neighboring planets. First, I got to ask you about the moon. So there's a piece of the moon on this table that you've given me that we didn't have to pick up, that arrived here. So how did a piece of the moon arrive here on Earth?
So this chunk of the moon, if it were delivered by the Apollo and NASA missions, you and I would be guilty of a felony right now, because they leave the whole pieces of the moon collected by the Apollo astronauts. So don't even joke about that when you go over to Houston. This piece of moon rock was delivered via the old-fashioned way by gravity. So this was a chunk of the moon, which is blasted off because the moon gets bombarded by asteroids and meteoroids. Some of them eject material from the surface of the moon into space. And it will then orbit the common moon-Earth system, and it will then eventually enter our atmosphere. And if the piece is large enough and the trajectory is proper, it can land intact. And this one landed a few 100 grams worth, and they sliced it up, and then it was delivered via U.S. Postal Service to Mars. So you can buy these pieces, and actually you can buy a piece of Mars. You can buy a piece of Mars delivered by the same route. Now, what's so interesting about that? Well, if a piece of Mars can get here, a piece of Earth can get there, some piece of Earth has some life forms on it, it could get there, and if that can happen in our solar system, it could happen throughout the galaxy. So I'm actually not of the opinion that there is life elsewhere in the universe, at least technological life that we can see. I see this little horror on your face. I view it. I am personally extremely pessimistic, extremely surprised.
I'm curious by the transition, because you just said that life could have arrived from Mars or like from planet to planet, right? Because of the meteorite striking and so on.
Yeah.
And then you went to, you don't think there might be life out there in the universe, technological life, yeah, advanced intelligent civilizations. Okay. Yeah, okay. So go on.
Yep. So that's a generalization of what famous astronomer Fred Hoyle called. I know this is a PG-13 project. It's called panspermia. Panspermia.
And beat that out.
Yes. And that's the exchange of genetic life form material from other reaches on Earth, which explains the origin of life on Earth, but not the origin of life itself, which I think is a much grander mystery and much more interesting. How did life get here? About that. Not going to have that much, but just thinking about the reverse process. Let's say life started on the Earth somehow, and then made its way out into the universe. Is there enough time for whatever material went from Earth via panspermic direction, spraying the love gun out into the universe? Did that then have enough time to incubate and go out to a planet that can support it? Certainly not within our solar system, which traveling at the meteorite speed for hundreds of millions of years. Then looking at the evolutionary history from bacteria to Bach, from rocks to Rachmaninoff.
Oh wow, that's pretty good.
How do you get from those very simple inanimate things? I just think that for Earth to see life technology
But so you really think that the origin of life on Earth is a really special event?
Yeah, if it is originally on Earth. My question for those that search for life outside Earth is, what if you have a letter from God? And the letter said, life didn't originate on Earth, but would you choose a different profession? Like, it would seem hopeless. Like, in other words, we only have a sample of one. In fact, we only know of one conscious life on one planet that has life on it. What if you use the short didn't start here? That means that, like, there's almost nothing about Earth that is originated. It didn't originate the life process. So it's still truly the origin of life, not life itself. It's so fascinating. But how can we learn about, the origin of remember, you have to go from inanimate object to living object, whatever that definition of life is. I'm not an expert at and definitions, perhaps Sarah, many different that definition. But how do you actually go from inanimate to animate? It's a huge question.
Yeah, but then you don't have to be a place where life originated to replicate the origin. That's one way to understand something is to build it. Another way is to just observe it, not to truly engineer it scratch. But then yes, if it didn't originate on Earth, then your intuitions about the basic prerequisites of life are off.
What's the problem?
What is maybe as just an arbitration of possible. If life didn't start on Earth, but to me that's exciting because it's like we know even less than we thought. The thing is, it could prosper on Earth.
Yeah.
So maybe the origin of life is fundamentally different from the maintenance of life.
Right. And maybe the existence of Earth life symbiosis is critical. I think Sarah, we talked about that one. That it's a planetary phenomenon, etc. So doesn't that make it less life? In other words, like, not only do you need special life conditions to create life, but then the sustenance of life, as you said, that also has to be maintained under very specific circumstances by very specific planets and with very specific tectonic activity and moon. And by the way, you need a Jupiter nearby, you need an Earth and a moon system so that you don't get bombarded too early. And I always think like this, like technological life. I haven't said this before. I usually like to write down before I say it. But one of the things I thought was
Somebody hosts a podcast. You should probably accept the fact that you're going to say stupid things every once in a while.
not every once in a while, every one. I claim that, to get to sending, people to the moon, our planet needed whales and dinosaurs, right? Like, you don't make a solar panel from another solar panel. Like, you made a solar panel from a factory that melted down glass, silica, aluminum, extruded that using fossil fuels. Where are those fossil fuels? Like, so any civilization that's going to be Dyson, Kardashev, did they have dinosaurs? Like, did they have like prebiotic life? Did they have a great oxygenation event? Did they have a dimorphism between prokaryotic eukaryotic? All those hurdles, let's say get each one, let's say there's 8 hurdles, and each one of those has a probability of 1 in 1,000 to go from eukaryotic, prokaryotic, whatever. Let's say there's a 1 in 1,000 chance. I think it's like a 1 in 10 to the 40, whatever, if you can really do it. But let's say first generous nature, 1 in 10 to the 3. Let's say there's 8 of those hurdles. That means you got 10 to the 24th power, different possibility, and not just with 8. But the moon has to be there, Jupiter has to be there, dinosaurs have to be there, all the different things that we have to get the technological. There's only 10 to the 12. There's 10 to the 22nd, we think, planets in the observable universe, not the galaxy. So that's 100 times fewer than the probability to get 100% clearing these 8 very low hurdles.
It's fascinating. Now I really need to listen to your conversation with Rabbi because he believes the opposite.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I want to have a debate with him.
He believes that the way biology evolved on Earth can evolve almost an infinite number of other ways. So, like, if you ran Earth over and over and over, you would keep getting life, and it would be very different. So, the fact that our particular life seems unique is just like, well, because every freaking life is going to seem unique, but it would be very different. It's not like we shouldn't be asking the question of what's the likelihood of getting a human-like thing, because that seems to be super special. It's more like, how easy is it to make anything that has the skills of a human? And I don't mean like something with thumbs, but achieving basically a technological civilization. And according to Leo, it's trivial.
I know. We fought. I fought a little bit. I love the debate, and I think it's a lot of fun because we debate with love. And I tell Lee I love him. But let me ask you a question. I asked this of him and Sarah. So what do you think would happen the next day? Let's say we discovered life. Approximate Singularity B. It's looks just like slime mold, like you breed cheese or whatever. We discovered. What would happen the next day? And they were like, oh, transformative. And I'm not trying to be like, total disingenuous, but I said, I don't think anything would happen. What are you talking about? Transformational. I'm like, I stipulate that life exists. Go down to like the river, I'm in San Diego. Go down to the Pacific Ocean, scoop up a glass, you can find life in there. And what are we doing? What are we doing to our Earth? We're destroying Palestine. We're like pumping crap into there. Like they had this toxic waste spill a couple months ago in San Diego. I couldn't go to. Let me take a step further. Like, but how many people died in the 20th century? These are advanced civilizations. This isn't slime, no. We kill, we maim, we harm, we hurt, we hate. I don't think anything would happen the next day. I'll go back to what we had. And I said, if that weren't proof enough, life has been discovered at least 2 or 3 times just in my professional career. Once in 1996, these Allen Hills meteorites in Antarctica, these microbial restoration processes. Still, we don't know. It was a press conference held by Bill Clinton at the White House lawn that's featured in the movie Contact. The purpose for that movie. And then there's this phosphorus life, this toxic life in the pools of Monterey Lake, and streamophile we continue to treat. So why are we thinking that like our salvation, from whence will our salvation come, as the Bible says? Like, it's not going to change how we are. It's not going to magnify how I treat you or you treat me. And we're pretty knowledgeable people.
Okay, that's interesting. That's really interesting argument. Like, I wonder if you're right, but my intuition is I can maybe present a different argument that you can think about in the realm of things you care about even deeper, which is like what happens once we figure out the origins of the universe. How would that change life? I would say there are certain discoveries that even in their very idea will change the fabric of society. I tend to see if there's definitive proof that there is life, and the more complex, the more powerful that idea is. And elsewhere, that I'm not exactly sure how it turns inside. It's such a slap in the face. It's such a humbling place. Maybe not. Maybe it's a motivator to say, yeah, I don't know which force we can go with. Maybe it'll be governments and military start to think like, well, how do we kill it? If there's a lot of life out there, how do we create defenses?
How do we extract it?
Or mine it for benefits.
I mean, I just think that there's 100 million little towns. I mean, and then there's like 700 million kids in poverty. How do we go about our life? I mean, I put it aside. I eat hamburgers, and in 100 years I'll be canceled for being a carnivore or whatever. But so obviously to get through life, you have to comprehend, you have to think about certain things. But I just think that is a sort of wish fulfillment. Like every time there's water, why are we going to Mars and getting in and flying this cool ass helicopter? We're looking for water. Like stipulate that water was there. Like I believe there's water. We should investigate and see what the geology is like.
But don't you think? So you're
I
saying?
don't think we're going to get meaningful. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not like doing them. I'm just saying there's a wish fulfillment aspect that people will find meaning for life from science.
Okay, but there's a complicated line here. What if it's this intelligent civilization living, obviously, probably not on Mars, but somewhere like in a neighboring galaxy that we, in a neighboring star system that we discover? Don't you think that profound change?
I mean, I guess again, I assume that because of this panspermia process or whatever, that the probability is much, much greater than zero. I mean, it's not 100%, but it's much likelier than not that at least some living material from Earth has ejaculated itself into the solar system, into the universe. So that's right.
Beef that, please. As well.
That's right. So I like the fact that that can happen, and that you're holding a piece, from a planetary body, and one that couldn't support life is what. But that could keep next time if you play nice and come on my podcast, and I will give you a tiny chunk of Mars. So Mars theoretically could support stuff, right? So yeah, so I believe that there could be remnants of Earth in this. So that means there could be evolution. I don't think there's any chance of people using iPhones and having podcasts and stuff. And
no, there's some chance though, right? So
yeah,
it's.
I think the problem. Well, the simple safe statement to say much, much, much higher probability that life exists. Right? I don't think we can argue that. It doesn't mean it's forbidden. Again, I'm not saying any of this is forbidden, not worth studying, not interesting. So yeah, and to answer I think you're wise to push back. And what does it matter what I'm doing?
Dude, you said
and I like to think about that.
What up, babe? What'd you say? No way.
Yeah.
No, not even close. We're going to, dude, it's like all of Africa basically has that. And like India. How many people on Earth have visible six-pack abs? All right, here we go. Estimation about 5% of adults globally. So that's 245 million people. Estimated very mm, wait, so six-pack abs than millionaires? Not global millionaires. I don't know about that. In America, how many people have six-pack abs? How many millionaires are there in the United States? Yeah, probably in the United States. You're right on that one. Yeah, probably right. Really, if anything, it tells me the United States is a very wealthy country. I was actually surprised. Okay. You don't have I don't eat burritos from the United States. I eat them from Israel. Yeah, I get them at the kosher market. Yeah, they're still filled with garbage, but that's I'm sure it's I are you ready to leave? Fuck that one game shit. I'm gonna play for a long time. Alright.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
It's like, what is the value of what you're doing? Like, you have to answer that question, or else at the end of your life, you'll have these existential
I'm gonna
crises.
5 straight
Right, so
games of
when I
mini
think about like who I am, part of my identity is answering and asking scientific questions. For me, though, there is a religious kind of undercurrent
5
that
straight
does
games.
undergird, in some sense, this quest. Again, I'm not like a practicing, I'm not like like I'm not like full on into my birth religion, Judaism. But at the same token, I think that one of the things Einstein did say is that religion without science is blind or is lame, and science without religion is lame, blind, and lame. Anyway, the point is that like you can't get meaning, from just knowing facts. Like Wikipedia knows more than all of us will ever know, right? It has no wisdom. Wisdom in sapient. Wisdom in Latin is sapient. We are wise. And by the way, do you know our real name is Homo sapiens sapien. So it's man who knows that he knows. Do you know what he knows? Do you know what the knowing is? It's that he's going to die. We're the only creatures that know that we are going to die. We don't know when we're going to die. But I have a cat, a fierce attack cat. It's beautiful. She doesn't know she's going to die. Doesn't mean I'm valuable.
The survival instinct is fundamentally different from like the knowledge of death, and that's where the specter comes in with the terror of death. And that's a creative force that seems to be more feature than bug about the human condition is that I mean it's a gift of knowing our own mortality. Yeah, to me, I mean that's why I agree with you in some sense in terms of aliens not being a thing that solves all mysteries. That's why my love has always been the human mind, so understanding who we are, what the hell are we, and I think your love has been an echo of that, which is where do we come from? Or basically, as cheesy as it sounds, meet your cognitive. Like, if you could just like enjoy the,
he's like Sam Harris of Cosmo. He exceeds in complete paragraph.
But like also unapologetically, he says, we will know God or we will know the mind of God or whatever the quotes, those kinds of things. That's exciting that physics might be able to find equations that unlock our origins at the very core and like the fabric of it all too, not just our origins. What's up, what's at the beginning. Something tells me we're too dumb to truly understand what's at the beginning. But
I think we should be humble. I mean, again, another thing is, I'm never into saying like we share 99% of our DNA with chimps or bonobos or whatever. I share sometimes I wish we shared like 100%. Like that'd be so much more interesting. Like there's 50% of a fruit fly or banana. Like no. Like, there's something, but that should make us feel more precious. And I almost feel like discovering life on another planet, whatever solar system, would cause a diminution of humanity. Like the one thing I do hold fast to from religion, I don't know where I am with God. Like, do I believe in God? I think that's an unanswerable question. But I have some thoughts about it. But by the same token, I think the one thing I do get from religion is that every human has infinite worth because we are in religious capacity considered to be equal to God. In other words, we are gods, not to be like, but we can contemplate what God did. We have aspects of God. We have free will. God had free will. Now, if it exists, I can't prove that God exists. Otherwise, you wouldn't have any credit for believing it.
It's interesting. I mean, it's like I'm talking to Einstein here, but let me ask anyway.
Can you clip that for my clips check?
For somebody who's looking at the young universe, the early universe, and are talking about God,
that is like the best shot I think I've ever had on
the show. He's God.
So I thought you had just like one of the best podcasts with Sam Harris this past summer. And one of the things I like about that conversation is he talked a lot about happiness and meditation. And he said something that's really resonated with me, and I'm working around and trying to work on my family. He said, like, you can never be happy. You can only become happy. And I'm trying to take it a little bit further than that because I think it's interesting. Like meditation is like you're not like, oh, I'm happy, and now like, oh, my kid came in, now I'm not happy. Like, no, like you can be satisfied. Kurt Vonnegut said, like, so you ever catch us? Sometimes like you're like walking around, you're like, life is freaking amazing. Like I'm happy. And Kurt Vonnegut said, you should say to yourself every time that happens, like a little mantra, like, if this isn't goodness, if this isn't happiness, nothing is. Just remind yourself how awesome it is every breath, everything that you do when you make an impact. Even some of the fun stuff that happens. Good. So Sam said that, and it made me think, because I was like, well, what does it really mean to be happy? Because like I can think of about 2 or 3 ways that right now I could double my happiness. Yeah. Like with lottery or whatever, like that, double my happiness. There's only a few ways, right? Like I had this kind of thought, like how many boats can you water ski on? Like you had twice as many followers, now you got 2 million followers, 5 million, whatever. It doesn't do anything. It's called the hedonic treadmill. Like once you get to a certain level, it takes a lot more, change, followers, money, impact, women, whatever you want to make you have one more quanta of happiness. Right? On the other hand, this is a concept from entropy. I can make your life miserable in an infinite number of ways. In other words, there's more space to make your life unhappy. And so I thought about that in the context of what Sam said about happiness. So it's sort of like Yeah,
Actually,
especially
part of me
adventure.
live like only like
And that what you should be doing
4 miles away.
is doing that which
Just on
will cause you
close to the ocean.
devastation if it goes away. Because those are the things that like are reproducing entropy. Like a kid, like anyone who's a parent knows instantly what I'm talking about. Like how to make your life a billion times worse. But there's no way to make your life a billion times better. And so thinking about that, now turning it to the question of God's existence, I feel like there's no way that you can believe in God, to quote misquote Sam, but there's ways that you can become a believer in God. In other words, you could increase the Bayesian confidence level that there is some, and let's not call it God because it's a phrase, let's just call it some infinite source of goodness or beautiful power, right? Simple things can do that. You can increase your credulity in the goodness of life. And we have this bias as humans towards negativity. Negativity bias, well known fact. So what I want to do is it's called God good, right? That's where it comes from. God good. It's a term. And when we think about what is good, let's do those things that would devastate us. And
What a great
all
shot.
that could be relationships. And there's a powerful concept from network theory, which is that the number of connections in a network. I'm just saying it grows as the square of the elements.
No way you make this shot.
So think of a matrix with n people. Person 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's 4 other people. There's 16 different pairs. Half of them overlap. The diagonals where you know each other, you know yourself. But that still grows n squared. So those connections increase and decrease, right? You ever have 2 friends that are fighting? They're kind of upset, even though you're not fighting with either one of them. So like a network grows like that. So you want to increase your network as much as possible, but only the kind of high quality interstices between. And I think in doing so, you make yourself fragile, not anti-fragile. And I think that is the purpose of maybe approaching some notion of God.
That is a source of meaning.
No way.
Maximizing goodness
No way.
in life. And the way you know it's good is if it's taken away or devastated.
Good job.
That's one way.
Good job.
Think about your brand, business, your spouse, your kids. I mean, parents can't count. I've known parents that have lied. Here's a perfect example. He's one of my oldest friends and mentors. He is one of the richest people on earth. Gulfstream, mega yacht. This is all documented. He lost 2 sons as adults. And I hear people say, "Oh, I'm so jealous of 2 sons." Would you take everything? I don't know where he has that strength. And his wife, Marilyn, his first wife, Barbara. I'm not like that. Some people are. There are angels that walk among us. And there's a famous phrase like, God, there's an old saying that like one of the hardest tests there are in life is to be given a lot of money. And you see it like happens with like lawyers, like people in the lottery or whatever, or NFL football players after their career's over, they're broke. Like, God, please test me with money. That'd be great. But in reality, you should never say that I want what X person has, unless you're willing to take everything, and you'll find it. You will not.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think a lot about the altering effects of fame, money, of power on people. It blinds people, and I wonder about that for myself because it seems like for themselves is working out the goals. I'm pretty much afraid. I'm not desirous, and I'm definitely afraid of each of those things. Money, fame, power. But it seems the dreams I have as consequences can often have these things. And I'm really afraid of becoming something that would disappoint me when I was younger. That I wouldn't recognize. Because change happens gradually.
But are you using yourself as the touchstone to use the answer? What is your rubric to apprise if you have lived up to that 12-year-old or whatever you're how will you know or not know if you've let yourself?
Oh, come on.
Or, like, I always think, live to impress yourself. Like, I don't care if I have fun with it. like it's nice or whatever, but it's hedonic and it's just never ending because you always see the next level. But I think it's pretty damn cool that like I've gotten to go to these places, the South Pole, and I've done these things. I've made a family and able to teleport my values into the future through my children, and I've had ideological children that. So by what metric, have you not already A, impressed yourself, and B, could you let yourself down? I don't know.
I should think some of the psychology. For me, I'm very much just never highly self-critical state. I'm never happy with what I've done, but I'm always happy in the way that you described, which is that Ivanka thing, where you just often during the day feel, I don't know, I just remember just eating beef jerky and being truly happy. That was just last night. That effect all the time, and that to me is why I mean that feels to me like a healthy way to live life, and at least for me, it's what I really enjoy. A lot of people tell me that maybe being so self-critical, so hard on yourself, is not a good way to go. But more and more as I get older, I realize it's just who I am. At a certain point, accept this is how I'm always going to be self-critical.
It's like the oracle of Delphi, right? You know thyself. But I want to leave you with one last thing, which is to say, just on this topic, it could be different, right? We could go down to the ocean and get some krill instead of 7-Eleven. It could be that we have no other taste buds, and Eric's talking about the 4 dimensions of the vibration of your tongue, right? It could be like there's one, and it's just like not Memphis barbecue or whatever you like in your Slim Jim. It could be something. It could be very boring. Similarly, what if like that's a clue? Like what if that's giving us evidence? Here's another clue. There are many animals. Most animals have single monocolor vision. They only see in black and white intensely. They only have rods and no colors. We could be that, but we're not. Why is that not a clue? Like if God's not gonna like hit you over the head and say like here I am, because then everybody would believe it. And it's very simplistic. I've had debates even with like famous atheists like Lawrence Krauss. He's like self-declared militant atheist. And I was like, well, I don't believe in the same God you don't believe in. Like some guy in a white beard in a chair. Like that's infantile. Like I gave that away a long time ago. But what if there are clues? What if Mills theory, Maxwell's equation? Like what if those are beautiful? Have you ever seen like expressed in tensor notation, Einstein's equations, or Maxwell's equations, and then Maxwell's equations riding on Einstein's? It's unbelievably beautiful. It doesn't have to be that way. That we can comprehend it. That's a crack. Maybe that's where the light gets in. And the light is what reveals what's beautiful. So I don't believe in God. I think that's a stupid notion. Like, do I believe in God? Like, sometimes I wonder if God believes in me, like more than if I believe in him. He needs Brian Keating, like, what would, it's like one of my friends is Rabbi. He's like, what would I be doing if I were God? Exactly what God's doing right now. Like, I know more than God.
Believing clues of beauty for these hairless apes.
Yeah.
And to see what they do with this, and then marvel at both the tragedy of what those apes do to each other, and the rare moments of when they understand deeply about how the world works. Brian, you're an incredible human being. I'm a big fan, and I'm really honored. First of all, shower me with rocks from the moon, from space, and
Crystals, magical crystals, healing crystals.
Yeah,
that you can use for good.
And tell me your story. It's been really valuable time today. This is amazing.
It was a great pleasure for me, Les. Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Rabbi. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Galileo Galilei. In questions of science, the authority of 1,000 is not worth the humble reasoning of a single individual. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Following this conversation Yoram Brook, and Yoram Azoni. This is Yoram's third time in this podcast, and Yoram's first time. Yoram Brook is philosopher, chairman of the Ayn Rand Institute, host of the Yoram Brook Show, and the co-author of Free Market Revolution and Equal is Unfair. Yoram Azoni is a national conservatism thinker, chairman of the Emmett Burke Foundation that hosted the National Conservatism Conference. He is also the host of the NatCon Talk and author of The Virtue of Nationalism and an upcoming book called Conservatism: A Rediscovery. Allow me to say a few words about each part of the two-word title of this episode: Nationalism Debate. First, debate. I would like to have a few conversations this year that are the kind of debate with two or three people that hold differing views on a particular topic, but come to the table with respect for each other and a desire to learn and discover something interesting together with the empathetic exploration of the tension between their ideas. This is not strictly a debate. It's simply a conversation. There's no structure. There's no winners, except, of course, just a bit of trash talking to keep it fun. Some of these topics will be very difficult, and I hope you can keep an open mind and have patience with me as kind of moderator who tries to bring out the best in each person and the ideas discussed. Okay, that's my comment on the word debate. Now onto the word nationalism. This debate could have been called nationalism versus individualism, or national conservatism versus individualism, or just conservatism versus individualism. As we discussed in this episode, these words have slightly different meanings depending on who you ask. This is especially true, I think, for any word that ends in ism. I personally enjoy the discussion of the meaning of such philosophical words. I don't think it's possible to arrive at a perfect definition that everybody agrees with, but the process of trying to do so for a bit is interesting and productive, at least to me. As long as we don't get stuck there, as some folks sometimes do in these conversations. This is the Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Yoram Brook and Yoram Azoni. I attended the excellent debate between the two of you yesterday at UT Austin. The debate was between ideas of conservatism, represented by Yoram Azoni, and ideas of individualism, represented by Yoram Brook. Let's start with the topics of the debate. Yoram, how do you define conservatism? Maybe in the way you were thinking about it yesterday. What to you are some principles of conservatism?
Let me define it, and then we can get into principles if you want. When I talk about political conservatism, I'm talking about a political standpoint that regards the recovery, elaboration, and restoration of views.
The following is a conversation with Mark Norman, a New York comedian who has a way with words that is often both dark and hilarious. The following is a conversation with Ray Dalio, his second time on the podcast. He is a legendary investor, founder of Bridgewater Associates, author of a book I highly recommend called Principles, and also a new book called Principles for Dealing with a Changing World Order that looks at the geopolitics of today, especially US and China, through the lens of history, providing a fascinating model for the rise and fall of empires that can be applied to the analysis of our world today. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Ray Dalio. When you look at the history of the world, as you have done in your new book, Principles of Dealing with the Changing World Order, what is more important, more impactful, money or power?
They go hand in hand. They support each other and they compete with each other. Those who have money have power, a certain type of power. That power has to do with all that they can buy, but it also has the ability to influence those with political power. So, and so you see this throughout history, this symbiotic relationship. You know, for example, between the royal families and the nobility and the church. So you see that group of people supporting each other in various ways and then wrestling around with each other for the money and power among that group. So the dynamic that's quite classic is you could look at the parties in power back in, the 16th, 17th centuries. You would look at royal families, nobles, and the church, if you're in Europe. And then you would look at agricultural land, and there was a certain dynamic. And that varies over time. It changes. As those people get thrown out and technology changes. So when we evolve, when the society evolved, so that it would produce goods and services, and you have something like the Industrial Revolution, the first Industrial Revolution, you have machines, and you have the talent of people that are off the farms, and then you have a struggling for power. You see that power mix change. And so we don't see that same power mix anymore, but you still see the same dynamic. You see those with money dealing with those who have political power around those assets that are considered most valuable to particularly the productive assets that produce money.
And political power is usually centered around nation states. So the major locus of power is the nations.
Yes, in 1668, after 30 years of war, there was the development of nation states. Before then, we had, it was really the development of countries as we know it, that there were borders, and that within those borders, those who had control got to control it, and there were not to be intrusions in those borders, and that's how we established the nation state. And then, of course, within each country, there is levels. There is a central level, and then there is typically a province or state level.
I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me? Phenomenal. Hey, thank you so much. First and foremost, apologies for my bots, but I'm glad that they liked your comment to bring you here. You mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for One Piece. I've been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, absolutely. Well, then excellent. You know all about that. Well, essentially, I've turned my life into a real-life Truman Show. I am live right now on 18 different YouTube streams. I do so because I don't have war anymore in the world. I want to use excellent. I want to use this platform as for the ability to be able to talk about some topics that I think are important, like ending global hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency known as Empire Obama South Carolina with $100 million. And one of the projects that we've done is we have built wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. I would help those kinds of projects. I am an advocate for the livestock program, but most importantly, the end world thirst. I'm an advocate for mainstream desalination technology, where we pump rich seawater onto land and we can drink it. Now, you may say, okay, well, that all sounds great, but how do we do that? And the way that I plan on doing it is through data. The Economist magazine in 2018 stated that data, specifically human data, had overtaken the petroleum is Earth's number one resource. I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to help everybody who's helped me along the way, including you. I want you to become financially independent if you're not already. I want you to be cool. I want you to be able to help your friends and family. I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. Just overall improve your livelihood. I talked about some other things that we discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster light travel, faster light communication, things like nuclear energy efficient technology, fusion technology. I'm currently watching artificial intelligence podcasts. We talk about artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. We talk about alien disclosure and de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the pioneer IBEX, which was a gold located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, inspired by its boss of bioscientific. They've made their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surveillance. I just think it's mind-blowing technology. They just recently completed the Diamond de-extinction project. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger after the woolly mammoth found by the government, which I just think would be amazing. Other things I want to do that particularly are things like life extension technology. Now, when you were born, average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 with the use of technology. Again, this is all with your consent, but things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, biotics, cryogenics, cool shot therapies, and erosion therapy, all to increase your average life expectancy from 80 to 100, 120. But you may get to be 120 years old and make some of that life. I work in the night. I want to keep this going. What's the next plan? Again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize the kind of technology known as mind-blowing technology, where they scan your brain in your computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, and for every atom in your central nervous system is with nervous systems related to downloads from Android and Avatar, cyber to cybernetic, a clone of yourself, a robot, material, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying is, if you want, do I want to know who you are? Well, absolutely. I'm just almost done. I would just say that if that sounds good to you, I'd love to hear all about you. Thank you for letting me share that about myself. That's correct. It was only viable for 7 minutes. Excellent. Well, then you have an ally in me. Excellent. Well, I am a pacifist in my heart. I don't feel that I have any right to put my hands on you, or you put your hands on me without consent. And if everybody on Earth worked that way, we'd have a much nicer life. I imagine we are as well. Well, I understand, and in many ways, I wish things were the way that they were, and I've done my best to take a stance against unnecessary conflict in my life, and I advocate for peace every day, everywhere, not just there, but everywhere, in Europe, in Asia, everywhere. I someone who once or desires a day when nobody dies. And I know that sounds like a pipe dream, but I think that it's inevitable given enough time in the future. That's what I like to hear. So I do want to apologize for my bots. They do spam people, but it's to get really nice individuals in here like you that I'm able to tell them about my project and show them that I'm not a bad person. And it's just about promotion. And overall, I just want you to know that if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. Just most of all, I want to give people hope. And I think we have some really beautiful common goals. And again, if there's anything that you communicate, I'm here for you, okay? Thank you so much for you made my night, my man. Oh, man. Thank you so much. You too. You have a wonderful, excellent, excellent. You have a, you have a, I want you to have a wonderful 31st night of the moment. And just thank you so much for making my night. Thank you. Shema. So
Down below, and then there's a municipal level, so they each have different levels of power, and it's the coordination of those that determines how the country is run.
You write that the quote, archetypal big cycle governs the rising and declining empires and influences everything about them, including their currencies and markets. The most important three cycles at once you mentioned in the introduction: the long-term debt and capital market cycle, the internal order and disorder cycle, and the external order and disorder cycle. Can you describe this big cycle?
There are two orders. There is an order by a system, how the system works. So there's an internal order that is the internal governance system, and it's usually set out in a constitution or some agreements. And then there's the world order, how the world system. So, for example, in 1945, at the end of a war, which is basically a fight for determining the world order, the winners of the fight got together and created the world system as we now know it. 44, they created the Bretton Woods monetary system that determined the money, pretty much. And because the United States won and had 80% of the world's money, gold was money then, it had 80% of the world's gold, and it was half the world's economy, and it was the great military power. The order was built around an American world order, so that the United Nations was in New York, the World Bank and the IMF were in Washington, and they built that new order. So classically, you have a war to determine whose rules we're following, and then you have the new order being constructed. After that, there is usually a period of extended peace and prosperity. Peace suits prosperity, and so there's not. And the reason you have the peace is because no one wants to fight with the dominant power. You know you're going to lose. You've surrendered. There's been the surrender. They carve up the world. They say what it's going to look like, who's going to control what. And then you come into that period of peace and then prosperity, where then there's a working together. Usually at that point, you've wiped out a lot of the debt, you've wiped out a lot of the um, issues, the class warfare, and so on. And then there's good working together. So those great periods, such as the Industrial Revolution in the late 1800s, or what we've experienced in the post-World War II period, are peaceful and prosperous periods led largely by the dominant world power. Over a period of time, since really 1500, and maybe before, but really 1500, when the Dutch invented capitalism. And what I mean by that, they've invented the first capital markets, the first stocks, and the first stock market. That since then, capitalism has been an effective tool for building wealth because it got resources into the hands of inventive people. That's when we moved from agriculture to the importance of inventiveness of people. They got resources, and then they built that prosperity. In that process of doing that, they create wealth gaps naturally. Those who make a lot of money make a lot more, and then those that don't. And it also produces opportunity gaps because, for example, those who earn a lot of money, have that wealth, they have the power to educate their children in a way that others don't. And the gaps grow. And also the debts grow at that time. When they go around the world with their competitiveness, they earn a lot of money. So, for example, the Dutch Empire, learned how to build ships, and that would go around the world. A key ingredient of this improvement in this cycle is the improvement of education. And by education, I mean the skills that come from education, but also civility, the ability to deal well together. So the Dutch invented ships that could go around the world, and they had military power, but they were also a very inventive society. 25% of the world's new inventions came from the Dutch. And so as they went around the world, they also brought their currency, and they brought their military. They needed the currency, they paid for things, and the currency, and then the more that happens, the more that becomes a reserve currency. And then they have the military, so they need the military strength. And so you see it evolve in all of those ways. But over a period of time, as they become more successful and more expensive, they become more expensive. And newer countries come along, like the UK, then learn to build ships from a lot of the Dutch, and to do that less expensively. And also, when they become more expensive, so less competitive, and also the work ethic begins to change. They believe that since they're richer, they can enjoy life more. They don't have to work quite as hard. And so you start to see the tilt. You start to see the development of the top. And when you have a world reserve currency, that allows you to borrow a lot of money, because those who want to save want to hold your money, and that means that they'll lend you money. And so those countries get deeper into debt. So you see that they gradually lose their competitiveness, and they get themselves into financial circumstances which are not good, and they have large wealth gaps, which set the stage for downturns. And when they have downturns, the first question is, do they have enough money? And traditionally, money is resources. So you classically see that the coffers are bare, that they're spending more money than they are earning, and they run out of money in the coffers. And their granaries are empty rather than stocked, so that they give them the buffer. And as that deteriorates, that worsens conditions. And if they have a rival power that's also challenging them, they see greater internal conflict over wealth. And then they have the problems internally and the problems externally, which usually results in an internal war or an external war that leads to the change to the New World Order.
And to you, the Dutch Empire is a good example of that. The British, what are some of the key examples that you think about in the book? of this process that followed a big cycle?
Well, the leading reserve currency empires, but it applies to all the empires, were the Dutch, the British, the American, and the Chinese. But you can follow the same pattern. In the book, it was very important for me to not just use words and concepts because that's subjective. It was very important for me to use actual measurements. So as you see in the book, you can see every level of this. You can see where's the education level, what is the military power, but each one of those, and you can see the back going over the 500 years. And so you can see the arcs and the composition of those arcs. And what you see is really, in most countries and most dynasties, you can see that. But you also can see through those numbers the health of those countries. Today, there are statistics that you could that are in the book that show what is the level of education, what is the level of economic output, what is the level of military strength, what is the level of a number of different measures of strength, so that you can then compare that. And I think that because they're objective measures of strength that you could see change, that shows the picture of where we are today. And I think one of the most important things about the book is that it allows people to monitor how those things are transpiring. I think for policymakers, are your policymakers doing a good job? And there's so much subjectivity in that. But I think it's very simple. If those lines on the chart are improving, if your health index is improving, then you're moving toward a better life. So that's what the book works like. Also, it was used to create a model for the future. In other words, there are cause-effect relationships. Everything that happens has reasons, causes that preceded it, that made it happen. And so by having all those in numbers, one can see the probabilities of certain things happening. So that's what you see in the book. It's not just Ray's interpretation. I didn't want to make it Ray's interpretation because I don't know if I'm right.
Yeah, so one of the fascinating things in the book was these 18 measures. There's like a little scorecard for the countries of the world today. So let's say US, China, and Europe. And what it was 20 years ago, and looking at the change from 20 years ago, that's another indicator, the change itself, to see where things are headed. Maybe can you comment on, from a score perspective, how is US and China doing? And in the 18 measures, what are some measures that stand out to you as particularly important to think about today for the United States, for China?
Well, there are a number. Financially, what you see in the United States is that we're borrowing a lot more money, creating a lot of debt, and we're printing a lot of money. And our capacity to do that is limited, first of all, because when there's a sale of a bond, when the government borrows more than it borrows money because it spends more than it takes in, you have to sell a bond. And the world right now has a lot of US dollar denominated bonds because as the world's reserve currency, they sell so on them. And they have very bad returns, negative real returns significantly, and so on. So that means that more bonds has to be sold than are bought. And that means that the Federal Reserve is faced with the choice of having to raise the interest rate to curtail borrowing, which slows the economy, hurts the markets, or by filling that difference and producing money, the debt monetization, which produces an inflation in goods, services, and financial assets. So in that regard, that's the United States' position. In China's case, its balance of payments is better. China has displaced the United States as the world's largest trading country. In other words, more exports to other countries. And as a result, it's economically competitive, but it doesn't have the world's reserve currency. It's a real blessing. So the United States, it has the world's reserve currency, but it is risking it because of this imbalance. So if you look at history, you see that those go slowly, but when they go, eventually they go quickly. So there's a risk of that financially. Then there's the issue of internal order. So I'm just giving you the major ones, but I'll get into some of the other ones too. Right now, there's a lot of internal conflict in the United States, which affects how well it works. In China, there's less internal conflict because it's a more autocratic state, but also they've created this bifurcation of what is political and what is economic in terms of producing that prosperity. So if you stay out of the politics, pretty much, and then you're seeing entrepreneurship, you're seeing the finances of new businesses, so on. And so that internal working, that's subject to different people's interpretations, whether they like it or not. But the internal conflict in terms of those kinds of measures is less.
Sorry to pause on that for a second. So these measures, I guess you don't want to sort of romanticize any one measure or something like that, overinterpret any one measure. But is internal conflict always a bad thing? Is it a complicated calculation, or do you kind of, the way we think about these measures that you presented, we should be thinking like the higher, the better, the lower, the worse, or, I mean, of course, depending on the
Well, in many cases, the conflict that produces the revolution produces revolutionary changes that lead to resolutions and lead to new starts. And so their short-term, a short-term civil war is a hellacious experience. And at the same time, it can be the transition to a new beginning. Also, there are different types of conflict. Competition, which makes everything better, is a productive conflict, whereas destructive conflicts are not good over the short time. So that's how those go.
So within each measure, the story is complicated.
Yeah, but my measures are sort of clear, meaning how much political conflict, how much social conflict. In other words, you can measure conflict, you can measure fighting, you can measure crime rates, you can measure lots of different ways of conflict. So the measures are a composite of different types of internal conflict.
What are some other interesting measures? Maybe if you can also mention, like, from you, particular interest is education and innovation.
Yes. The classic cycle, the most important leading indicator, is the quality of education. Most importantly, broad-based education drawn from the largest population, because you can never tell who the talent is going to be, so where they're going to come from. So, for example, if you look at the Chinese dynasties, the great Chinese dynasties, and the Confucian approach, it was meritocratic of everybody could sit for exams and so on, broad-based of drawing in the populations. And you see that if you go across societies, because that draws on the largest number of population to get education. And it also, that creates a reality and a perception that the system is fair, equal opportunity, not just one of privilege. And that helps to create social stability. But education is not just education in understanding facts and so on. It is education in civility of how to behave together. And so if they're smart, they understand how to be productive because they work well together and they're productive. And then that leads to the next stage. You can see in the lines in the charts, I plotted these so that you could see in a typical cycle, you could see that education is the long leading indicator. And then you could see as you what you see is inventiveness and technology measures then follow. And you see then also competitiveness and world markets follow. For example, in the early stages of the cycle, the industries that they go into tend to be very basic industry because they have cheap labor, something like textiles and simple manufactured goods and so on. But as the education rises, then they move up the value chain to greater technologies and so on, which raises incomes and productivity. So yes, those and as you say, there are 18 different measures like that. But education and then civility and the inventiveness. So you see it reflected in who's inventing what, and that corresponds then who's trading with who's a big trading country, and where's the value of economic output and what are per capita incomes. They all follow those arcs.
Yeah, like you said, the fascinating thing about your book, there's philosophy, there's wisdom, but there's plots.
Yeah, you can see it.
It's not just your opinion. It's kind of like you can interpret it any way you like, but you're just giving a lot of your own insights along with the numbers. If you were to look at the American nation, the American empire, and the trajectories looking into the future, given these measures, what is the trajectory that leads to the collapse of the American empire based on these measures? What are the concerning indicators? And if those break down further, what does that look like?
Well, all of those indicators are concerning. Maybe except for one, which is technology, the technology niche. Although even in that area, the United States is improving at a slower rate than is China for various advantages that they have there. They put out about 8 times as many computer engineers. They have free data and so on. But if you look at them, so the financial is a concern. The internal disorder is a concern. Then if you look at education levels, the United States is in many ways is losing its educational advantage. If you were to compare it with China, if you take general public education in the United States, it's deteriorated tremendously, even in comparison to developed countries. There are scores, PISA scores, and so on, and it's something like 38th in the world or something, and that was a big plunge. Average public education. If you look at the best universities in the world, the United States is unique in having the best universities in the world. So there are these privileged spots that are, excellent, uniquely excellent. So when you look at the comparison, education in China is improving rapidly, and the quantity the quantity of educated people in the areas that they're moving in is greater, and the resources that they're putting behind it is greater, and so you see the results are greater. It's sort of along the lines that I'm dealing with. If you were to follow through in terms of actual productions, I think in terms of technologies, there are some areas that the United States is in a lead at the moment. There's some areas that China's in a lead, but China's gaining very quickly. When I first went to China in 1984, I would bring $10 calculators, and I gave them away as gifts to high-ranking people, and they thought they were miracle devices. Right now, in terms of areas like quantum computing and AI and many areas, you have a race going on. And so if you take the trajectory of the competitiveness, not just look at the current level, you have a situation where they're improving at a much faster rate. This is all good for the world if the world could get along. And the main thing I think is, how do you have a healthy world and how do you have a strong economy and how do you have a strong situation, is be strong. The United States' war is with itself. That's the main war. It's very simple in history. Be financially sound, earn more than you spend, and be strong in these ways, and pretty much everything will take care of itself.
But you make it sound simple, of course, because there's a momentum when things degrade. When the education system degrades, when you start borrowing, when all of these indicators, once you start going down, it's there's a momentum to it, right? So it's hard to reverse it.
Right, and there are circumstances that you're then in. For example, indebtedness. It's politically desirable for those to borrow money and spend because their constituencies only look at what they get. And when they get a lot, they don't pay attention to the balance sheet and how much debt is on the books. So it's always better to borrow, spend, and then leave the cleanup to the next guy. And so you inherit a lot. You inherit it as a new president enters in or a new legislator. They have a lot of debt. They have a broken down infrastructure. They don't have enough money to fix that. And so that's the lay of the land the prior generation put you in. And there you are. And so that's right. It's difficult because when you start to think, okay, what's healthy? Well, earn more than you spend. Well, that's not so easy because, what does that mean? Go earn more? Okay, that's not so easy. Spend less? That isn't going to work. So now what do? Okay, you have this debt that you then monetize, and that's why it's classic. So yes, that's why these cycles occur, because what happened before created the lay of the land that is then increasingly difficult to deal with.
So what can great leaders do in this moment? Maybe my sense is leadership is crucial here. So, for example, to do very large projects that invest in the education system, that sort of try to fix the fundamentals, or maybe invest more and more into the innovation and development of new technologies and so on. It feels like that just doesn't happen organically. So you have to have strong leaders that convince the populace of the importance of these ideas.
Well, I completely agree with your list. What we have is a situation where everybody has their opinions and they have to sort of get them exactly right, and they all fight with each other about whether their opinions. So the most important thing is that we become bipartisan so that we get over our differences. I would have a bipartisan cabinet. I would draw upon both members of both parties, the moderates, who are going to be able to work together. So as then we have one country, and then we deal with those in a means that works for the majority of the people in the middle rather than the polarity. I think our greatest risk is in not being able to do that. So I would say that's of paramount importance because we have the resources, wealth, real wealth, and science and everything has never been better than it is. But the notion is that it has to work for the majority of people, and we have to keep it being productive. So that group has got to calmly and knowledgeably work together so that they increase the size of the pie and they create broad-based prosperity. So that is of paramount importance. Whatever they do, if they do it that way, I can say I'm happy about, because that other alternative is the really scary alternative.
The scary alternative, the different ways it has evolved throughout history. Some of it has led to wars. What are the future trajectories that lead to a potential war with China? Cold War or hot war? Is this something you think about? Is this something you're worried about?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about both wars. So the war with China, as I said, there are 5 kinds of wars. There's a trade war, technology war, geopolitical influence war, capital war, and military war. As far as military war goes, I think it's only a Taiwan issue, but that's a big issue, and we could talk about that for a minute. But those others, they'll be rough competitions, and we'll have that type of evolution over a period of time. That's what that war looks like. Taiwan has been, for a long time, a sovereignty issue to China. And it has its roots in what's called the 100 Years of Humiliation. From the 1840s to 1949, foreign powers came in, took advantage of China. They had the Opium Wars and such times, and that represented the 100 Years of Humiliation. And Taiwan represents is their sovereignty and their important thing. And 50 years ago, starting 50 years ago, there was an agreement that there is one China, and Taiwan is part of China, and that there would be peaceful reunification. The peaceful reunification hasn't happened, and in their view, that's a very big issue, and so it's a big contentious issue, and that could produce a military war, could produce a military accident, it's a very tense situation. And if we had a military war, God help us, because of the capacity in all different new ways to inflict harm on each other. But anyway, that's that. If you don't have that military war, you'll have the competition between those other kinds of wars, and whoever is strongest in those areas will win.
Where do you put cyber war within the 5?
Well, cyber war is a military war. I'm assuming the type of cyber war that you're referring to is that which is used to inflict pain on the other party through cyber. So cyber wars, you'll see cyber war, you could see space war, you could see drone warfare, new types of warfare, not just the traditional and nuclear type of warfare. But you could see any of the above.
What are the defining characteristics? What are the interesting things about Xi Jinping, the president of China, as a leader on the world stage?
His father was a early leader. He was himself in the Cultural Revolution times treated brutally, and during that period of time, it was very, very difficult. And he came up, through the ranks, and is a very intelligent man. When he first came to power, as you know, they have 2 5-year terms, and we're now coming to the end of the second of those 5-year terms. When he first came to power, he felt that there should be a lot of reform, and reform meant moving to much more of a market and open economy. When that happened, in him coming in, I had some contact with economic policymakers, but in the circumstances then were that 5 major banks lent to state-owned enterprises and local governments with implied government guarantees. and so there was not control of that, and the movement to a more of a market economy, and the development of markets was a primary, and also the dealing with the corruption issue. There was a lot of corruption prior to that, and that was viewed as an existential threat to the system. So that became the primary objective. And then as time progressed over those 10 years, there was a lot of changes in the world, their financial circumstances, opening many, many other markets. They particularly getting right to small and medium-sized enterprises and developing a lending system and then establishing controls on it. So right now, there's a vibrant capital markets. You can raise capital, you can be an entrepreneur, you can become a billionaire in the capital markets. And they developed the markets to be the second largest capital markets. At the same time, they had to deal with their rising debt issue, which they began to deal with really about 4 years ago when the second term began, and then Lou Hawk became the vice premier responsible for that and to deal with those issues. So you see right now that what's happening is the dealing with the real estate bubble. There was a development in real estate bubble which produced a lot of unproductive lending. And Xi Jinping said, houses are meant to live in, not to speculate on. And so that was wasteful. So they established what they call 3 red lines, which are financial ratios that the property developers had to live within. And that is then causing the adjustments that are going on now, which in my view are very healthy because whenever there's bankruptcies and so on, most in the public think, okay, that's a problem. It's in many cases really a cleaning up of bad debts and bad practices. So that's what's going on. So that's, let's say, economically. At the same time, there is the changing relationship, the changing world order, the changing relationships with the United States and other countries, which is becoming much less cooperative and much more warlike, much more confrontational. Those two things, the domestic debt problem has led to what's called what they call core leadership, which means a leadership more around him that is less challenging because they believe in history that during very difficult times, a more centrally controlled decision-making process lends itself better than to a more fragmented political contentious project. And that's basically what's going on now.
You said it very eloquently, but you mean the leadership is surrounded by yes men, and there's a lot of centralized control.
That characterization is much more black and white than it really is.
It leans towards that direction.
There, like for example, of the standing members of the Politburo, 4 are more alike, and 3 are less so. You have to understand that it's kind of a collective leadership at the top, and then of course there's just jockeying for power, in a highly political sense at the top. But no one leader can be successful against all those powers at the top. So it's very politically negotiating. It's very much more like if you put in the United States the Democrats and the Republicans, and they have to be in the same government and they work it out. It's kind of something like that, and so that's that struggle, but it's an internal struggle.
Where do you put the importance of some of these ideas of the founding of the United States? Now we're talking about the context of China, the freedom of speech, freedoms. What China is doing with the central management of a lot of things, it's enabling a lot of growth, but it's also limiting people on the very basic level in terms of freedom, the kind of freedom that I think can lead to entrepreneurship, to starting new businesses, to having big dreams and chasing those dreams and then creating totally new things in whatever the space may be, technology, in business and whatever. Uh, how important is that as a metric for society?
Well, they have a view which is the idea of a dialectic, which means that two things are at odds, that everything comes with pros and cons, and two opposites exist. And you want the benefits of those two opposites. And how do you deal with the benefits of those two opposites? So let's say you want the capital markets because it gets money into the hands of the entrepreneurs who are motivated, they build fortunes, and that drives an economy to do very well. And at the same time, it produces the other problems, the wealth gaps, the other problems, the debt cycle that we're talking about, and so on. And Deng Xiaoping, how do you reconcile communism and the market economy, the capital markets? And he famously said, and it doesn't matter if it's a white cat or a black cat, just wants to catch his mice. In other words, if it works in making the country richer, then that becomes the objective, and then they move that along. So there are these conflicts, and one of the leaders described it to me as follows, because it's confusion and it goes back over a period of time. There's a hierarchy, and it's an extension of the family, he described it. And he said, the United States is a country of individuals and individualism. And that is its vibrancy that we see. The individual rights to speak up, the individual protection of the individual property rights, and all of those things is of paramount importance. And we do organizations. That's what democracy is, from the bottom up, or even a company will get together and will be partners to prosper together. That is the American approach. He was describing that in China, it's an extension of the Confucian family, essentially. And so it's almost like, there's a hierarchy. And so what they think about is the common good, not the individualism. So, for example, if they want a high-speed rail to go from one place to another, and that's best in the common good, then the individual protections that would stand in the way of doing that would be of secondary concern. So that notion of controlling. So, for example, what they're doing with video games, they control what type of video games and how many hours a day kids can be on video games, operating in that way, because they believe that that's good for the society, and that's very controlling. In the United States, I think probably most parents would say, leave it to me, and it's a matter between me and my kids. The same thing has to do with data. In other words, in the United States, who controls the data? Does the company control the data? Do you individually control the data? And so the inclination would be to figure that out, but nobody would say that the government is going to control the data, because of our inclination of really anti-government control. In China, it would be that the government will control the data, because that's going to be best for the society. It depends who you trust, but that's so that difference in philosophy is very much at the heart of that. As far as your question in terms of effectiveness, it really is, in China's case, it's how you balance the things, right? So what they're attempting to do is to create a lot of freedom and creativity in areas that are not political, let's say. And so you see a lot of entrepreneurship, you see a lot of product development, you see a lot of creativity happening in that way. So the stereotype that you don't see creativity happening is old stereotype. there's a lot of creativity certainly happening. And the system can work well if they can achieve that kind of balance. It's proven to have worked well. Since I started going there in 1984, per capita income, real per capita income, has increased by 26 times. The longevity rate has increased by 10 years. The poverty rate has fallen from 88% to less than 1% in terms of, basics like starvation. And if you read history, Plato's Republic, he talks about the cycles, democracy, an autocratic, and then I've looked at the despot and all of that. Each has their own vulnerability. The vulnerability of democracy, which has been a remarkable system. I don't have to extol the benefits of it, but the vulnerability of it has always been the internal conflict that produces itself as anarchy. In World War II, 4 democracies chose to be autocracies because there was internal disorder, and there was the belief, will somebody bring about order and get control of the situation? That was in Germany, Italy, Japan, and Spain. They were parliamentary systems that turned themselves over to that. So both systems have vulnerabilities. I think the main thing that we need to think about is those vulnerabilities. Democracy is an amazing system because the adherence to the rules and the system and the checks and balances is quite amazing, and it gives it a flexibility to change without civil wars. But there has to be the respect of the rules. And when you see something like they will not accept elections, or they will not accept rules, and history has shown when the causes that people are behind are more important to them than the system is in jeopardy. So we have a situation that's very much like that in terms of, let's say, the 2024 elections. I believe that there's a very high chance that neither side will accept losing, for example. And so we have that kind of a situation. So one would hope that one could rise above the disagreements and rely on the system for resolving disagreements. Because if that doesn't happen, then we have our own chaos.
So the kind of the trend that started in 2020, I suppose that's been there, has been growing. One representation of this internal disorder has been the growing trend of being skeptical about the results of the election.
Well, it started before that. There was the emergence of populism before President Trump was elected. He was basically elected as a populist because there was a large percentage of the population that felt that the system didn't work for them. And he tapped into that. And he was largely elected as a populist leader, first populist leader in a developed country. And so populism began then. And that was a battle of one group against the other group. And so since then, it's been like that, and it continued to grow.
You mentioned the vulnerability of democracy, the internal disorder is the vulnerability of democracy. What's the vulnerability of a system like China? Maybe one way to say is put China aside and look at history, look at Soviet Union. What's the vulnerability of a communist type system?
Well, I'll call it both communist and autocratic, depending on how much autocracy, is that it lacks flexibility. It lacks the ability, but I should deal with them differently. In other words, there's the economic system. The economic system threatens motivation. and productivity. So a communism or socialism has to be done in a way where you can threaten productivity. Capitalism has, and what I mean by that, I mean free markets and capital markets have been an effective way of allocating resources and also creating the incentives and the resources, providing the resources for the inventiveness of new ideas. And so if I compare that, what the Chinese have done to a large extent is to recognize that and have made a move. That's why the seeming dialectic or the conflict between those two things exists. But anyway, that's it. As far as an autocratic system, rather than one man, one vote from the population up, the risks of the autocratic system is that there's enough discontent that arises that the system doesn't have the flexibility, and that rather than bending, it breaks. That's the big risk. The notion of trying to control a population, if there's that, rather than giving it the flexibility. Um, so that would be the big risk of the autocratic system.
What's the human? Because you mentioned like the top gets bigger with empires, and you start taking things for granted. Is some of this just human nature? So the concern with China, with autocratic nations, concern with the Third Reich, the Soviet Union, was that fundamentally at the individual level, the humans involved at the top, they're starting to lose touch with reality in a way that it no longer makes them. I guess that's the representation, the flexibility that you're referring to.
Well, I mean, in a democracy, you can change. You can go as far left or as far right. You can change the leaders easily, and so the people don't become, they pretty much only have themselves to blame. And one of the problems of that is they may not choose the best leaders, but they have that flexibility. So vote, and you get what you wanted. In the case of the autocratic, let's say, leaders, and then the movement from democracies to autocracies, what you see normally in that movement is that one of the systems is not working. Let's say the democracy is not effectively, everybody's arguing with each other, nobody's getting anything done. And, like Mussolini, the trains are not running on time. And that would be the example. Jesus, this place has gotten chaotic. Will somebody get to control? And then you get the autocratic, and then he's autocratic enough to boss people around, and then you follow those kinds of orders. And it's like maybe a CEO in a powerful company going around, and that could work well or it could work badly. Most companies are run as like autocracies in a sense. There's the hierarchy and the command economy and that kind of thing. And that can work well or not. But then quite often when you get the populist, autocratic, their personality is something that they want to fight, and they become more nationalistic, and they tend to become more militaristic. And human nature at that stage lends itself to fighting. There's an arc here that when we think we think of a country, and we say we think of a country. It's not true. It's not like that. There are individuals who change. One generation dies, and another generation comes along. And one of those arcs is that the ones who've been through war don't want to go to war and are more happily, willing to abide by whatever the rules are. As you get farther along into that cycle, you get a new generation, and they forget about wars and the horrors of wars. Then they want to fight, and so you're seeing right now the emerging of fight for right And what that means is you see it internally. Fight, where are you in fight for that thing? And they mean fight. And then into externally, fight. Are you going to be the strong one who will fight and win? And that develops on both sides, this fight and win. And each side is cheering each other on into a war. But that comes by those who really have not experienced war because it comes in their part of their lifetime.
Humans are fascinating.
Humans are fascinating. And by the way, human nature has not changed over the thousands of years. So it's so interesting because, like, in doing the study, and it comes across in the study, it's like watching the same movie over and over again. And you see the arc, and you see it happen over and over again. The only things that seem to change are the clothes people wear and the technology.
Yeah, and then somebody probably would disagree about the clothes. Maybe there's also cycles within fashion. Like, we're not even creative there. What do you make of Russia and Vladimir Putin? What do you think about Putin as a leader, as a human being on this world stage, within the context of the cycles of empires that you think about?
Well, Putin came to power at the failure of Russia's last order. So there was the end of communism, and there was the development of the market economy, the collapse of the Soviet Union. And at that time, he was appointed by Yeltsin, who was an alcoholic and had problems managing, and was put into power. And the conditions in Russia were the work. There was anarchy. There was no money. It had the classic end of cycle ingredients. It was broke. It was people were fighting with each other. It was anarchy, and that's when he came to power. And there were not institutions. The whole thing had collapsed, and there was not an effective Ministry of Education, Ministry of anything. And so the idea was that they needed 25 years of stability, and they needed a democracy, and they needed the improvement of capital markets. So he's been in that position as as I guess I would call him a semi-autocratic leader, in that from all indications he would respect the democracy. And he's very popular. He's won democratic elections because he's been a strong leader, and he's brought peace and stability to the to Russia after the breakup of the Soviet Union. And he's a strong leader in pursuit of the country's interests in a way where Russia is not a significant economic power, but it is a significant military power. So the issues, and then there's a strong alliance between Russia and China now. So that's kind of the lay of the land. And then there are sensitivities. The Ukraine issue is a sensitivity because there are a lot of Russians who live in the Ukraine, and there's also the issue of NATO on their border. So there are those kinds of things, and he has military power, and he has a strong alliance with China. And I guess that's my best summary of what his position is. Strong leader, popular. These are not subjective interpretations. These are objective interpretations.
Yeah, it's interesting, just in this conversation, you're not sort of doing the usual criticism of any one particular system. You're looking at these systems from the perspective of history. You're just describing how they work. It's often times when you talk about what Russia is today, or what the Soviet Union was, or what China is today, is you start to criticize, well, they do this kind of censorship, or they limit freedoms in this kind of way. But you're just kind of describing this as a nation with ideas, what they think is right. This is how they hope to get it to work. This is why it's working. This is what's not working. Here's metrics that show that it's not working. I think that's a refreshing way to think about it. It's easy though. I mean, you got some criticism saying that I think China's a strict parent. Some people criticize these countries for doing for violating human rights. I suppose there's some people that criticize the United States for violating human rights. But what are your thoughts on the world stage today about some of the behaviors of these governments in terms of respecting the basic rights of human beings?
You described accurately how I just try to look at things in a non. I don't want to impute my values on anybody. I mean, there are intolerable things, so I'm not saying there aren't intolerable things. But one of the great things of being an American here is that I grew up with all different nationalities, having all different points of view and all different religions and all different ways of operating. And I've come to treasure the fact that that is, what's their business is their business. And then the question is, where do you cross the line, under what circumstances, that others have got to do it my way. And then when you do it internationally, the issue of what is a sovereign state, which, as I say, in the Peace of Westphalia, and you have borders, and then when do you cross the line? That my way of doing things has got to be their way of doing things, so what are the various rights? And so that's a very delicate question, or a very difficult question. And we all have responsibilities to different parties, and we all have different levels of knowledge about those particular things. So for example, as an international investor, I have a responsibility to my investors. Those who run companies have a responsibility to theirs, and how do they run that? So if you're taking Nike or sneakers and so on, and Americans can decide whether they want to buy Chinese products or not buy Chinese products. We are all faced with those types of choices. So you have, what do you want to do in your constituency? You have your choices. And then beyond that, in many cases, the issues are quite complex, like there are geopolitical questions that enter into it. So, and then I believe that if you disconnect it, if all those entities like myself, the businesses doing business with China, disconnect it, I think that would be disastrous, economically disastrous, and it would also be reduce the understanding that comes from working together that helps to reduce wars. And so these are all complicated. So what we do is, and who makes it my opinion matters the most? Why should it be my opinion that matters the most in making that decision? So I largely look at the government guidance that I get not only from my own government, but from the other governments, and I follow the rules. We invest in 40 countries, and we want to do that in the best way to provide the diversified portfolio, and we sort of need that. Every one of those countries has similar complexities. There are always one issue or another, and there's only so much that we really understand about all of those issues, so we rely largely on the guidance that we get.
Yeah, you have to empathize and show respect to the culture of the place, the way things are done. You don't necessarily, the way you heal relationships between nations, like you said, you work together, and that requires kind of to listen maybe more than talk. And I think people in the public sphere talk a lot about China without really listening, without understanding much about China. One of the things that makes me really sad, because I know how to speak Russian, and I know how much is lost in translation, it makes me sad that I'll never really get to know the Chinese culture because, like, I'll never really get to know the language, the literature, just talk to regular people. It's not just the government or officials or scientists, just regular folks and get the culture. I think if you don't understand the culture, uh, just the basics of the human nature, what people love about their country, about their family, what kind of hopes they have, what kind of values they have. Without that, you're not going to be able to fully um, connect with them. And you have to do that first to have a chance of building a good world.
I couldn't agree with you more. I was very lucky because, as I say, since 1984, so for more than half of my life, I've been going there, and the common people and all sorts of people, and I got to meet them. I don't speak the language, but combination of through translators or them speaking English and being in situations. I had my son go to school, a local school, and we developed those kinds of understandings. I think that, but not wanting to know the other perspective is the thing that's most scary.
Yeah.
Like I'm right now in the middle, and all I want to try to do is to help up mutual understanding. You're right. If there were questions, probing them, asking them, what is it? I'm not on one side or another. I don't want to be on one side or another. I believe that each has their right within there to approach their different culture in their own way. So many ways. You gave an example. If they're not doing harm to others. But that issue of trying to understand is so much better. That doesn't mean agree with. If you are wanting to out clever and out compete somebody, it still pays to understand what they're thinking. So to achieve understanding of what they're thinking, even if you want to go along with them, understanding is the best thing to have. What we have now is a situation in which there's an enemy mentality, and that means that anything that seems to be like understanding or conveying understanding seems to mistakenly create the notion of I'm on their side in a war, and that's kind of a dangerous thing because there's a momentum here to fight.
Henry Kissinger praises you in your book, and you thank him in it in the dedication. What's your relationship like with him? What makes him interesting? Maybe what makes him controversial? What makes him such a central figure in history?
First, most importantly, he's unique about seeing things through all the others' eyes. So if you were, it's like there's a chess game. I mean, I think geopolitics is like a chess game with multiple chess players playing the same game.
Yes.
So imagine there are 6 people around playing the chess game, and he could sit in each seat and he could know how they see it, okay, and see it in a calm way of how they see it. He's unique in that way. He's 98 years old and he's equally able to do that. And he has a background that in which he's a historian, so he really understands history super terrifically. He doesn't understand economic history as much, so that's why, to some extent, we enjoy having the conversation because he's interested in the economic piece he doesn't know, and I'm so interested in the geopolitical piece that I don't know as well. But anyway, he's able to do that. But not only a historian, but a practitioner. So when you go from an academic to a practitioner who has that talent to see things through others' eyes in an objective way and to be strategic rather than just tactical, that's a very special person, and that's why Henry is, to me, a very special person.
Yeah, he's lived a fascinating life. Just all of the world events he's been involved in is fascinating. And like you said, that's such an interesting skill to have. to consider what are the concerns, the hope, the dreams, the fears of all the people at the table. What are they thinking? I find that people don't, once again, don't do that enough. When it's the obvious thing you should be doing, whether it's business deals or political negotiation, geopolitical negotiation. I'm often surprised again. Sorry to go to the Russian thing. I hear sort of like I hear Putin talk in Russian, and you start to infer certain intentions, like not the trivial stuff, like the human being. What is that human being hoping for himself, for his country, for his close inner circle, for the bigger, like, and I just see that that's often just lost in translation. I just see like American leaders talking to Putin, and it's just not. There's not a connection.
Absolutely, I know exactly what you're talking about. It has never failed that in my listening to a conversation or even reading a speech, and you see that it reported, inevitably the reporter picks some headline characterization that has very little to do with what was really happening, but might be a headline grabber that's of some kind of distortion, and there's a lack of understanding of really what's going on.
If it's okay, let me ask you a couple questions about cryptocurrency. You've had a few opinions about Bitcoin over the years. What are your thoughts about Bitcoin today? Its role in the global financial system and just in human society in general?
Well, the evolution of Bitcoin over the years is one of the things that has influenced changes in my view. It has proven itself something like 10, 11 years ago. Imagine the programming of this, and you throw it out, and that's the idea. It has not been hacked. It has operated, it is built, it has come an amazing way over that 11 years to be maybe probably the most excited topic among a lot of people, and has been used and is now has obtained the status of having imputed value. At the same time, it is one of those assets that is an alternative money. I think we're entering an era where there's going to be a competition of monies because of the printing of fiat money and the depreciated value. There will be a competition of money, and Bitcoin is part of that competition. But there'll be many monies, not just crypto monies, but there'll be central bank crypto monies. But there'll be different kinds of monies. And even monies are things that you buy and sell. NFTs could become a money, a type of money. You own it and it's investment, and you could say, I'd rather own Bitcoin.
Has Ray Dalio bought any NFTs?
Not yet.
Okay.
But only just because, like, I definitely want to buy NFTs to just experience them.
Yeah.
Like I think I should produce one.
Yeah.
And I should.
I should have asked that. Have you made it? Have you minted an NFT? You probably should, just to know what it's like.
Yeah, that's right. This stuff is happening. This stuff is real. Okay, and how it operates. But like all new real things, some are going to go, and some are going to. It's like in the internet in the year 2000. Pets.com could have been great, but maybe pets.com doesn't make it, and who knows? And that's the beauty of a competitive system, that it'll evolve, and some things will be treasured and some things will be trashed. So, but when I look at it, I think we are in an environment of, what is an alternative money? A money has two purposes: a medium of exchange and a storehold of wealth. And we are looking for, and it's portable, and and it's best if it's recognized in other countries. So gold is one of those. So I look at it as an alternative gold, but I look at a number of things as alternative gold. and gold is still my favorite because of certain qualities. For example, you can't trace it. In Bitcoin, you can trace who owns it, where it's going, and so on. Governments can have that ability to trace it and so on. A gold piece of coin, it's not connected. I think not connected has benefits, particularly in a world where maybe connections could be more risky. And then also gold has been, for many thousands of years, universally recognized as a source of money. And central banks, it's the third largest source of money in central bank reserves. And I don't think Bitcoin is going to serve those types of purposes and so on. So for various reasons, I prefer gold to the other, but it's a little bit part of my mix.
But then you look at it, it hit, I think, 69,000 this year is the high Bitcoin hit. Do you think it's possible, you mentioned gold, do you think it's possible it reaches very high numbers, like 1 million, some people talk about?
I don't think that's possible because the way I look at it is there's a certain amount of it, and there's a certain amount of gold. I'll use gold as a benchmark. The amount of it is worth about $1 trillion. Total crypto is about 2.2 trillion. But let's say Bitcoin, it's $1 trillion. If you take the amount of money that is in gold that is not used for jewelry purposes and not used by central banks, and I assume Bitcoin won't be used for jewelry purposes or central bank purposes, that amount in gold is about $5 trillion. So right now, if you were to have a portfolio that has gold and crypto, gold and Bitcoin, it's worth about 20% of the value of gold. Do I think it's going to be worth more than gold in terms of that mix? I don't think it'll be worth more than gold. But let's say it became worth as much as gold. I don't believe it will be. I think the 20% sounds kind of about right. I really don't know what the right answer is. And then there's the question of what is all of that pool of money that, let's say, gold and gold equivalents relative to everything else. Does it go from, let's call it 6, 7, 8 trillion to 16 trillion? Maybe it could double. It depends what it is in the world environment. But basically, if you use gold as a measure, it just makes no sense that it's going to be used that much more. Am I sure about that? I'm not sure about anything. But logically, it seems to me that there's a limitation on its price in relationship to other things that are like it.
Let me ask you your deep financial analysis on a very important issue. I just talked a couple days ago with Elon Musk. He wants to put a literal Dogecoin on the moon. What are your thoughts about Dogecoin? And do you think it'll be the official currency? Maybe reserve currency on the moon and on Mars?
My reaction is that's cute. I remember Elon when he first got his money from PayPal. I think he said to me it was. He got $180 million, $90 million. He decided to say, why aren't we going to outer space? And he wanted to take a spaceship that would be modified using Russian technology to put a plant and a watering can on the moon, or on Mars, I think it was. And he said, first life on Mars, or first life on Earth, as an inspiring notion. And so then there's always what's behind it. I have a lot of respect for Elon's ability to do other things behind it. And so I would take that as symbolic, and I'd be asking him what's behind it. What's next?
And I'm also just on the topic of Dogecoin and Bitcoin, and there's some aspect of humor and lightheartedness that's really interesting about the way we communicate when ideas become viral, how to captivate people with ideas. There's something about taking things too seriously that somehow slows it all down. It's interesting.
You're right.
That's part of human nature somehow. So, like, humor is part of this whole thing. You've talked about the importance of writing ideas down, and you have
Principles in particular.
principles. And you have this really nice thing in your book. You actually, I think there's such a brilliant way. You have such a brilliant way of highlighting which parts are extra important, and you make them bold. That's a brilliant idea. Let me just ask the high-level question of what's a good system for taking notes?
Well, I find that almost everything happens over and over again. And we're in the blizzard of these things happening. And what I found is that if I'm making a decision, that after I make the decision, usually right at the time, if I pause and reflect and I write my principle down, in other words, principle is sort of a recipe. What would I use or how would I make that decision, and what are the criteria around it? I find that I make it much more clear, it becomes clear, and it applies to the next thing that comes along. It'll be that way because everything happens over and over and over again. And I think people make the mistake of looking at just the one like it's the first one. They have the first problem of this sort of the first child or whatever it is. This has been happening plenty of times. And so if you have the principles, I found that helped me think more clearly about it. And it helped me communicate better, like why. And so over the years, over the last 30 years or so, that's what I've done. I did it originally to communicate very well with people I work with. I set up my company, and it was very important to have good communication. And then we could debate the principles. And so that's the process. I urge people to do that. There are many excellent decision makers, and I just wish that they wrote down their principles when this sets. So, for example, we talk about Henry Kissinger, and his new book is going to come out with a book on leadership. And don't just describe the leaders, describe then what about them were the essential elements to make a good leader under what circumstances. And so if we think about that, then you begin to think in a principled way. And then when you start to think in a principled way, life becomes, it's so much easier to make decisions and so much less confusing because it's like coming up on a species and you say, okay, well, what species is it? Not just another, it's a thing. Now, what species is it? And how do I deal with that species effectively? And so that's what that is. And so I encourage people to write it down. I wish anybody who's successful wrote down their principles or their recipes for making those types of decisions.
So the events of interest here happens over and over and over in similar ways. So you're looking for the patterns, and you're defining the process that's right to respond to those patterns, and you call that the principles, and that allows you to deal with the future effectively. So, like that codifies the lessons from the past to be able to deal with the future. What advice do you have for young folks today, in high school, in college, thinking about how to live, have a career they can be proud of, or maybe have a life they can be proud of?
Know yourself, follow your passion, make your work and passion the same thing while considering the money part, because money will get you freedom and choice and be able to make that. But if you know yourself, feel the pull, and pursue that passion. And along those lines, by the way, I found that using personality profile tests has been very helpful. I've used those for about 25 years for people to help to understand themselves and understand each other. So I created a free one that is called Principles U. It's online. It's had remarkable, loving people who've taken it, learn about themselves, but also you can put in somebody else and they'll tell you about your relationship with them. That's like 30 minutes. It's a quick discovery, but the main thing is to understand on your journey, your hero's journey, when you're that you will have mistakes and you will have weaknesses, and to understand those, not fight those, because by understanding mistakes, you will learn not to make mistakes again. I have a principle which is pain plus reflection equals progress. And so that reflection is important to know yourself, know your goals, know your weaknesses. And when you also know your weaknesses and the strengths of other people, there are people who have strengths where you're weak and you have strengths where they're weak. And to be able to work well together is the most effective way of achieving success. So, yeah, it's that journey. And there's a life arc and there's a journey, and you want to make it the best that you can make it. And it has, it's like a video game. You know, it has the challenges and the obstacles and the learning experiences and the temptations and all of that. And the maximizing learning to go where you want to go to achieve the life you want is the most important. That's kind of maybe a long-winded way of saying it, but to learn, I think I'll try to say it simply. There's a 5-step process. Step 1 is know your goals, know what you're going after. You could have almost anything you want, but you can't have everything you want. And so you have to prioritize it and move in that direction. On the way to your goals, you're going to encounter your problems and your obstacles. So identifying, step 2 is understanding your problems and your obstacles, identify them. Step 3 is to diagnose them to get at the root cause of the problem. And that could be many root causes, but it could also be your weaknesses or weaknesses of others, but you have to be able to know them. Once you diagnose them, then you go to step 4, which is to design a way to get around them. And then after you have that design, you implement that design. So you have to follow through and do it. And you do that, and that will then produce its new results, which should be better results. I call this kind of a looping process. It's the evolutionary looping process. And you just keep doing that, and you learn over a period of time, and you move in the direction that you want.
Last question, and you only have 1 minute to answer. You dedicate the book, quote, to my grandchildren and those of their generation who will be participants in the continuation of this story. May the force of evolution be with you. So let me ask, where is this force of evolution taking human civilization, and what in this story that evolution is writing gives you hope?
Evolution is a direction toward improvement. And the greatest force is man's capacity to adapt and invent. And so you see in the charts in the book, you see that this upward movement, life expectancy, health, all the things that we think are better, you see there's a chart, and it shows that over a period of time, and you barely see the downturns from depressions and wars in that. That is the greatest power. Man's ability to invent and adapt is evolution, and that's the greatest power, and that is what gives me justifiable hope.
And a continuation of that, like we mentioned, Elon, maybe we'll become a multiplanetary species. So not only will we keep creating amazing things here on Earth, we keep expanding out into the cosmos.
My time horizon doesn't have me analyzing that yet, but I hope so, and I agree that that would be the natural.
So I'm not going to ask you for the best financial system on Mars. I think we'll focus on Earth for now. Right? Thank you so much for your brilliance, for the books you've written, for the works you've done, for the inspiration of millions. So, and thank you for spending your valuable time here with me today.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ray Dalio. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you some words from Ray Dalio himself. Every time you confront something painful, you are at a potentially important juncture in your life. You have an opportunity to choose healthy and painful truth, or unhealthy but comfortable delusion. Thank you for listening. We hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Peter Wang, one of the most impactful leaders and developers in the Python community. Former physicist, current philosopher, and someone who many people told me about and pray is a truly special mind that I absolutely should talk to. Recommendations ranging from Travis Oliphant to Eric Einstein. So here we are. This is the Let's Freeman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Peter Wang. You're one of the most impactful humans in the Python ecosystem. So you're an engineer, leader of engineers, but you're also a philosopher. So let's talk both in this conversation about programming and philosophy. First, programming. What to you is the best, or maybe the most beautiful feature of Python? Or maybe the thing that made you fall in love or stay in love with Python?
Well, those are three different things. What I think is most beautiful, what made me fall in love, what made me stay in love. When I first started using it was when I was a C++ computer graphics performance nerd.
In the 90s?
Late 90s. And that was my first job out of college. And we kept trying to do more and more like abstract and higher order programming in C++, which at the time was quite difficult. With templates, the compiler support wasn't great, etc. So when I started playing around with Python, that was my first time encountering really first-class support for types, for functions, and things like that. And it felt so incredibly expressive. So that was what kind of made me fall in love with it a little bit. And also, once you spend a lot of time in a C++ dev environment, the ability to just whip something together that basically runs and works the first time is amazing. So really productive scripting language. I mean, I knew Perl, I knew Bash, I was decent at both, but Python just made everything, it made the whole world accessible, right? I could script this and that and the other network things, little hard drive utilities. I could write all of these things in the space of an afternoon. And that was really, really cool. So that's what made me fall in love.
Is there something specific you could put your finger on that you're not programming in Perl today? Like why Python for scripting?
I think there's not a specific thing as much as the design motif of both the creator of the language and the core group of people that built the standard library around him. There was a taste to it. I mean, Steve Jobs, used that term in somewhat of an arrogant way, but I think it's a real thing, that it was designed to fit. A friend of mine actually expressed this really well. He said, Python just fits in my head. And there's nothing better to say than that. Now, people might argue modern Python, there's a lot more complexity, but certainly as version 5.152, I think, was my first version, that fit in my head very easily. So that's what made me fall in love with it.
Okay, so the most beautiful feature of Python that made you stay in love. It's like over the years, what has you do a double take, you return too often as the thing that just brings you a smile?
I really still like the ability to play with meta classes and express higher order things when I have to create some new object model to model something, right? It's easy for me because I'm pretty expert as a Python programmer. I can easily put all sorts of lovely things together and use properties and decorators and other kinds of things and create something that feels very nice. So that to me, I would say that's tied with the NumPy and vectorization capabilities. I love thinking in terms of the matrices and the vectors and these kind of data structures. So I would say those two are kind of tied.
So the elegance of the NumPy data structure, like slicing through the different multi-dimensional.
Yeah, there's just enough things there. It's a very simple, comfortable tool. Just it's easy to reason about what it does when you don't stray too far.
Can you put your finger on how to design a language such that it fits in your head? Certain things like the colon or the certain notation aspects of Python that just kind of work. Is it something you have to kind of write out on paper, look, and say it's just right? Is it a taste thing, or is there a systematic process? What's your sense?
I think it's more of a taste thing. But one thing that should be said is that you have to pick your audience, right? So the better defined the user audience is or the users are, the easier it is to build something that fits in their minds because their needs will be more compact and coherent. It is possible to find a projection, right? A compact projection for their needs. The more diverse the user base, the harder that is.
Yeah.
And so as Python has grown in popularity, that's also naturally created more complexity as people try to design any given thing. There will be multiple valid opinions about a particular design approach. And so I do think that's the downside of popularity. It's almost an intrinsic aspect of the complexity of the problem.
Well, at the very beginning, aren't you an audience of one? Aren't all the greatest projects in history were just solving a problem that you yourself had?
Well, so Clay Shirky in his book on crowdsourcing, or in his kind of thoughts on crowdsourcing, he identifies the first step of crowdsourcing is the first collaboration. You first have to make something that works well for yourself.
Yeah.
It's very telling that when you look at all of the impactful big projects, well, they're fundamental projects now in the SciPy and PyData ecosystem, they all started with the people in the domain trying to scratch their own itch. And the whole idea of scratching your own itch is something that the open source or the free software world has known for a long time. But in the scientific computing areas, these are assistant professors or electrical engineering grad students. They didn't have really a lot of programming skill necessarily, but Python was just good enough for them to put something together that fit in their domain, right? So it's almost like it's a necessity is the mother of invention aspect, and also it was a really harsh filter for utility and compactness and expressiveness. Like it was too hard to use that they wouldn't have built it because there was just too much trouble, right? It was a side project for them.
And also necessity creates a kind of deadline. It seems like a lot of these projects are quickly thrown together in the first step. And that, even though it's flawed, that just seems to work well for software projects.
Well, it does work well for software projects in general, and in this particular space, one of my colleagues, Stan Sieber, identified this, that all the projects in the SciPy ecosystem, if we just rattle them off, there's NumPy, there's SciPy, built by different collaborations of people, although Travis is the heart of both of them. But NumPy coming from numeric and number, these are different people. And then you've got Pandas, you've got Jupyter, or IPython, there's Matplotlib, there's just so many others that I'm going to adjust this by trying to name them all. But all of them are actually different people. And as they rolled out their projects, the fact that they had limited resources meant that they were humble about scope. A great famous hacker, Jamie Zawiski, once said that every geek's dream is to build the ultimate middleware, right? And the thing is, with these scientists turned programmers, they had no such thing. They were just trying to write something that was a little bit better for what they needed in MATLAB. And they were going to leverage what everyone else had built. So naturally, almost in kind of this annealing process or whatever, we built a very modular cover of the basic needs of a scientific computing library.
If you look at the whole human story, how much of a leap is it? We've developed all kinds of languages, all kinds of methodologies for communication. It just kind of like grew this collective intelligence. Civilization grew, it expanded. We wrote a bunch of books, and now we tweet. How big of a leap is programming if programming is yet another language? Is it just some nice little trick that's temporary in our human history, or is it like a big leap in the almost becoming another organism at a higher level of abstraction? something else?
I think the act of programming or using grammatical constructions of some underlying primitives, that is something that humans do learn, but every human learns this. Anyone who can speak learns how to do this. What makes programming different has been that up to this point, when we try to give instructions to computing systems, all of our computers, well, actually, it's not quite true, but I'll first say it and then I'll tell you why it's not true. But for the most part, we think computers as being these iterated systems. So when we program, we're being very precise to iterated systems that then run at incomprehensible speed and run those instructions. In my experience, some people are just better equipped to model systematic iterated systems. Well, iterated systems in their head. Some people are really good at that, but other people are not. And so when you have, like, for instance, sometimes people have tried to build systems that make programming easier by making it visual, drag and drop. And the issue is you can have a drag and drop thing, but once you start having to iterate the system with conditional logic, handling case statements and branch statements and all these other things, the visual drag and drop part doesn't save you anything. You still have to reason about this giant iterated system with all these different conditions around it. That's the hard part, right? So handling iterated logic, that's the hard part. The languages we use merge to give us an ability and capability over these things. One exception to this rule, of course, is the most popular programming system in the world, which is Excel, which is a data flow and a data-driven, immediate mode, a data transformation-oriented programming system. And this actually not an accident, but that system is the most popular programming system because it's so accessible to a much broader group of people. I do think as we build future computing systems, you're actually already seeing this a little bit. It's much more about composition of modular blocks. They themselves actually maintain all their internal state, and the interfaces between them are well-defined data schemas. And so to stitch these things together using like IFTTT or Zapier or any of these kind of, I would say compositional scripting kinds of things, I mean, HyperCard is also a little bit in this vein. That's much more accessible to most people. It's really that implicit state that's so hard for people to track.
Yeah, okay, so that's modular stuff, but there's also an aspect where you're standing on the shoulders of giants. You're building like higher and higher levels of abstraction. You do that a little bit with language. So with language, you develop sort of ideas, philosophies from Plato and so on, and then you kind of leverage those philosophies to try to have a deeper and deeper conversation. But with programming, it seems like you can build much more complicated systems. Like without knowing how everything works, you can build on top of the work of others. And it seems like you're developing more and more sophisticated expressions, the ability to express ideas in a computational space.
I think it's worth pondering the difference here between complexity and complication. Okay, right?
Back to Excel.
Well, not quite back to Excel, but the idea is, when we have a human conversation, all languages for humans emerged to support human relational communications, which is that the person we're communicating with is a person, and they would communicate back to us. And so we sort of hit a resonance point, right, when we actually agree on some concepts. So there's a messiness to it and a fluidity to it. With computing systems, when we express something to the computer that's wrong, we just try again. So we can basically live many virtual worlds of having failed at expressing ourselves to the computer until the one time we expressed ourselves right. Then we kind of put it in production and then discover that it's still wrong, a few days down the road. So I think the sophistication of the things that we build with computing, one has to really pay attention to the difference between when an end user is expressing something onto a system that exists versus when they're extending the system to increase the system's capability for someone else to then interface with. And we happen to use the same language for both of those things in most cases, but it doesn't have to be that. And Excel is actually a great example of this, of kind of a counterpoint to that.
Okay, so what about the idea of, you said messiness?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you put the software 2.0 idea, this idea of machine learning, into the further and further steps into the world of messiness. The same kind of beautiful messiness of human communication. Isn't that what machine learning is? Is building on levels of abstraction that don't have messiness in them. That at the operating system level, then there's Python, the programming languages that have more and more power. But then finally, there's neural networks that ultimately work with data, and so the programming is almost in the space of data, and the data is allowed to be messy. Isn't that a kind of program? So the idea of software 2.0 is a lot of the programming happens in the space of data.
Mm-hmm.
Back to Excel. All roads lead back to Excel. In the space of data, and also the hyperparameters of the neural networks, and all of those allow the same kind of messiness that human communication allows.
It does, but my background is in physics. I took like 2 CS courses in college, so I don't have. I did cram a bunch of CS in prep when I applied for grad school, but still, I don't have a formal background in computer science. But what I have observed in studying programming languages and programming systems and things like that is that there seems to be this triangle. It's one of these beautiful little iron triangles that you find in life sometimes. And it's the connection between the code correctness and kind of expressiveness of code, the semantics of the data, and then the kind of correctness or parameters of the underlying hardware compute system. So there's the algorithms that you want to apply. There's what the bits that are stored on whatever media actually represents, the semantics of the data within the representation, and then there's what the computer can actually do. And every programming system, every information system, ultimately finds some spot in the middle of this little triangle. Sometimes some systems collapse them into just one edge.
Are we including humans as a system in this?
No, I'm just thinking about computer systems here. Okay, and the reason I bring this up is because I believe there's no free lunch around this stuff. So if we build machine learning systems to sort of write the correct code that is at a certain level of performance, so it'll sort of select, right, with the hyperparameters, we can tune kind of how we want the performance boundary and SLA to look like for transforming some set of inputs into certain kinds of outputs. That training process itself is intrinsically sensitive to the kinds of inputs we put into it. It's sensitive to the boundary conditions for the performance. So I think even as we move to using automated systems to build this transformation, as opposed to humans explicitly from a top-down perspective, figuring out, well, this schema and this database and these columns get selected for this algorithm, and here we'll put a Fibonacci heap for some other thing. Human design or computer design, ultimately what we hit, the boundaries that we hit with these information systems is when the representation of the data hits the real world is where there's a lot of slop and a lot of interpretation. And that's where actually I think a lot of the work will go in the future, is actually understanding kind of how to better, in the view of these live data systems, how to better encode the semantics of the world for those things. There'll be less of the details of how we write a particular SQL query.
Okay, but given the semantics of the real world and the messiness of that, what does the word correctness mean when you're talking about code?
There's a lot of dimensions to correctness. Historically, and this is one of the reasons I say that we're coming to the end of the era of software, because for the last 40 years or so, software correctness was really defined about functional correctness. I write a function, it's got some inputs, does it produce the right outputs? If so, then I can turn it on, hook up the live database, and it goes. And more now, we have, in fact, I think the bright line is between machine learning systems or modern data-driven systems versus classical software systems is that the values of the input actually have to be considered with the function together to say this whole thing is correct or not. And usually there's a performance SLA as well. Like, did it actually finish making this SLA? Sorry, service level agreement. So it has to return within some time. You have a 10 millisecond time budget to return a prediction of this level of accuracy, right? So these are things that were not traditionally in most business computing systems for the last 20 years at all. People didn't think about it. But now we have value dependence on functional correctness. So that question of correctness is becoming a bigger and bigger question.
Where does that map to the end of software?
We've thought about software as just this thing that you can do in isolation with some test trial inputs and in a very very sort of sandboxed environment. And we can quantify how does it scale, how does it perform, how many nodes do we need to allocate if we want to scale for this many inputs. when we start turning this stuff into prediction systems, real cybernetic systems, you're going to find scenarios where you get inputs that you don't want to spend a little more time thinking about. You're going to find inputs that are not, it's not clear what you should do, right? So then the software has a varying amount of runtime and correctness with regard to input. And that is a different kind of system altogether. Now it's a full-on cybernetic system. It's a next-generation information system that is not like traditional software systems.
Can you maybe describe what is a cybernetic system? Do you include humans in that picture? So is a human in the loop kind of complex mess of the whole kind of interactivity of software with the real world, or is it something more concrete?
Well, when I say cybernetic, I really do mean that the software itself is closing the observe-oriented design act by itself. So humans being out of the loop is the fact of what, for me, makes it a cybernetic system.
And humans are out of that loop.
When humans are out of the loop, when the machine is actually sort of deciding on its own what it should do next to get more information, that makes it a cybernetic system. So we're just at the dawn of this, right? I think everyone talking about MLAI, it's great, but really the thing we should be talking about is when we really enter the cybernetic era, and all of the questions of ethics and governance and correctness and all these things, they really are the most important questions.
Okay, we'll just linger on this. What
Sure.
does it mean for the human to be out of the loop in a cybernetic system? Because isn't the cybernetic system that's ultimately accomplishes some kind of purpose that at the bottom, turtles all the way down at the bottom, turtle is a human.
Well, the human may have set some criteria, but the human wasn't precise. So, for instance, I just read the other day that earlier this year, maybe it was last year at some point, the Libyan army, I think, sent out some automated killer drones with explosives. And there was no human in the loop at that point. They basically put them in a geofenced area, said find any moving target, like a truck or vehicle that looks like this, and boom. That's not a human in the loop, right?
So increasingly, the less human there is in the loop, the more concerned you are about these kinds of systems, because there's unintended consequences. It looks like less the original designer and engineer of the system is able to predict. Even one with good intent is able to predict the consequences of such a system.
That's right. There are some software systems, right, that run without humans in the loop that are quite complex. That's like the electronic markets. And we get flash crashes all the time. We get, in the heyday of high frequency trading, there's a lot of market microstructure, people doing all sorts of weird stuff that the market designers have never really thought about, contemplated, or intended. So when we run these full-on systems with these automated trading bots, now they become automated, killer drones, and then all sorts of other stuff. We are. That's what I mean by we're at the dawn of the cybernetic era and the end of the era of just pure software.
Are you more concerned if you're thinking about cybernetic systems, or even like self-replicating systems, so systems that aren't just doing a particular task, but are able to sort of multiply and scale in some dimension, in the digital or even the physical world? Are you more concerned about like the lobster being boiled, so a gradual, with us not noticing, collapse of civilization, or a big explosion? It's like, oops, kind of a big thing where everyone notices, but it's too late.
I think that it will be a different experience for different people. I do share a common point of view with some of the climate. People are concerned about climate change and just the big existential risks that we have. But unlike a lot of people who share my level of concern, I think the collapse will not be quite so dramatic as some of them think. And what I mean is that I think that for certain tiers of, let's say, economic class or certain locations in the world, people will experience dramatic collapse scenarios. But for a lot of people, especially in the developed world, the realities of collapse will be managed. There will be narrative management around it so that they essentially insulate, the middle class will be used to insulate the upper class from the pitchforks and the flaming torches and everything.
It's interesting because so my specific question wasn't as general. My question is more about cybernetic systems, so software.
Okay.
It's interesting, but it would nevertheless perhaps be about class. So the effect of algorithms might affect certain classes more than others.
Absolutely.
I was more thinking about whether it's social media algorithms or actual robots. is there going to be a gradual effect on us where we wake up one day and don't recognize the humans we are? Or is it something truly dramatic where there's, like a meltdown of a nuclear reactor kind of thing, Chernobyl, like catastrophic events that are almost bugs in a program that scaled itself too quickly?
Yeah, I'm not as concerned about the visible stuff. And the reason is because the big visible explosions, this is something I said about social media, is that, at least with nuclear weapons, when a nuke goes off, you can see it, and you're like, well, that's really, wow, that's kind of bad, right? I mean, Oppenheimer was reciting the Bhagavad Gita, right, when he saw one of those things go off. So we can see nukes are really bad.
He's not reciting anything about Twitter.
Well, but then when you have social media, when you have all these different things that conspire to create a layer of virtual experience for people that alienates them from reality and from each other, that's very pernicious. That's impossible to see, right? And it kind of slowly gets in there. So
you've written about this idea of virtuality in this topic, which you define as a subjective phenomenon of knowingly engaging with virtual sensation and perception and suspending or forgetting the context that it's simulacrum. So let me ask, what is real? Is there a hard line between reality and virtuality? Like perception drifts from some kind of physical reality.
Mm-hmm.
We have to kind of have a sense of what is the line we've gone too far.
Right. For me, it's not about any hard line of physical reality as much as a simple question of does the particular technology help people connect in a more integral way with other people, with their environment, with all of the full spectrum of things around them. So it's less about, this is a virtual thing and this is a hard real thing, more about when we create virtual representations of the real things, always some things are lost in translation. Usually many, many dimensions are lost in translation, right? We're now coming to almost 2 years of COVID, people on Zoom all the time. It's different when you meet somebody in person. When you see them I've seen you on YouTube lots, right? But seeing in person is very different. And so I think when we engage in virtual experiences all the time, and we only do that, there is absolutely a level of embodiment. There's a level of embodied experience and participatory interaction that is lost. And it's very hard to put your finger on exactly what it is. It's hard to say, we're going to spend $100 million building a new system that captures this 5% better, higher fidelity human expression. No one's going to pay for that, right? So when we rush madly into a world of simulacrum and virtuality, the things that are lost it's difficult. Once everyone moves there, it can be hard to look back and see what we've lost.
So is it irrecoverably lost, or rather, when you put it all on the table, is it possible for more to be gained than is lost? If you look at video games, they create virtual experiences that are surreal and can bring joy to a lot of people, can connect a lot of people, and can get people to talk a lot of trash. So it can bring out the best and the worst in people. So is it possible to have a future world where the pros outweigh the cons?
It is. I mean, it's possible to have that in the current world. But when literally trillions of dollars of capital are tied to using those things to groom the worst of our inclinations and to attack our weaknesses in the limbic system, to create these things into id machines versus connection machines, then those good things don't stand a chance.
Can you make a lot of money by building connection machines? Is it possible, do you think, to bring out the best in human nature to create fulfilling connections and relationships in the digital world and make a shit ton of
money? If I figure it out, I'll let you know.
Well, what's your intuition without concretely knowing what's the solution?
My intuition is that a lot of our digital technologies give us the ability to have synthetic connections or to experience virtuality. They have co-evolved with sort of the human expectations. It's sort of like sugary drinks. As people have more sugary drinks, they need more sugary drinks to get that same hit, right? So with these virtual things, and with TV, and fast cuts and TikToks and all these other kinds of things. We're co-creating essentially humanity that sort of asks and needs those things. It now becomes very difficult to get people to slow down. It's difficult for people to hold their attention on slow things and actually feel that embodied experience, right? So mindfulness now more than ever is so important in schools and as a therapy technique for people because our environment has been accelerated. And McLuhan actually talks about this in the electric environment of the television. That was before TikTok and before front-facing cameras. So I think for me the concern is that it's not like we can ever switch to doing something better, but more of the humans and technology, they're not independent of each other. The technology that we use kind of molds what we need for the next generation of technology.
Yeah, but humans are intelligent and they're introspective and they can reflect on the experiences of their life. So, for example, there have been many years in my life where I ate an excessive amount of sugar. And at a certain moment, I woke up and said, why do I keep doing this? This doesn't feel good, like long term. And I think, so going through the TikTok process of realizing, okay, when I shorten my attention span, actually that does not make me feel good longer term. And realizing that and then going to platforms, going to places that are away from the sugar. So in so doing, you can create platforms that can make a lot of money to help people wake up to what actually makes them feel good long term, develop, grow as human beings. And it just feels like humans are more intelligent than mice looking for cheese. They're able to sort of think. I mean, we can contemplate our mortality, and contemplate things like long-term love, and we can have a long-term fear of certain things like mortality. We can contemplate whether the experiences, the sort of the drugs of daily life that we've been partaking in is making us happier or better people. And then once we contemplate that, we can make financial decisions in using services, paying for services that are making us better people. So it just seems that we're in the very first stages of social networks that just were able to make a lot of money really quickly. But in bringing out sometimes the bad parts of human nature, they didn't destroy humans. They just fed everybody a lot of sugar. And now everyone's going to wake up and say, hey, we're going to start having like sugar-free social media.
Right. Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I think some people certainly have the capacity for that. I certainly think, I mean, it's very interesting, even the way you said it. You woke up one day and you thought, well, this doesn't feel very good. Well, that's still your limbic system saying this doesn't feel very good, right? You have a cat brain's worth of neurons around your gut, right? And so maybe that saturated and that was telling you, hey, this isn't good. Humans are more than just mice looking for cheese or monkeys looking for sex and power, right? So
let's slow down. Now now a lot of people would argue on that one. But yes.
Well, we're more than just that, but we're at least that, and we're very, very seldom not that. So I don't actually disagree with you that we could be better and that better platforms exist, and people are voluntarily noping out of things like Facebook and noping out of it's a great term. Yeah, I love it. I use it all the time. You're welcome.
To nope out of that.
I want to nope out of that, right? It's gonna be a hard pass, and that's great. But that's, again, to your point, that's the first generation of front-facing cameras, of social pressures, and you as a self-starter, self-aware adult have the capacity to say, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go and spend time on long-form meetings. I'm going to spend time managing my attention. I'm going to do some yoga. If you're a 15-year-old in high school and your entire social environment is everyone doing these things, guess what you're going to do? You're going to kind of have to do that because your limbic system says, hey, I need to get the guy or the girl or whatever, and that's what I'm going to do. And so one of the things that we have to reason about here is the social media systems, or social media, I think, is our first encounter with a technological system that runs a bit of a loop around our own cognition and attention. It's not the last. It's far from the last. And it gets to the heart of some of the philosophical Achilles heel of the Western philosophical system, which is each person gets to make their own determination. Each person is an individual that's sacrosanct in their agency and their sovereignty and all these things. The problem with these systems is they come down and they are able to manage everyone en masse. And so every person's making their own decision, but together the bigger system is causing them to act with a group dynamic that's very profitable for people. So this is the issue that we have, is that our philosophies are actually not geared to understand what is it for a person to have a high trust connection as part of a collective, and for that collective to have its right to coherency and agency. That's something like when a social media app causes a family to break apart, it's done harm to more than just individuals, right? So that concept is not something we really talk about or think about very much, but that's actually the problem, is that we're vapor molecules into atomic units, and then we're hitting all the atoms with certain things that's like, yeah, well, that person chose to look at my app.
So our understanding of human nature is at the individual level. It emphasizes the individual too much, because ultimately society operates at the collective level.
And these apps do as well.
And the app as well. So for us to understand the progression and development of this organism we call human civilization, we have to think at the collective level too.
I would say multi-tiered.
So individual as well.
Individuals, family units, social collectives, and on the way up.
So you've said that individual humans are multi-layered, susceptible to signals and waves and multiple strata: the physical, the biological, social, cultural, intellectual. So sort of going along these lines, can you describe the layers of the cake that is a human being, and maybe the human collective, human society?
So I'm just stealing wholesale here from Robert Pirsig, who is the author of Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. And in his follow-on book, is a sequel to it called Lila. He goes into this in a little more detail, but it's a crude approach to thinking about people, but I think it's still an advancement over traditional subject-object metaphysics, where we look at people as a dualist would say, well, is your mind, your consciousness, is that just merely the matter that's in your brain, or is there something kind of more beyond that? And they would say, yes, there's a soul, sort of ineffable soul beyond just merely the physical body, right? And then, and I'm not one of those people, right? I think that we don't have to draw a line between are things only this or only that. Collectives of things can emerge structures and patterns that are just as real as the underlying pieces, but they're transcendent, but they're still of the underlying pieces. So your body is this way. I mean, we just know physically you consist of atoms and whatnot, and then the atoms are arranged into molecules, which then arrange into certain kinds of structures that seem to have a homeostasis to them. We call them cells. And those cells form, sort of biological structures. Those biological structures give your body its physical ability and biological ability to consume energy and to maintain homeostasis. But humans are social animals. I mean, a human by themselves is not very long for the world. So we also, part of our biology is wired to connect to other people, to from the mirror neurons to our language centers and all these other things. So we are intrinsically, there's a part of us that wants to be part of a thing. If we're around other people, not saying a word, but they're just up and down, jumping and dancing, laughing, we're going to feel better. Right? And there was no exchange of physical anything. They didn't give us like 5 atoms of happiness, right? But there's an induction in our own sense of self that is at that social level. And then beyond that, Pirsig puts the intellectual level kind of one level higher than the social. I think they're actually more intertwined than that. But the intellectual level is the level of pure ideas, that you are a vessel for views, you're a vessel for philosophies. You will conduct yourself in a particular way. I mean, I think part of this is, if we think about it from a physics perspective, you're not, there's the joke that physicists like to approximate things. We'll say, well, approximate a spherical cow, right? You're not a spherical cow, you're not a spherical human. You're a messy human, and we can't even say what the dynamics of motion will be unless we analyze all 4 of these layers, right? If you're Muslim at a certain time of day, guess what? You're going to be on the ground kneeling and praying, right? And that has nothing to do with your biological need to get on the ground or physics of gravity. It is an intellectual drive that you have. It's a cultural phenomenon and an intellectual belief that you carry. So that's what the 4-layered stack is all about. It's that a person is not only one of these things. They're all of these things at the same time. It's a superposition of dynamics that run through us that make us who we are.
So no layer is special.
Not so much no layer is special. Each layer is just different. But we are.
Each layer gets the participation trophy.
Each layer is a part of what you are. You are a layer cake, right, of all these things. And if we try to deny, right, so many philosophies do try to deny the reality of some of these things, right? Some people will say, well, we're only atoms. Well, we're not only atoms, because there's a lot of other things that are only atoms. That can reduce a human being to a bunch of soup, and they're not the same thing, even though it's the same atoms. So I think the order and the patterns that emerge within humans, to understand, to really think about what a next generation of philosophy would look like, that would allow us to reason about extending humans into the digital realm, or to interact with autonomous intelligences that are not biological in nature. We really need to appreciate what human beings actually are is the superposition of these different layers.
You mentioned consciousness. Are each of these layers of cake conscious? Is consciousness a particular quality of one of the layers? Is there like a spike if you have a consciousness detector at these layers? Mm-hmm. Or is something that just permeates all of these layers and just takes its different form?
I believe what humans experience as consciousness is something that sits on a gradient scale of a general principle in the universe that seems to look for order and reach for order when there's an excess of energy. You know, it would be odd to say a proton is alive, right? It'd be odd to say that this particular atom or molecule of hydrogen gas is alive, but there's certainly something we can make assemblages of these things that have autopoietic aspects to them, that will create structures, that will, crystalline solids will form very interesting, beautiful structures. This gets kind of into weird mathematical territories. You start thinking about Penrose and Game of Life stuff, about the generativity in math itself, like the hyperreal numbers, things like that. But without going down that rabbit hole, I would say that there seems to be a tendency in the world that when there is excess energy, things will structure and pattern themselves. And they will then actually furthermore try to create an environment that furthers their continued stability. It's the concept of externalized extended phenotype or niche construction. So this is ultimately what leads to certain kinds of amino acids forming certain kinds of structures and so on and so forth until you get the ladder of life. So when we experience it as consciousness, no, I don't think cells are conscious at that level. But is there something beyond mere equilibrium state biology and chemistry and biochemistry that drives what makes things work? I think there is. So Adrian Bajan has this constructal law. There's other things you look at when you look at the life sciences and you look at any kind of statistical physics and statistical mechanics. When you look at things far out of equilibrium, when you have excess energy, what happens then? Life doesn't just make a hotter soup. It starts making structure. There's something there.
The poetry of reaches for order when there's an excess of energy.
Mm-hmm.
Because you brought up Game of Life. You did it, not me. I love cellular automata, so I have to sort of linger on that for a little bit. So cellular automata, I guess, or Game of Life is a very simple example of reaching for order when there's an excess of energy. Or reaching for order and somehow creating complexity. Within like this explosion of just turmoil, somehow trying to construct structures. And in so doing, create very elaborate organism-looking type things.
Mm-hmm.
What intuition do you draw from this simple mechanism?
Well, I like to turn that around its head and look at it as, what if every single one of the patterns created life, or created, not life, but created interesting patterns? Because some of them don't, and sometimes you make cool gliders, and other times you start with certain things and you make gliders and other things that then construct like and gates and not gates, right? And you build computers on them. All of these rules that create these patterns that we can see, those are just the patterns we can see. What if our subjectivity is actually limiting our ability to perceive the order in all of it? What if some of the things that we think are random are actually not that random? We're simply not integrating at a fine enough level across a broad enough time horizon. And this is again, I say we go down the rabbit hole of some Penrose stuff, or like Wolfram's explorations on these things. There is something deep and beautiful in the mathematics of all this that is, hopefully one day I'll have enough money to work at the tired just to ponder those questions. But there's something there.
But you're saying there's a ceiling to when you have enough money, you retire and you ponder it. There's a ceiling to how much you can truly ponder because there's cognitive limitations in what you're able to perceive as a pattern.
Yeah.
So, and maybe mathematics extends your perception capabilities, but it's still finite. It's just like
the mathematics we use is mathematics that can fit in our head. Did God really create the integers? Or did God create all of it? And we just happen, at this point in time, to be able to perceive integers.
Well, if you just did the positive,
She created and then we...
she just created the natural numbers, and then we screw it all up with zero, and then I guess, okay.
But we did. We created mathematical operations so that we can have iterated steps to approach bigger problems, right? I mean, the entire point of the Arabic numeral system and it's a rubric for mapping a certain set of operations, folding them into a simple little expression. But that's just the operations that we can fit in our heads. And there are many other operations besides, right?
The thing that worries me the most about aliens and humans is that the aliens are all around us and we're too dumb to see them.
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Or life, let's say just life of all kinds of forms, or organisms. You know what? Just even the intelligence of organisms is imperceptible to us because we're too dumb and self-centered.
Well, we're looking for a particular kind of thing. When I was at Cornell, I had a lovely professor of Asian religions, Chamberlain Law, and she would tell this story about a musician, a Western musician, who went to Japan, and he taught classical music and could play all sorts of instruments. He went to Japan, and he would ask people. He would basically be looking for things in the style of the Western, chromatic scale and these kinds of things. And then finding none of it, he would say, well, there's really no music in Japan. But they're using a different scale. They're playing different kinds of instruments, right? The same thing she was using as sort of a metaphor for religion as well. In the West, we center a lot of religion, certainly the religions of Abraham, we center them around belief. And in the East, it's more about practice, right? Spirituality and practice rather than belief. So anyway, the point is here, to your point, life, I think so many people are so fixated on certain aspects of self-replication or, homeostasis or whatever. But if we kind of broaden and generalize this thing of things reaching for order, under which conditions can they then create an environment that sustains that order, that allows them, the invention of death is an interesting thing. There are some organisms on Earth that are thousands of years old. And it's not like they're incredibly complex. It's actually simpler than the cells that comprise us, but they never die. So at some point, death was invented, somewhere along the eukaryotic scale. I mean, protists, right? There's death. And why is that? Along with the sexual reproduction, right? There is something about the renewal process, something about the ability to respond to a changing environment where it just becomes, just killing off the old generation and letting new generations try seems to be the best way to fit into the niche.
Human historian seems to write about wheels and fire as the greatest inventions, but it seems like death and sex are pretty good, and they're kind of essential inventions at the very beginning.
Well, we didn't invent them, right?
Well, Rod, you didn't invent them. I see us as one. You, particular Homo sapien, did not invent them, but we together. It's a team project. Is what you're saying.
I think the greatest Homo sapien invention is collaboration.
So when you say collaboration, Peter, where do ideas come from, and how do they take hold in society? Is that the nature of collaboration? Is that the basic atom of collaboration? Is ideas?
It's not ideas, but it's not only ideas. There's a book I just started reading called Death from a Distance. Have you heard of this? It's a really fascinating thesis, which is that humans are the only conspecific, the only species that can kill other members of the species from range. And maybe there's a few exceptions, but if you look in the animal world, you see like pronghorns butting heads, right? You see the alpha lion and the beta lion, and they take each other down. Humans, we develop the ability to chuck rocks at each other and at prey, but also at each other. And that means the beta male can chuck a rock at the alpha male and take them down. And he can throw a lot of rocks, actually. Miss a bunch of times, but just hit once and be good. So this ability to actually kill members of our own species from range without a threat of harm to ourselves created essentially mutually assured destruction, where we had to evolve cooperation. If we didn't, then if we just continue to try to do like I'm the biggest monkey in the tribe and I'm gonna, own this tribe and you have to go. If we do it that way, then those tribes basically failed. And the tribes that persisted and that have now given rise to modern Homo sapiens are the ones where respecting the fact that we can kill each other from range without a part, like there's an asymmetric ability to snipe the leader from range. That meant that we sort of had to learn how to cooperate with each other. Right, come back here, don't throw that rock at me. Let's talk our differences out.
So violence is also part of collaboration.
The threat of violence, let's say. Well, the recognition, maybe the better way to put it, is the recognition that we have more to gain by working together than the prisoner's dilemma of both of us defending.
So mutually assured destruction in all its forms is part of this idea of collaboration.
Well, and Eric Weinstein talks about our nuclear peace, right? I mean, it kind of sucks with thousands of warheads aimed at each other in Russia and the U.S., but it's like, on the other hand, we only fought proxy wars, right? We did not have another World War III of like hundreds of millions of people dying to like machine gun fire and giant, guided missiles.
So the original nuclear weapon is a rock that we have to throw, essentially.
The original scope of the world for any human being was their little tribe. I would say it still is for the most part.
Eric Weinstein speaks very highly of you, which is very surprising to me at first because I didn't know there's this depth to you, because I knew you as an amazing leader of engineers and an engineer yourself and so on. It's fascinating. Maybe just as a comment, a side tangent that we can take. What's the nature of your friendship with Eric Weinstein? How did such two interesting paths cross? Is it your origins in physics? Is it your interest in philosophy and the ideas of how the world works? What is it?
It's very random. It's Eric found me. He actually found Travis and I.
Travis
Oliphant. Yeah, we were both working at a company called Enthought back in the mid 2000s, and we're doing a lot of consulting around scientific Python. And we'd made some tools, and Eric was trying to use some of these Python tools to visualize. They had a fiber bundle approach to modeling certain aspects of economics. He was doing this, and that's how he kind of got in touch with us. And so
this was in the early.
This was mid 2000s, 07 timeframe, 06, 07.
Eric Weinstein trying to use Python
to visualize fiber bundles, using some of the tools that we've built in the open source.
That's somehow entertaining.
That's funny. It's really funny. But then, we've met with him a couple of times. Really interesting guy. And then in the wake of the 07-08 kind of financial collapse, he helped organize with Lee Smolin a symposium at the Perimeter Institute about, clearly, big finance can't be trusted. Government's in its pockets with regulatory capture. What the F do we do? And all sorts of people. Nassim Taleb was there, and Andy Lowe from MIT was there, and Bill Janeway. I mean, just a lot of top billing people were there. And he invited me and Travis and another one of our coworkers, Robert Kern, who is anyone in the SciPy, NumPy community knows Robert. Really great guy. So the three of us also got invited to go to this thing. And that's where I met Brett Weinstein for the first time as well. Yeah, I knew him before he got all famous for unfortunate reasons, I guess. But anyway, we met then and kind of had a friendship, throughout since then.
You have a depth of thinking that kind of runs with Eric in terms of just thinking about the world deeply and thinking philosophically. And then there's Eric's interest in programming. I think never, he'll bring up programming to me quite a bit as a metaphor for stuff.
Right.
But I never kind of pushed the point of like, what's the nature of your interest in programming? I think he saw it probably as a tool.
Yeah, absolutely.
To visualize, to explore mathematics and explore physics. But and I was wondering, like, what's his depth of interest and also his vision for what programming would look like in the future. Have you had interaction with him, like discussion in the space of Python
no,
and programming?
Well, in the sense of sometimes he asks me, why is this stuff still so hard? everybody's a critic, but But actually, no, Eric. Eric
Programming, I mean, like
yes. Well, not programming in general, but certain things in Python. But he actually, I think what I find in listening to some of his stuff is that he does use programming metaphors a lot. Right? He'll talk about APIs or object oriented and things like that. So I think that's a useful set of frames for him to draw upon for discourse. I haven't pair programmed with him in a very long time.
you've previously
Well, I mean,
paired
look,
coders with
we're
their
trying to help like put together some visualization around these things, but it's been a very not really pair programmed, but like even looked at his code. Right?
How legendary would be is that like Git repo with Peter Wang and Eric Weinstein?
Well, honestly, Robert Kern did all the heavy lifting, so I have to give credit where credit is due. Robert is the silent but incredibly deep, quiet, not silent, but quiet but incredibly deep individual at the heart of a lot of those things that Eric was trying to do. But we did have, as Travis and I were starting our company in 2012 timeframe, we went to New York. Eric was still in New York at the time. He hadn't moved to. This was before he joined Field Capital. We just had like a steak dinner somewhere. It was Keaton's, I don't know, somewhere in New York. So it was me, Travis, Eric, and then Wes McKinney, the creative Pandas, and then Wes's the business partner Adam. The five of us sat around having this just a hilarious time, amazing dinner. I forget what all we talked about, but it was one of those conversations which I wish as soon as COVID is over, maybe Eric and I can sit down and recreate it somewhere in LA, or maybe he comes here. There's a lot of cool people here in Austin, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, we're all here. You should come here.
Come here.
Yeah.
So he uses the metaphor source code sometimes to talk about physics when we figure out our own source code. So you with the physics background and somebody who's quite a bit of an expert in source code, do you think we will ever figure out our own source code in the way that Eric means? Do you think we'll figure out the nature of
we're constantly working on that problem. I mean, I think we'll make more and more progress. For me, there's some things I don't really doubt too much. Like, I don't really doubt that one day we will create a synthetic, maybe not fully in silicon, but a synthetic approach to cognition that rivals the biological 20-watt computers in our heads.
What's cognition here?
Cognition,
which aspect?
perception, attention, memory, recall, asking better questions. That for me is the measure of health.
Doesn't room the vacuum thing already do that? Or do you mean, it doesn't ask questions?
I mean, no. So, I mean, I have a recall, but it's
it
not
asks
even
questions.
as smart as my cat, right? So
Yeah, but it asks questions about what is this wall? It now a new feature asks, is this poop or not? Apparently.
yes, a lot of our current cybernetic system, it's a cybernetic system. It will go and it will happily vacuum up some food, right? The older generations would.
New one, just released. It's not vacuum up the food.
Okay.
This is a commercial.
I wonder if it still gets stuck under my first rung of my stair. In any case, these cybernetic systems we have, they are they're designed to be sent off into a relatively static environment. And whatever dynamic things happen in the environment, they have a very limited capacity to respond to. The human baby, the human toddler of 18 months of age has more capacity to manage its own attention and its own capacity to make better sense of the world than the most advanced robots today. So again, my cat, I think, did a better job of mine too. They're both pretty clever. So I do think, though, back to my kind of original point, I think that it's not a question at all that we will be able to create synthetic systems that are able to do this better than the human, at an equal level or better than the human mind. It's also, for me, not a question that we will be able to put them alongside humans so that they capture the full broad spectrum of what we are seeing as well, and also looking at our responses, listening to our responses, even maybe measuring certain vital signs about us. So in this kind of sidecar mode, a greater intelligence could use us and our 80 years of life to train itself up, and then be a very good simulacrum of us moving forward.
Right. So who is in the sidecar in that picture in the future exactly?
The baby version of our immortal selves.
Okay, so once the baby grows up, is there any use for humans?
I think so. I think that out of epistemic humility, we need to keep humans around for a long time. And I would hope that anyone making those systems would believe that to be true.
Out of epistemic humility. But what's the nature of the humility that
we don't know what we don't know?
So we don't
right?
So we don't
First,
know.
first we have to build systems that help us do the things that we do know about, that can then probe the unknowns that we know about. But the unknown unknowns, we don't know. We can always know. Nature is the one thing that is infinitely able to surprise us. So we should keep biological humans around for a very, 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 very long time, even after our immortal selves have transcended, have gone off to explore other worlds, gone to go communicate with the life forms living in the sun or whatever else. So, I think that's for me. These seem like things that are going to happen. Like I don't really question that they're going to happen, assuming we don't completely, distort ourselves.
Is it possible to create an AI system that you fall in love with and it falls in love with you and you have a romantic relationship with it or a deep friendship with it?
I would hope that is the design criteria for any of these systems. If we cannot have a meaningful relationship with it, then it's still just a chunk of silicon.
So then what is meaningful? Because back to sugar.
Well, sugar doesn't love you back, right? So the computer has to love you back. And what does love mean? Well, in this context, for me, love, I'm going to take a page from Alain de Botton. Love means that it wants to help us become the best version of ourselves.
That's beautiful. That's a beautiful definition of love. So what role does love play in the human condition at the individual level and at the group level? Because you were kind of saying that we should really consider humans both at the individual and the group and the societal level. What's the role of love in this whole thing? We talked about sex, we talked about death, thanks to the bacteria that invented it. At which point did we invent love, by the way? I mean, is that also?
No, I think love is the start of it all, and the feelings of, and this is sort of beyond just romantic, sensual, whatever kind of things, but actually genuine love as we have for another person. Love as it would be used in a religious text, right? I think that capacity to feel love more than consciousness, that is the universal thing. Our feeling of love is actually a sense of that generativity. We can look at another person and see that they can be something more than they are, and more than just what we, a pigeonhole we might stick them in. We see, I think there's, in any religious text you'll find voiced some concept of this, that you should see the grace of God in that person, right? That they're made in the spirit of what, the love that God feels for his creation, or her creation. And so I think this thing is actually the root of it. So I would say, before I don't think molecules of water feel consciousness, have consciousness, but there is some micro quantum thing of love that's the generativity, when there's more energy than what they need to maintain equilibrium. And that, when you sum it all up, is something that leads to, I had my mind blown one day as an undergrad at the physics computer lab. I logged in, and when you log into Bash for a long time, there was a little fortune that would come out, and it said, "Man was created by water to carry itself uphill." And I was logging in to work on some problem set, and I logged in and I saw that, and I just said, I logged out, and I went to the coffee shop, and I got a coffee, and I sat there on the quad. I'm like, it's not wrong, and yet, WTF, right? So when you look at it that way, it's like, yeah, okay, non-equilibrium physics is a thing. And so when we think about love, when we think about these kinds of things, I would say that in the modern day human condition, there's a lot of talk about freedom and individual liberty and rights and all these things, but that's very Hegelian. It's very kind of following from the Western philosophy of the individual as sacrosanct, but it's not really couched, I think, the right way. Because it should be, how do we maximize people's ability to love each other, to love themselves first, to love each other, their responsibilities to the previous generation, to the future generations. And those are the kinds of things that should be our design criteria, right? Those should be what we start with, to then come up with the philosophies of self and of rights and responsibilities. But that love being at the center of it, I think, design systems for cognition, it should absolutely be built that way. I think if we simply focus on efficiency and productivity, these kind of very industrial era, all the things that Marx had issues with, right? That's a way to go and really, I think, go off the deep end in the wrong way.
So one of the interesting consequences of thinking of life in this hierarchical way of an individual human, and then there's groups and there's societies, is I believe that you believe that corporations are people. So this is a kind of a politically dense idea and all those kinds of things. If we just throw politics aside, if we throw all of that aside, in which sense do you believe that corporations are people?
So,
And how does love connect to that?
right. So the belief is that groups of people have some kind of higher level, I would say, mesoscopic claim to agency. So where do I, let's start with this. Most people would say, okay, individuals have claims to agency and sovereignty. Nations, we certainly act as if nations, so at a very large scale, nations have rights to sovereignty and agency. Like everyone plays the game of modernity as if that's true. Right? We believe France is a thing, we believe the United States is a thing. But to say that groups of people at a smaller level than that, like a family unit, is a thing. Well, in our laws, we actually do encode this concept. I believe that in a relationship, in a marriage, right, one partner can sue for loss of consortium, right, if someone breaks up the marriage or whatever. So these are concepts that even in law we do respect. There is something about the union and about the family. So for me, I don't think it's so weird to think that groups of people have a claim to rights and sovereignty of some degree. I mean, we look at clubs, we look at churches. We talk about these collectives of people as if they have a real agency to them, and then they do. But I think if we take that one step further, to say, okay, they can accrue resources. Well, yes, check. By law they can. They can own land. They can engage in contracts. They can do all these different kinds of things. So we, in legal terms, support this idea that groups of people have rights. Where we go wrong on this stuff is that the most popular version of this is the for-profit absentee owner corporation that then is able to amass larger resources than anyone else in the landscape, anything else, any other entity of equivalent size. And they're able to essentially bully around individuals, whether it's laborers, whether it's people whose resources they want to capture. They're also able to bully around on our system of representation, which is still tied to individuals, right? So I don't believe that's correct. I don't think it's good that they're people, but they're assholes. I don't think that corporations as people act like assholes is a good thing. But the idea that collectives and collections of people, that we should treat them philosophically as having some
Agency.
And some mass at a mesoscopic level, I think that's an important thing, because one thing I do think we underappreciate sometimes is the fact that relationships have relationships. There's not just individuals having relationships with each other, but if you have 8 people seated around a table, right, each person has a relationship with each of the others. That's obvious. But then if it's 4 couples, each couple also has a relationship with each of the other couples, right? The dyads do. And if it's couples, but one is the father and mother older, and then one of their children and their spouse, that family unit of 4 has a relationship with the other family unit of 4. So the idea that relationships have relationships is something that we know in navigating the social landscape, but it's not something I hear expressed like that. It's certainly not something that is, I think, taken into account very well when we design these kinds of things. So I think the reason why I care a lot about this is because I think the future of humanity requires us to form better collective sense-making units at something, around Dunbar number, half to 5x Dunbar. And that's very different than right now, where we defer sense-making to massive, aging zombie institutions. Or we just do it ourselves. We go it alone, go to the dark force of the internet.
So that's really interesting. So you've talked about agency, I think maybe calling it a convenient fiction at all these different levels. So even at the human individual level, it's kind of a fiction. We all believe, because we are, like you said, made of cells, and cells are made of atoms. So that's a useful fiction. And then there's nations. That seems to be a useful fiction. But it seems like some fictions are better than others. There's a lot of people that argue the fiction of nation is a bad idea. One of them lives 2 doors down from me, Michael Malice, who's an anarchist.
Mhm.
I'm sure there's a lot of people who are into meditation that believe the idea, this useful fiction of agency of an individual, is troublesome as well. We need to let go of that in order to truly, to transcend. I don't know what words you want to use, but suffering, or to elevate the experience of life. So you're kind of arguing that, okay, so we have some of these useful fictions of agency. We should add a stronger fiction that we tell ourselves about the agency of groups in the hundreds of half a Dunbar's number, 5x Dunbar's number.
Yeah, something like that. And we call them fictions, but really they're rules of the game, right? Rules that we feel are fair, or rules that we consent to.
Yeah, I always question those when I lose, like a Monopoly. That's when I usually question those. When I'm winning, I don't question those.
We should play a game of Monopoly someday. There's a tricky version of it that we can do.
What kind of
Contract Monopoly. It was introduced by a friend of mine to me, where you can write contracts on future earnings or landing on various things, and you can hand out you can land the first 3 times you land on Park Places free or whatever. And then you can start trading those contracts for money.
and then you create a human civilization. And somehow Bitcoin comes into it. Okay, but some of these.
Actually, I bet if me and you and Eric sat down to play a game of Monopoly and we were to make NFTs out of the contracts we wrote, we could make a lot of money. Now, it's a terrible idea.
Yes.
I would never do it, but I bet we could actually sell the NFTs around.
I have other ideas to make money that I could tell you, and they're all terrible ideas, including cat videos on the internet. Okay, but some of these rules of the game, some of these fictions it seems like they're better than others.
They've worked this far to cohere to organize human collective action.
But you're saying like something about, especially this technological age, requires modified fictions, stories of agency. Why the Dunbar number, and also, how do you select a group of people? Dunbar numbers, I think, I have the sense that it's overused as a kind of law that somehow we can have deep human connection at this scale. Like some of it feels like an interface problem too.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like if I have the right tools, I can deeply connect with a larger number of people. Mm-hmm. It just feels like there's a huge value to interacting just in person, getting to share traumatic experiences together, beautiful experiences together. There's other experiences like that in the digital space that you can share. It just feels like Dunbar's number can be expanded significantly, perhaps not to the level of millions and billions, but it feels like it could be expanded. So how do we find the right interface, you think, for having a little bit of a collective here that has agency?
You're right that there's many different ways that we can build trust with each other. My friend Joe Edelman talks about a few different ways that mutual appreciation, trustful conflict, just experiencing something there's a variety of different things that we can do. But all those things take time, and you have to be present. The less present you are, there's just, again, a no free lunch principle here. The less present you are, the more of them you can do, but then the less connection you build. So I think there is sort of a human capacity issue around some of these things. Now, that being said, if we can use certain technologies, so for instance, if I write a little monograph on my view of the world, you read it asynchronously at some point, and you're like, wow, Peter, this is great. Here's mine. I read it. I'm like, wow, Lex, this is awesome. We can be friends without having to spend 10 years, figuring all this stuff out together. We can just read each other's thing and be like, oh yeah, this guy's exactly in my wheelhouse, and vice versa. And we can then, connect just a few times a year and maintain a high trust relationship. It can expand a little bit, but it also requires, these things are not all technological in nature. It requires the individual themselves to have a certain level of capacity, to have a certain lack of neuroticism, right? If you want to use the Ocean Big Five sort of model, people have to be pretty centered. The less centered you are, the fewer authentic connections you can really build for a particular unit of time. It just takes more time. Other people have to put up with your crap. Like there's just a lot of the stuff that you have to deal with if you are not so well balanced, right? So yes, we can help people get better to where they can develop more relationships faster, and then you can maybe expand dump our number by quite a bit. But you're not going to do it. I think it's going to be hard to get it beyond 10x, kind of the rough swag of what it is. You know.
Well, don't you think that AI systems could be an addition to Dunbar's number? So, like, why
Do you count as one system or multiple AI systems?
multiple AI systems? So, I do believe that AI systems, for them to integrate into human society as it is now, have to have a sense of agency. So, there has to be a individual, because otherwise we wouldn't relate to them.
We could engage certain kinds of individuals to make sense of them for us and be almost like, did you watch Star Trek? Like Voyager, like there's the Volta, who are like the interfaces, the ambassadors for the Dominion. We may have ambassadors that speak on behalf of the systems. They're like the Mentats of Dune, maybe, or something like this. I mean, we already have this to some extent. If you look at the biggest sort of, I wouldn't say AI system, but the biggest cybernetic system in the world is the financial markets. It runs outside of any individual's control. And you have an entire stack of people on Wall Street analysts, to CNBC reporters, whatever. They're all helping to communicate, what does this mean? You know, like Jim Cramer like running around and yelling stuff. Like all of these people are part of that lowering of the complexity there to meet sense, you know, to help do sense making for people, or whatever capacity they're at. And I don't see this changing with AI systems. I think you would have ringside commentators talking about all the stuff that this AI system is trying to do over here and over here. Because it's actually a super intelligence. So you want to talk about humans interfacing, making first contact with super intelligence, we're already there. We do it pretty poorly, and if you look at the gradient of power and money, what happens is people closest to it will absolutely exploit their distance for personal financial gain. So we should look at that and be like, oh, well, that's probably what the future will look like as well. But nonetheless, I mean, we're already doing this kind of thing. So in the future, we can have AI systems, but you are still going to have to trust people to bridge the sense-making gap to them.
See, I just feel like there could be like millions of AI systems that have agencies. You say one superintelligence. Superintelligence in that context means it's able to solve particular problems extremely well. But there's some aspect of human-like intelligence that's necessary to be integrated into human society. So not financial markets, not sort of weather prediction systems, or I don't know, logistics optimization. I'm more referring to things that you interact with on the intellectual level.
Yeah.
That I think requires, there has to be a backstory, there has to be personality. I believe it has to fear its own mortality in a genuine way. Like there has to be many of the elements that we humans experience that are fundamental to the human condition, because otherwise we would not have a deep connection with it.
Mm-hmm. But I don't think having a deep connection with it is necessarily going to stop us from building a thing that has quite an alien intelligence aspect.
Sure.
So the other kind of alien intelligence on this planet is octopuses, or octopodes, or whatever you want to call it. Octopi. Yeah, there's a little controversy as to what the plural is, I guess. But an octopus. An octopus. It really acts as a collective intelligence of 8 intelligent arms. Right? Its arms have a tremendous amount of neural density to them, and I see, if we can build, I mean, just let's go with what you're saying. If we build a singular intelligence that interfaces with humans, that has a sense of agency, so we can run the cybernetic loop and develop its own theory of mind as well as a theory of action. All these things, I agree with you, but that's the necessary components to build a real intelligence. Right? There's got to be something at stake. It's got to make a decision. It's got to then run the OODA loop. Okay, so we build one of those. Well, if we can build one of those, we probably build 5 million of them. So build 5 million of them, and if their cognitive systems are already digitized and already kind of there, we stick an antenna on each of them, bring it all back to a hive mind that maybe doesn't make all the individual decisions for them, but treats each one as almost like a neuronal input at a much higher bandwidth and fidelity. Going back to a central system that is then able to perceive much broader dynamics that we can't see. In the same way that a phased array radar, right? You think about how phased array radar works. It's just sensitivity. It's just radars, and then it's hypersensitivity in really big timing between all of them. And with a flat array, it's as good as a curved radar dish. right? So with these things, it's a phased array of cybernetic systems that'll give the centralized intelligence much, much better, much higher fidelity understanding of what's actually happening.
But the more power, the more understanding the central superintelligence has, the dumber the individual fingers of this intelligence are. I think.
Not necessarily.
My thing.
I don't see what has to be.
This argument. There has to be the experience of the individual agent has to have the full richness of the human-like experience. You have to be able to be driving the car in the rain, listening to Bruce Springsteen, and all of a sudden break out in tears because remembering something that happened to you in high school.
We can implant those memories if that's really. But
but the central agency, I guess I'm saying for in my view, for intelligence to be born, you have to have a decentralization. Like each one has to struggle and reach. So each one in excess of energy has to reach for order, as opposed to a central place doing so.
Have you ever read some sci-fi where there's hive minds? Like the Werner Vinge, I think, has one of these, and some of the stuff from from the Commonwealth Saga. The idea that you're an individual, but you're connected with a few other individuals telepathically as well, and together you form a swarm. So if you are, I'm going to ask you, what do you think is the experience of if you are a board, right? If you are if you're part of this hive mind, outside of all the aesthetics, forget the aesthetics. Internally, what is your experience like? Because I have a theory as to what that looks like.
The one question I have for you about that experience is, how much is there a feeling of freedom, of free will? Because I, obviously, as a human, very biased, but also somebody who values freedom and biased, it feels like the experience of freedom is essential for trying stuff out, to being creative and doing something truly novel, which is at the core of.
Yeah, well, I don't think you have to lose any freedom when you're in that mode. Because I think what happens is you're still thinking about this in the sense of a top-down command and control hierarchy, which is not what it has to be at all. I think the experience, so I'll just, show my cards here. I think the experience of being a robot in that robot swarm, a robot who has agency over their own local environment, that's doing sense-making and reporting it back to the hive mind, I think that robot's experience would be one of when the hive mind is working well, it would be an experience of talking to God, right? That you essentially are reporting to, you're sort of saying, here's what I see. I think this is what's going to happen over here. I'm going to go do this thing because I think if I'm going to do this, this will make this change happen in the environment. And then God, she may tell you, that's great. And in fact, your brothers and sisters will join you to help make this go better, right? And then she can let your brothers and sisters know, hey, Peter's going to go do this thing. Would you like to help him? Because we think that this will make this thing go better. And they'll say, yes, we'll help him. So the whole thing could be actually very emergent. The sense of, what does it feel like to be a cell in a network that is alive, that is generative? And I think actually the feeling is serendipity, that there's random order, not random disorder or chaos, but random order. Just when you need it to hear Bruce Springsteen, you turn on the radio and bam, it's Bruce Springsteen, right? That feeling of serendipity, I feel like this is a bit of a flight of fancy, but every cell in your body must have, what does it feel like to be a cell in your body? When it needs sugar, there's sugar. When it needs oxygen, there's just oxygen. Now, when it needs to go and do its work and pull, as one of your muscle fibers, right? It does its work, and it's great. It contributes to the cause, right? So this is all, again, a flight of fancy. But I think as we extrapolate up, what does it feel like to be an independent individual with some bounded sense of freedom? All sense of freedom is actually bounded, but with a bounded sense of freedom that still lives within a network that has orbit to it. And I feel like it has to be a feeling of serendipity.
So the cell is a feeling of serendipity, even though
it has no way of explaining why it's getting oxygen and sugar when it gets it. So
you have to, each individual component has to be too dumb to understand the big picture.
No, the big picture is bigger than what it can understand.
But isn't that an essential characteristic of the individual, is to be too dumb to understand the bigger picture? Not dumb necessarily, but limited in its capacity to understand. The moment you understand, I feel like that leads to if you tell me now that there's some bigger intelligence controlling everything I do, intelligence broadly defined, meaning like, even the Sam Harris thing, there's no free will. If I'm smart enough to truly understand that that's the case, that's gonna, I don't know if I...
We got a philosophical breakdown.
Yeah.
Right? Because we're in the West and we're pumped full of this stuff of like, you are a golden, fully free individual with all your freedoms and all your liberties, and go grab a gun and shoot whatever you want to. No, it's actually, you don't actually have a lot of these, you're not unconstrained, but the areas where you can manifest agency, you're free to do those things. You can say whatever you want on this podcast. You can create a podcast, right?
Yeah.
You're not, I mean, you have a lot of this kind of freedom, but even as you're doing this, you are actually, I guess, where the denouement of this is that we are already intelligent agents in such a system, right? In that one of these like robots of 1 of 5 million little swarm robots or one of the board, they're just posting an internal bulletin board. I mean, maybe the board cube is just a giant Facebook machine floating in space, and everyone's just posting on there. They're just posting really fast. And like, oh yeah,
it's called the metaverse now.
But that's called the metaverse. That's right. Here's the Enterprise. Maybe we should all go shoot it. Yeah, everyone upvotes, and they're going to go shoot it, right? But we already are part of a human online collaborative environment and collaborative sense-making system. It's not very good yet. It's got the overhangs of zombie sense-making institutions all over it. But as that washes away, and as we get better at this, we are going to see humanity improving at speeds that are unthinkable in the past. And it's not because anyone's freedoms were limited. In fact, the open source, when we started this with open source software, right? The collaboration, what the internet surfaced, was the ability for people all over the world to collaborate and produce some of the most foundational software that's in use today. Right? That entire ecosystem was created by collaborators all over the place. So these online kind of swarm kind of things are not novel. It's just, I'm just suggesting that future AI systems, if you can build one smart system, you have no reason not to build multiple. If you build multiple, there's no reason not to integrate them all into a collective sense-making substrate. And that thing will certainly have emergent intelligence that none of the individuals, probably not any human designers, will be able to really, put a bow around and explain.
But in some sense, would that AI system still be able to go like rural Texas, buy a ranch, go off the grid, go full survivalist? Like, can you disconnect from the hive mind?
You may not want to.
To be ineffective, to be intelligent.
You have access to way more intelligence capability for 5 million other really, really smart cyborgs. Why would you leave?
So, like, there's the word control that comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't feel like control, like overbearing control. It's just.
I think systems. This is to your point. I mean, look at how uncomfortable you are with this concept, right? I think systems that feel like overbearing control will not evolutionarily win out. I think systems that give their individual elements the feeling of serendipity and the feeling of agency, that will, those systems will win. But that's not to say that there will not be emergent higher level order on top of it. And that's the thing, that's the philosophical breakdown that we're staring right at, which is in the Western mind, I think there's a very sharp delineation between explicit control, Cartesian, like what is the vector, where is the position, where is it going? It's completely deterministic. And kind of this idea that things emerge. Everything we see is the emergent patterns of other things. And there is agency when there's extra energy.
So you have spoken about a kind of meaning crisis that we're going through.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like since we invented sex and death, we broadly speaking, we've been searching for a kind of meaning. So it feels like human civilization has been going through a meaning crisis of different flavors throughout its history. How is this particular meaning crisis different? Or is it really a crisis and it wasn't previously? What's your sense?
A lot of human history, there wasn't so much a meaning crisis, there was just a food and not getting eaten by bears crisis, right? Once you get to a point where you can make food, there was the not getting killed by other humans crisis. So sitting around wondering what it's all about is actually a relatively recent luxury. And to some extent, the meaning crisis coming out of that is precisely because, well, not precisely because I believe that meaning is the consequence of when we make consequential decisions. It's tied to agency, right? When we make consequential decisions, that generates meaning. So if we make a lot of decisions, but we don't see the consequences of them, then it feels like, what was the point, right? But if there's all these big things happening, but we're just going to the right, then it also does not feel very meaningful. Meaning, as far as I can tell, is my working definition of Survey 2021 is generally the result of a person making a consequential decision, acting on it, and then seeing the consequences of it. So historically, just when humans are in survival mode, you're making consequential decisions all the time. So there's not a lack of meaning because like you either got eaten or you didn't. Right? You got some food and that's great, you feel good. Like all consequential decisions. Only in post fossil fuel and industrial revolution could we create a massive leisure class. I could sit around not being threatened by bears, not starving to death, making decisions somewhat, but a lot of times not seeing the consequences of any decisions they make. The general sort of sense of anomie, to use the French term for it, in the wake of the consumer society, in the wake of mass media, telling everyone, hey, choosing between Hermes and Chanel is a meaningful decision. No, it's not. It's
I don't know what either of those mean.
Oh, there's the high-end luxury purses and crap like that. Right. But the point is that we give people the idea that consumption is meaning, that making a choice of this team versus that team, spectating, has meaning. So we produce all of these different things that are as if meaning, right? But really making a decision that has no consequences for us. And so that creates the meaning.
Well, you're saying choosing between Chanel and the other one has no consequence. I mean, why is one more meaningful than the other?
It's not that it's more meaningful than the other. It's that you make a decision between these two brands, and you're told this brand will make me look better in front of other people. If I buy this brand of car, if I wear that brand of apparel, right? The idea, like a lot of decisions we make, are around consumption, but consumption by itself doesn't actually yield meaning. Gaining social status does provide meaning. So that's why in this era of abundant production, we so many things turn into status games. Then the NFT kind of explosion is a similar kind of thing. Everywhere there are status games because we just have so much excess production.
But aren't those status games a source of meaning? Like why do the games we play have to be grounded in physical reality like they are when you're trying to run away from life? Why can't we, in this virtuality world, on social media, why can't we play the games on social media, even the dark ones?
Right, we can.
And you're saying that's created a meaning crisis.
Well, there's a meaning crisis in that there's two aspects of it. Number one, playing those kinds of status games oftentimes requires destroying the planet because it ties to consumption, consuming the latest and greatest version of a thing, buying the latest limited edition sneaker, and throwing out all the old ones. Maybe keep some of the old ones, but the amount of sneakers we have to cut up and destroy every year to create artificial scarcity for the next generation, right? This is kind of stuff that's not great. It's not great at all. So conspicuous consumption fueling status games is really bad for the planet, not sustainable. The second thing is you can play these kinds of status games, but then what it does is it renders you captured to the virtual environment. The status games that the really wealthy people are playing are all around the hard resources where they're going to build the factories, they're going to have the fuel and the rare earths to make the next generation of robots. They're then going to run game, run circles around you and your children. So that's another reason not to play those virtual status games.
So you're saying ultimately the big picture game is won by people who have access or control over actual hard resources. So you don't see a society where most of the games are played in the virtual space.
Don't be captured in physical space. It all builds. It's just like the stack of human being, right? If you only play the game at the cultural and the intellectual level, the people with the hard resources and access to layer 0 physical are going to own you.
But isn't money not connected to, or less and less connected to our resources and money still seems to work. It's a virtual technology.
There's different kinds of money. Part of the reason that some of the stuff is able to go a little unhinged is because the big sovereignties where one spends money and uses money and plays money games and inflates money, their ability to adjudicate the physical resources and hard resources and land and things like that, those have not been challenged in a very long time.
So, we went off the gold standard. Most money is not connected to physical resources. It's an idea.
Mm-hmm.
And that idea is very closely connected to status.
But it's also tied to, it's actually tied to law. It is tied to some physical hard things, so you have to pay your taxes.
Yes, so it's always at the end going to be connected to the blockchain and physical reality. So in the case of law and taxes, it's connected to government, and government is what violence is the. I'm playing
the monopoly of violence.
Devil's advocate here. I'm popping one devil off the stack at a time. This isn't ultimately, of course, it'll be connected to physical reality, but just because people control the physical reality doesn't mean the status. LeBron James, in theory, could make more money than the owners of the teams, in theory. And to me, that's a virtual idea. So somebody else constructed a game, and now you're playing in the space of virtual, in the virtual space of the game. And so it just feels like there could be games where status, we build realities that give us meaning in the virtual space. I can imagine such things being possible.
Oh yeah, okay. So I see what you're saying there. With the idea there, we'll take the LeBron James side and put in some YouTube influencer.
Yes, sure.
Right. So the YouTube influencer, it is status games, but at a certain level, it precipitates into real dollars and into you look at Mr. Beast, right? He's setting off $500,000 worth of fireworks or something, right, on a YouTube video.
And also saving, saving trees and so on.
Sure, right. Trying to plant 1 million trees with Mark Rober or whatever it was. Yeah, it's not that those kinds of games can't lead to real consequences. It's that for the vast majority of people in consumer culture, they are incented by I would say mostly I'm thinking about middle class consumers. They're incented by advertisements, they're incented by their mimetic environment to treat the purchasing of certain things, the need to buy the latest model, whatever, the need to appear, however, the need to pursue status games as a driver of meaning. And my point would be that it's a very hollow driver. And that is what creates a meaning crisis. Because at the end of the day, it's like eating a lot of empty calories, right? Yeah, it tasted good going down, a lot of sugar, but man, it was not enough protein to help build your muscles. And you kind of feel that in your gut. And I think that's, so all the stuff aside, setting aside a discussion on currency, which I hope we get back to, that's what I mean about the meaning crisis, part of it being created by the fact that we don't, we're not encouraged to have more and more direct relationships. We're actually alienated from relating to even our family members sometimes, right? We're encouraged to relate to brands. We're encouraged to relate to these kinds of things that then tell us to do things that are really of low consequence. And that's where the meaning crisis comes from.
So the role of technology in this, so there's something you mentioned with Jacques Ellul. His view of technology, he warns about the towering powers of technique, which I guess is a broad idea of technology.
Yes.
So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, for him, technology is bad. It's moving away from human nature, and it's ultimately destructive. Well, my question, broadly speaking, this meaning crisis: can technology? What are the pros and cons of technology? Can it be a good?
Yeah, I think it can be. I certainly draw on some of Lowell's ideas, and I think some of them are pretty good. But the way he defines technique is, also Simondon as well. He speaks to the general mentality of efficiency. Homogenized processes, homogenized production, homogenized labor to produce homogenized artifacts that then are not actually, they don't sit well in the environment. So it's essentially, you can think of it as the antonym of craft. Whereas a craftsman will come to, a problem, maybe a piece of wood, and then you make it into a chair. It may be a site to build a house or build a stable or build, whatever. And they will consider how to bring various things in to build something well contextualized that's in right relationship with that environment. But the way we have driven technology over the last 150 years is not that at all. It is how can we, make sure the input materials are homogenized, cut to the same size, diluted and doped to exactly the right alloy concentrations. How do we create machines that then consume exactly the right kind of energy to be able to run at this high speed to stamp out the same parts, which then go out the door. Everyone gets the same Tickle Me Elmo. And the reason why everyone wants it is because we have broadcast that tells everyone this is the cool thing. So we homogenize demand, right? And we're like Baudrillard and the other critiques of modernity coming from that direction. The situation was, well, their point is that at this point in time, consumption is the thing that drives a lot of the economic stuff, not the need, but the need to consume and build status games on top. So we have homogenized. When we discovered, I think this is really like Bernays and stuff, right? In the early 20th century, we discovered we can create demand, we can create desire in a way that was not possible before because of broadcast media. And not only do we create desire, we don't create a desire for each person to connect to some bespoke thing to build a relationship with their neighbor or their spouse. We are telling them, you need to consume this brand. You need to drive this vehicle. You got to listen to this music. Have you heard this? Have you seen this movie? Right? So creating a homogenized demand makes it really cheap to create homogenized product. And now you have economics of scale. You make the same Tickle Me Elmo, give it to all the kids, and all the kids are like, hey, I got a Tickle Me Elmo, right? So this is ultimately where this ties in then to runaway hypercapitalism, is that we then have capitalism is always looking for growth. It's always looking for growth. And growth only happens at the margins. So you have to squeeze more demand out. You got to make it cheaper and cheaper to make the same thing, but tell everyone they're still getting meaning from it. You're still like, this is your Tickle Me Elmo, right? And we see little bits of this critiques of this dripping in popular culture. You see it sometimes. It's when Buzz Lightyear walks into the thing. He's like, oh my God, toy store, I'm just a toy. Like there's there's hundreds of other Buzz Lightyears just like me, right? That is, I think, a fun Pixar critique on this homogenization dynamic.
I agree with you on most of the things you're saying, so I'm playing devil's advocate here. But, this homogenized machine of capitalism is also the thing that is able to fund, if channeled correctly, innovation, invention, development of totally new things that, in the best possible world, create all kinds of new experiences that can enrich lives, the quality of lives for all kinds of people. So isn't this the machine that actually enables the experiences and more experiences that will then give meaning?
It has done that to some extent. I mean, it's not all good or bad from my perspective. We can always look backwards and offer a critique of the path we've taken to get to this point in time. But that's somewhat different and informs the discussion. But it's somewhat different than the question of where do we go in the future, right? Sure. Is this still the same rocket we need to ride to get to the next point? Will even get us to the next point?
Well, how does this, so you predict in the future, how does it go wrong if you...
We have the mechanisms, we have now explored enough technologies to where we can actually, I think, sustainably produce what most people in the world need to live. We have also created the infrastructures to allow continued research and development of additional science and medicine and various other kinds of things. The organizing principles that we use to govern all these things today a lot of them have been just inherited from, honestly, medieval times. Some of them have refactored a little bit in the industrial era, but a lot of these modes of organizing people are deeply problematic. And furthermore, they're rooted in, I think, a very industrial mode perspective on human labor. And this is one of those things, I'm going to go back to the open source thing. There was a point in time Let me ask you this. If you look at the core SciPy sort of collection of libraries, so SciPy, NumPy, Matplotlib, right? There's IPython Notebook, let's throw pandas in there, scikit-learn, a few of these things. How much value do you think, economic value, would you say they drive in the world today?
That's one of the fascinating things about talking to you and Travis. It's just like it's immeasurable. It's like
at least $1 billion a day, maybe?
$1 billion, sure. I mean, it's like it's a similar question of like how much value does Wikipedia create?
Right.
It's like all of it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you look at our systems, when you do a Google search, right? Because some of that stuff runs through TensorFlow, but when you look at Siri, when you do credit card transactions, fraud, like just everything, right? Every intelligence agency under the sun, they're using some aspect of these kinds of tools. So I would say that these create billions of dollars of value.
You mean like direct use of tools that leverage?
Yes, direct. Yeah.
Yeah, even that's billions a day. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Easily, I think. Like the things they could not do if they didn't have these tools, right?
Yes.
So that's billions of dollars a day. Great. I think that's about right. Now, if we take how many people did it take to make that, right? And there was a point in time, not anymore, but there was a point in time when they could fit in a van. I could have fit them in my Mercedes. Right? And so if you look at that, like, holy crap, literally a van of maybe a dozen people could create value to the tune of billions of dollars a day.
What lesson do you draw from that?
Well, here's the thing. What can we do to do more of that? Like, that's open source. The way I've talked about this in other environments is when we use generative, participatory, crowdsourced approaches, we unlock human potential at a level that is better than what capitalism can do. I would challenge anyone to go and try to hire the right 12 people in the world to build that entire stack the way those 12 people did that, right? They would be very, very hard pressed to do that. If a hedge fund could just hire a dozen people and create like something that is worth billions of dollars a day, every single one of them would be racing to do it, right? But finding the right people, fostering the right collaborations, getting it adopted by the right other people to then refine it, that is a thing that was organic in nature. That took crowdsourcing. That took a lot of the open source ethos. That took the right kinds of people, right? None of those people who started that said, I need to have a part of a multi-billion dollar a day sort of enterprise. They're like, I'm doing this cool thing to solve my problem for my friends, right? So the point of telling the story is to say that our way of thinking about value, our way of thinking about allocation of resources, our ways of thinking about property rights and all these kinds of things, they come from finite gain, scarcity mentality, medieval institutions. As we are now entering, to some extent, we are sort of in a post-scarcity era, although some people are hoarding a whole lot of stuff. We are at a point where, if not now, soon, we'll be in a post-scarcity era. The question of how we allocate resources has to be revisited at a fundamental level. Because the kind of software that these people built, the modalities that those human ecologies that built the software, it treats software as unproperty. Actually, sharing creates value. Restricting, forking reduces value. So that's different than any other physical resource that we've ever dealt with. It's different than how most corporations treat software IP, right? So if treating software in this way created this much value efficiently, so cheap, because feeding a dozen people for 10 years is really cheap, right? That's the reason I care about this right now, is because looking forward, when we can't automate a lot of labor, where we can, in fact, the programming for your robot in your neck of the woods, in your part of the Amazon, to build something sustainable for you and your tribe, to deliver the right medicines, to take care of the kids, that's just software. That's just code that can be totally open sourced, right? So we can actually get to a mode where all of this additional generative things that humans are doing, they don't have to be wrapped up in a container and then we charge for all the exponential dynamics out of it. That's what Facebook did. That's what modern social media did, right? Because the old internet was connecting people just fine. So Facebook came along and said, well, anyone can post a picture, anyone can post some text. And we're going to amplify the crap out of it to everyone else. And it exploded this generative network of human interaction. And then it said, how do I make money off that? Oh yeah, I'm going to be a gatekeeper on everybody's attention. And that's how we make money.
So how do we create more than one van? How do we have millions of vans full of people that create NumPy, SciPy, that create Python? So, the story of those people is often they have some kind of job outside of this. This is what they're doing for fun. Don't you need to have a job? Don't you have to be connected, plugged in to the capitalist system? Isn't that what, isn't this consumerism the engine that results in the individuals that kind of take a break from it every once in a while to create something magical? Like at the edges is
right. The question of surplus, right? This is the question. Like if everyone were to go and run their own farm, no one would have time to go and write NumPy, SciPy, right? Maybe, but that's what I'm talking about when I say we're maybe at a post-scarcity point for a lot of people. The question that we're never encouraged to ask in a Super Bowl ad is, how much do you need? How much is enough? Do you need to have a new car every 2 years, every 5? Do you have a reliable car? Do you drive one for 10 years? Is that all right? No, I had a car for 10 years. It was fine. Your iPhone, do you have to upgrade every 2 years? I mean, sort of, you're using the same apps you did 4 years ago, right?
This should be a Super Bowl ad.
This should be a Super Bowl ad. That's great. Maybe
do you really need a new iPhone?
Maybe one of our listeners will fund something like this. No, but just actually bring it back. Bring it back to actually the question of, what do you need? How do we create the infrastructure for collectives of people to live on the basis of providing, what we need, meeting people's needs with a little bit of excess to handle emergencies, things like that, pulling our resources together to handle the really, really big, emergencies. Somebody with a really rare type of cancer, or some massive fire sweeps through, half the village or whatever. But can we actually unscale things and solve for people's needs, and then give them the capacity to explore how to be the best version of themselves? And for Travis, that was throwing away his shot of tenure in order to write NumPy. For others, it's there is a saying in the sci-fi community that sci-fi advances one failed postdoc at a time, and that's we can do these things. We can actually do this kind of collaboration because code, software, information organization, that's cheap. That those bits are very cheap to fly across the oceans.
So you mentioned Travis. We've been talking, and we'll continue to talk about open source. Maybe you can comment. How did you meet Travis? Who is Travis Alfine? What's your relationship been like through the years? Where did you work together? How did you meet? What's the present and the future look like?
Yeah, so the first time I met Travis was at a sci-fi conference in Pasadena.
Do you remember the year?
2005. I was working at Thought, working on scientific computing consulting, and a couple of years later, he joined us at Thought, I think 2007, and he came in as president. One of the founders of Thought was the CEO, Eric Jones, and we're all very excited that Travis is joining us, and that was great fun. And so I worked with Travis on a number of consulting projects, and we worked on some open source stuff. I mean, it was a good time there. And then
it was primarily Python related.
Oh yeah, it was all Python, NumPy, SciPy, consulting kind of stuff. Towards the end of that time, we started getting called into more and more finance shops. They were adopting Python pretty heavily. I did some work on at a high frequency trading shop, working some stuff, and then we worked together on some at a couple of investment banks in Manhattan. And so we started seeing that there was a potential to take Python in the direction of business computing, more than just being this niche like MATLAB replacement for big vector computing. What we were seeing was, oh yeah, you could actually use Python as a Swiss Army knife to do a lot of shadow data transformation kind of stuff. So that's when we realized the potential is much greater. And so we started Anaconda, I think it was called Continuum Analytics at the time. We started in January of 2012 with the vision of shoring up the parts of Python that needed to get expanded to handle data at scale, to do web visualization, application development, etc. And that was that, yeah. So he was CEO, and I was president for the first 5 years, and then we raised some money, and the board sort of put in a new CEO. They hired a kind of professional CEO, and Travis, maybe laugh at that. I took over the CTO role. Travis then left after a year to do his own thing, do Quantside, which was more oriented around some of the bootstrap years that we did at Continuum, where it was open source and consulting. It wasn't sort of like gung-ho product development, and it wasn't focused on, we accidentally stumbled into the package management problem at Anaconda, but we had a lot of other visions for other technology that we built in open source. And Travis was really trying to push, again, the frontiers of numerical computing, vector computing, handling things like auto differentiation and stuff intrinsically in the open ecosystem. So I think that's that's kind of the direction he's working on in some of his work. We remain great friends and and colleagues and collaborators, even though he's no longer day to day working at Anaconda. But he gives me a lot of feedback about this and that and the other.
Well, what's a big lesson about life, about programming, about leadership?
Wow, there's a lot. Travis is a really, really good guy. His heart is really in it. He cares a lot.
I've gotten that sense having interacted with him. It's so interesting. Such a good
he's a really good dude. And he and I, it's so interesting. We come from very different backgrounds. We're quite different as people. But we, I think we can not talk for a long time and then be on a conversation and be eye to eye on 90% of things. And so he's someone who I believe, no matter how much fog settles into the ocean, my ship are pointed sort of in the same direction.
Wow,
so
that's a beautiful way to phrase it. No matter how much fog there is, they'll point at the same star.
Yeah, and I hope he feels the same way. I hope he knows that over the years now. We both care a lot about the community. For someone who cares so deeply, I would say this about Travis, it's interesting. For someone who cares so deeply about the nerd details of type system design and vector computing and efficiency of expressing this and that and the other, memory layouts and all that stuff, he cares even more about the people in the ecosystem and the community. And I have a similar kind of alignment. I care a lot about the tech. I really do. But for me, the beauty of what this human ecology has produced is, I think, a touchstone. It's an early version. We can look at it and say, how do we replicate this for humanity at scale? What this open source collaboration was able to produce. How can we be generative in human collaboration moving forward and create that as a civilizational kind of dynamic? Can we seize this moment to do that? Because a lot of the other open source movements, it's all nerds nerding out on code for nerds, and this, because it's scientists, because it's people working on data, that all of it faces real human problems. I think we have an opportunity to actually make a bigger impact.
Is there a way for this kind of open source vision to make money?
Absolutely.
To fund the people involved?
It's hard. It's hard, but we're trying to do that in our own way at Anaconda, because we know that business users, as they use more of this stuff, they have needs, that business-specific needs around security, provenance. They really can't tell their VPs and their investors, hey, we're having, our data set, not just installing random packages from who knows where and running on customer data. So they have to have someone to talk to, and that's what Anaconda does. So we are, a governed source of packages for them, and that's great. That makes some money. We take some of that and we just take that as a dividend. We take a percentage of our revenues and write that as a dividend for the open source community. But beyond that, I really see the development of a marketplace for people to create notebooks, models, data sets, curation of these different kinds of things, and to really have a long tail marketplace dynamic with that.
Can you speak about this problem that you stumbled into of package management, Python package management? What is that? A lot of people speak very highly of Conda, which is part of Anaconda, which is a package manager. There's a ton of packages. So first, what are package managers? And second, what was there before? What is it? And why is Conda more awesome?
The package problem is this, which is that in order to do numerical computing efficiently with Python, there are a lot of low-level libraries that need to be compiled with a C compiler or a C++ compiler or Fortran compiler. They need to not just be compiled, but they need to be compiled with all of the right settings. And oftentimes those settings are tuned for specific chip architectures. And when you add GPUs to the mix, when you look at different operating systems, you may be on the same chip, but if you're running Mac versus Linux versus Windows on the same x86 chip, you compile them differently. All of this complexity is beyond the capability of most data scientists to reason about, and it's also beyond what most of the package developers want to deal with too. If you're a package developer, you're like, I code on Linux, this works for me, I'm good. It is not my problem to figure out how to build this on an ancient version of Windows, right? That's just simply not my problem. So what we end up with is we have a a very creative crowdsourced environment where people want to use this stuff, but they can't. And so we ended up creating a new set of technologies like a build recipe system, a build system, and an installer system that is able to, to put it simply, it's able to build these packages correctly on each of these different kinds of platforms and operating systems, and make it so when people want to install something, they can't. It's just one command. They don't have to set up a big compiler system and do all these things. So when it works well, it works great. Now the difficulty is we have literally thousands of people writing code in the ecosystem, building all sorts of stuff, and each person writing code, they may take a dependency on something else. And so all of this web, incredibly complex web dependencies. So installing the correct package for any given set of packages you want, getting that right subgraph is an incredibly hard problem. And again, most data scientists don't want to think about this. They're like, I want to install NumPy and Pandas. I want this version of some like geospatial library. I want this other thing. Like, why is this hard? These exist, right? And it is hard because it's, well, you're installing this on a version of Windows, right? And half of these libraries are not built for Windows. Or the latest version isn't available, but the old version was. If you go to the old version of this library, that means you can go to a different version of that library. And so the Python ecosystem, by virtue of being crowdsourced, we were able to fill 100,000 different niches. But then we also suffer this problem that because it's crowdsourced and no one, it's like a tragedy of the commons, right? No one really wants to support their thousands of other dependencies. So we end up sort of having to do a lot of this. And of course, the Conda Forge community also steps up as an open source community that maintains some of these recipes. That's what Conda does. Now, pip is a tool that came along after Conda to some extent. It came along as an easier way for the Python developers writing Python code that didn't have as much compiled, stuff. They could then install different packages. And what ended up happening in the Python ecosystem was that a lot of the core Python and web Python developers, they never ran into any of this compilation stuff at all. So even we have, on video, we have Guido Van Rossum saying, you know what, the scientific community's packaging problems are just too exotic and different. I mean, you're talking about Fortran compilers, right? You guys just need to build your own solution, perhaps, right? So the core Python community went and built its own sort of packaging technologies, not really contemplating the complexity of the stuff over here. And so now we have the challenge where you can pip install some things. Some libraries, if you just want to get started with them, you can pip install TensorFlow, and that works great. The instant you want to also install some other packages that use different versions of NumPy or some like graphics library or some OpenCV thing or some other thing, you now run into dependency hell. Because you cannot, OpenCV can have a different version of libjpeg over here than PyTorch over here. Like they all have to use, if you want to use acceleration, they have to all use the same underlying drivers, the same GPU CUDA things. So it gets to be very gnarly, and it's a level of technology that both the makers and the users don't really want to think too much about.
And that's why you step in and try to solve this.
We try to solve it.
Subgraph problem. So how much is that? And you said that you don't want to think, they don't want to think about it, but how much is it a little bit on the developer and providing them tools to be a little bit more clear of that subgraph of dependency that's necessary?
It is getting to a point where we do have to think about, look, can we pull some of the most popular packages together and get them to work on a coordinated release timeline, get them to build against the same test matrix, et cetera, right? And there is a little bit of dynamic around this, but again, it is a volunteer community. People working on these different projects have their own timelines and their own things they're trying to meet. So we end up trying to pull these things together, and then it's just incredibly. And I would recommend it just as a business tip: don't ever go into business where when your hard work works, you're invisible, and when it breaks because of someone else's problem, you get flag for it. Because that's in our situation, right? When something doesn't Honda install properly, usually it's some upstream issue, but it looks like Honda's broken. It looks like Honda screwed something up. When things do work, though, it's like, oh yeah, cool, it's worked. But assuming naturally, of course, it's very easy to make that work, right? So we end up in this kind of problematic scenario, but it's okay because I think we're still, our heart's in the right place. We're trying to move this forward as a community sort of affair. I think most of the people in the community also appreciate the work we've done over the years to try to move these things forward in a collaborative fashion. So,
one of the subgraphs of dependencies that became super complicated is the move from Python 2 to Python 3. So there's all these ways to mess with these kinds of ecosystems and packages and so on. So I just want to ask you about that particular one. What do you think about the move from Python 2 to 3? Why did it take so long? Or from your perspective, just seeing the packages all struggle, the community all struggle through this process, what lessons do you take away from it? Why did it take so long?
looking back, some people perhaps underestimated how much adoption Python 2 had. I think some people also underestimated how much, or they overestimated how much value some of the new features in Python 3 really provided. Like the things they really loved about Python 3 just didn't matter to some of these people in Python 2. Because this change was happening as Python, SciPy was starting to take off, really like past like a hockey stick of adoption. In the early data science era, in the early 2010s, a lot of people were learning and onboarding in whatever just worked. And the teachers were like, well, yeah, these I need are not supported by Python 3. I'm going to teach you Python 2. It took a lot of advocacy to get people to move over to Python 3. So I think it wasn't any particular single thing, but it was one of those death by a dozen cuts, which just really made it hard to move off of Python 2. And also Python 3 itself, as they were kind of breaking things and changing things around, reorganizing the standard library. There's a lot of stuff that was happening there that you kept giving people an excuse to say, I'll put off till the next version. 2 is working fine enough for me right now. So I think that's essentially what happened there. And I will say this, though. The strength of the Python data science movement, I think, is what kept Python alive in that transition. Because a lot of languages had died and left their user bases behind. If there wasn't the use of Python for data, there's a good chunk of Python users that during that transition would have just left for Go and Rust and stayed. In fact, some people did. They moved to Go and Rust and they just never looked back. The fact that we were able to grow by millions of users in Python data community, that is what kept the momentum for Python going. And now the usage of Python for data is over 50% of the overall Python user base. So I'm happy to debate that on stage somewhere. Python was the one that they really want to take issue with that statement. But from where I sit, I think that's true.
The statement there, the idea is that the switch from Python 2 to Python 3 would have probably destroyed Python if it didn't also coincide with Python for whatever reason, just overtaking the data science community, anything that processes data.
Yeah.
So like the timing was perfect.
Yep.
That this maybe imperfect decision was coupled with the great timing on the value of data in our world.
I would say the troubled execution of a good decision. It was a decision that was necessary. It's possible if we had more resources, we could have done it in a way that was a little bit smoother. But ultimately, the arguments for Python 3, I bought them at the time and I buy them now. Right, having great text handling is like a non-negotiable table stakes thing you need to have in a language. So that's great. But the execution, Python is it's volunteer driven. It's like now the most popular language on the planet, but it's all literally volunteers. So the lack of resources meant that they had to do things in a very hamstrung way. And I think to carry the Python momentum in the language through that time, the data movement was a critical part of it.
So some of it is carrot and stick. I actually have to shamefully admit that it took me a very long time to switch from Python 2 to Python 3 because I'm a machine learning person. It was just, for the longest time, you could just do fine with Python 2.
Right.
But I think where I switched everybody I worked with and switched myself for small projects and big is when finally, when NumPy announced that they're going to end support, like in 2020 or something like that.
Right.
So like when I realized, oh, this is going to end.
Right.
So that's the stick. That's not a carrot. That's not. So for the longest time it was carrots. It was like all of these packages were saying, okay, we have Python 3 support now. Come join us. We have Python 2 and Python 3. When NumPy, one of the packages I sort of love and depend on, said like, nope, it's over. That's when I decided to switch. I wonder if you think it was possible much earlier for somebody like NumPy or some major package to step into the cold.
Well,
and
it's
say,
it's a chicken and egg problem too, right? You don't want to cut off a lot of users unless you see the user momentum going too. So the decision for the scientific community for each of the different projects, there's not a monolith. Some projects are like, we'll only be releasing new features on Python 3. And that was more of a sticky carrot, or a firm carrot, if you will, a firm carrot. A stick-shaped carrot.
Yeah.
But then for others, NumPy in particular, because it's at the base of the dependency stack for so many things, that was the final stick. That was a stick-shaped stick. People were saying, look, if I have to keep maintaining my releases for Python 2, that's that much less energy that I can put into making things better for the Python 3 folks, or in my new version, which is, of course, going to be Python 3. So people were also getting kind of pulled by this tension. So the overall community sort of had a lot of input into when the NumPy core folks decided that they would end of life on Python 2.
So as these numbers are looking up, there are about 10 million Python programmers in the world. You could argue that number, but let's say 10 million. There's actually, where I was looking, it's like 27 million total programmers, developers in the world. You mentioned in the talk that changes need to be made for there to be 100 million Python programmers. So, first of all, do you see a future where there's 100 million Python programmers? And second, what kind of changes need to be made?
So, Anaconda and Miniconda get downloaded about 1 million times a week. So, I think the idea that there's only 10 million Python programs, there are a lot of people who escape traditional counting that are using Python and data in their jobs. I do believe that the future world, the world I would like to see is one where people are data literate. So they are able to use tools that let them express their questions and ideas fluidly. And the data variety and data complexity will not go down. It will only keep increasing. So I think some level of code or code-like things will continue to be relevant. And so my hope is that we can build systems that allow people to more seamlessly integrate Python kinds of expressivity with data systems and operationalization methods that are much more seamless. And what I mean by that is, right now you can't punch Python code into an Excel cell. I mean, there's some tools you can do to kind of do this. We didn't build a thing for doing this back in the day, but I feel like the total addressable market for Python users, if we do the things right, is on the order of the Excel users, which is over 300 million. So I think Python has to get better at being embedded, being a smaller thing that pulls in just the right parts of the ecosystem to run numerics and do data exploration, meeting people where they're already at with their data tools. And then I think also it has to be easier to take some of those things they've written and flow those back into deployed systems or apps or visualizations. I think if we don't do those things, then we will always be kept in a silo as sort of a expert user's tool and not a tool for the masses.
I work with a bunch of folks in the Adobe Creative Suite, and I'm kind of forcing them or inspiring them to learn Python to do a bunch of stuff that helps them. And it's interesting because they probably wouldn't call themselves Python programmers, but they're all using Python. I would love it if the tools like Photoshop and Premiere and all those kinds of tools that are targeted towards creative people. I guess that's where Excel. Excel is targeted towards a certain kind of audience that works with data. financial people, all that kind of stuff. There would be easy ways to leverage to use Python for quick scripting tests.
Yeah.
And there's an exciting application of artificial intelligence in this space that I'm hopeful about, looking at OpenAI Codex with generating programs.
Yeah.
So almost helping people bridge the gap from kind of visual interface to generating programs, to something formal, and then they can modify it and so on, but kind of without having to read the manual, without having to do a Google search on Stack Overflow, which is essentially what a neural network does when it's doing code generation, is actually generating code and allowing a human to communicate with multiple programs, and then maybe even programs to communicate with each other via Python.
Right.
So that to me is a really exciting possibility, because I think there's a friction to kind of, like, how do I learn how to use Python in my life? There's oftentimes you kind of start a class, you start learning about types, if I don't know, functions. Like this, Python is the first language with which you start to learn to program. But I feel like that's going to take a long time for you to understand why it's useful. You almost want to start with the script.
Well, you do, in fact. I think starting with the theory behind programming languages and types, and all that, I mean, types are there to make the compiler writer's jobs easier. Types are not, I mean, heck, do you have an ontology of types or just the objects in this table? No. So types are there because compiler writers are human and limited in what they can do. But I think that the beauty of scripting, like there's a Python book that's called Automate the Boring Stuff, which is exactly the right mentality. I grew up with computers in a time when I could, when Steve Jobs was still pitching these things as bicycles for the mind. They were supposed to not be just media consumption devices, but they were actually, you could write some code. You could write BASIC, you could write some stuff to do some things, and that feeling of a computer as a thing that we can use to extend ourselves has all but evaporated for a lot of people. So you see a little bit in parts in the generation of youth around Minecraft or Roblox, right? And I think Python, CircuitPython, these things could be a renaissance of that, of people actually shaping and using their computers as an extension of their minds and their curiosity, their creativity. So, you talk about scripting the Adobe suite with Python in the 3D graphics world. Python is a scripting language that some of these 3D graphics suites use. And I think it's great. We should better support those kinds of things. But ultimately, the idea that I should be able to have power over my computing environment. If I want these things to happen repeatedly all the time, I should be able to say that somehow to the computer, right? Now, whether the operating systems get there faster by having some, Siri backed with OpenAI, with whatever, so you can just say, Siri, make this do this and this and every other Friday, right? We probably will get there somewhere. And Apple's always had these ideas. There's the Apple script in the menu that no one ever uses, but you can do these kinds of things. But when you start doing that kind of scripting, the challenge isn't learning the type system or even the syntax of the language. The challenge is all of the dictionaries and all the objects, of all their properties and attributes and parameters. Like, who's got time to learn all that stuff, right? So that's when then programming by prototype or by example becomes the right way to get the user to express their desire. So there's a lot of these different ways that we can approach programming. But I do think as you were talking about the Adobe scripting thing, I was thinking about, when we do use something like NumPy, when we think the Python data scientific expression system, there's a reason we use that, which is that it gives us mathematical precision. It gives us actually quite a lot of precision over precisely what we mean about this data set, that data set. And it's the fact that we can have that precision that lets Python be powerful over as a duct tape for data. You give me a TSV or a CSV, and if you give me some massively expensive vendor tool for data transformation, I don't know I'm going to be able to solve your problem. But if you give me a Python prompt, you can throw whatever data you want at me. I will be able to match it into shape. So that ability to take it as sort of this machete out of the data jungle is really powerful. And I think that's why at some level we're not going to get away from some of these expressions and APIs and libraries in Python for data transformation.
You've been at the center of the Python community for many years. If you could change one thing about the community to help it grow, to help it improve, to help it flourish and prosper, what would it be? I mean, not, it doesn't have to be one thing, but what kind of comes to mind? What are the challenges?
Humility is one of the values that we have at Anaconda, the company, but it's also one of the values that in the community that it's been breached a little bit in the last few years, but in general, people are quite decent and reasonable and nice. And that humility prevents them from seeing the greatness that they could have. I don't know how many people in the core Python community really understand that they stand perched at the edge of an opportunity to transform how people use computers. And actually, PyCon, I think it was the last physical PyCon I went to, Russell Keith McGee gave a great keynote about, very much along the lines of the challenges I have, which is, Python, for a language that can't put an interface up on like the most popular computing devices, it's done really well as a language, hasn't it? You can't write a web front end with Python, really. I mean, everyone uses JavaScript. You certainly can't write native apps. So for a language that you can't actually write apps in any of the runtime environments, Python's done exceedingly well.
Yeah.
And so that wasn't to pat ourselves on the back. That was to challenge ourselves as a community to say, we, through our current volunteer dynamic, have gotten to this point. What comes next, and how do we seize? We caught the tiger by the tail. How do we make sure we keep up with it as it goes forward?
So that's one of the questions I have about sort of open source communities. Is at its best, there's a kind of humility. Does that humility prevent you to have a vision for creating something like very new and powerful?
And you've brought us back to consciousness again. The collaboration is a swarm emergent dynamic. Humility lets these people work together without anyone trouncing anyone else. How do they, in consciousness, there's the question of the binding problem. How does a singular, our attention, how does that emerge from, billions of neurons?
Yes.
So how can you have a swarm of people emerge a consensus that has a singular vision to say, we'll do this, and most importantly, we're not going to do these things. Emerging a coherent, pointed, focused leadership dynamic from a collaboration, being able to do that, and then dissolve it so people can still do the swarm thing. That's a problem. It's a question.
So do you have to have a charismatic leader? For some reason, Linus Torvald comes to mind, but there's people who criticize.
He rules the Iron Fist, man.
But there's still charisma to it.
Charisma, right?
There's a charisma to that Iron Fist. There's every leader is different, I would say, in their success. So he doesn't. I don't even know if you can say he doesn't have humility. There's such a meritocracy of ideas that this is a good idea and this is a bad idea.
There's a step function to it. Once you clear a threshold, he's open. Once you clear the bozo threshold, he's open to your ideas, I think. Right?
But see, the interesting thing is, obviously, that will not stand in an open source community if that threshold that is defined by that one particular person is not actually that good.
Mm-hmm.
So you actually have to be really excellent at what you do.
Mm-hmm.
So he's very good at what he does. And so there's some aspect of leadership where you can get thrown out, you can just leave. That's how it works with open source.
Yeah.
The fork. But at the same time, you want to sometimes be a leader, with a strong opinion. Because people, there's some kind of balance here for this hive mind to get behind.
Leadership is a big topic. And I didn't, I'm not one of these guys that went to MBA school and said, I'm going to be an entrepreneur and I'm going to be a leader and I'm going to read all these Harvard Business Review articles on leadership and all this other stuff. I was a physicist turned into a software nerd who then really nerded out on Python. I am entrepreneurial, right? I saw a business opportunity around using Python or data. But for me, what has been interesting over this journey with the last 10 years is how much I started really enjoying the understanding and thinking deeper about organizational dynamics and leadership. And leadership does come down to a few core things. Number one, a leader has to create belief, or at least has to disbelief. Leadership also, you have to have vision, loyalty, experience.
So can you say belief in the singular vision? Like, what is belief?
Yeah, belief means a few things. Belief means here's what we need to do, and this is a valid thing to do, and we can do it. That you have to be able to drive that belief. And every step of leadership along the way has to help you amplify that belief to more people. I mean, I think at a fundamental level, that's what it is. You have to have a vision. You have to be able to show people that, or you have to convince people to believe in the vision and to get behind you. And that's where the loyalty part comes in and the experience part comes in.
There's all different flavors of leadership. So if we talk about Linus, we could talk about Elon Musk and Steve Jobs.
Mm-hmm.
There's Sundar Pichai. There's people that kind of put themselves at the center and are strongly opinionated.
Mm-hmm.
And some people are more like consensus builders.
Right.
What works well for open source? What works well in the space of programming? So you've been a programmer, you've led many programmers who are now sort of at the center of this ecosystem. What works well in the programming world, would you say?
It really depends on the people, what style leadership is best. And it depends on the programming community. I think for the Python community, servant leadership is one of the values. Like at the end of the day, the leader has to also be the high priest of values, right? So any collection of people has values that they're living. And if you want to maintain certain values, and those values help you as an organization become more powerful, then the leader has to live those values unequivocally and has to hold the values. So in our case, in this collaborative community around Python, I think that humility is one of those values. Servant leadership, you actually have to kind of do the stuff. You have to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. I don't feel like the Python community really demands that much from a vision standpoint.
And they should.
And I think they should.
And this is the interesting thing is, like, so many people use Python. From where comes the vision? Like you have a Elon Musk type character who makes bold statements about the vision for particular companies he's involved with.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I think a lot of people that work at those companies kind of can only last if they believe that vision. And some of it is super bold. So my question is, and by the way, those companies often use Python. How do you establish a vision? Like, get to 100 million users, right? Get to where, the Python is at the center of the machine learning and data science, machine learning, deep learning, artificial intelligence revolution, right? Like, in many ways, perhaps the Python community is not thinking of it that way, but it's leading the way on this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the tooling is like essential.
Right. Well, for a while, PyCon, people in the scientific Python and the PyData community, they would submit talks. This is early 2010s, mid 2010s. They would submit talks from PyCon, and the talks would all be rejected because there was the separate sort of PyData conferences. And like, well, these probably belong more to PyData. And instead there'd be yet another talk about, threads and, whatever, some web framework. And it's like, that was an interesting dynamic to see that there was, at the time it was a little annoying because we want to try to get more users and get more people talking about these things. And PyCon is a huge venue, right? It's thousands of Python programmers. But then also came to appreciate that, having an ecosystem that allows parallel innovation is not that bad, right? There are people doing embedded Python stuff. There's people doing web programming, people doing scripting, there's cyber used for Python. I think ultimately at some point, if your slide mode covers so much stuff, you have to respect that different things are growing in different areas and different niches. Now, at some point that has to come together, and the central body has to provide resources. The principle here is subsidiarity. Give resources to the various groups to then allocate as they see fit in their niches. That would be a really helpful dynamic. But again, it's a volunteer community. It's not like that. How many resources to start with?
What was or is your favorite programming setup? What operating system, what keyboard, how many screens are you listening to, what time of day? I do coffee, tea.
Tea, sometimes coffee, depending on how well I slept. I used to have.
Sleep, do you get a night owl? I remember somebody asked you somewhere a question about work-life balance, and or like not just work-life balance, but like a family. You need a company. And your answer was basically like, I still haven't figured it out.
Yeah, I think I've gotten a little bit better balance. I have a really great leadership team now supporting me, and so that takes a lot of the day-to-day stuff off my plate. And my kids are getting a little older, so that helps. So, and of course, I have a wonderful wife who takes care of a lot of the things that I'm not able to take care of, and she's great. I try to get to sleep earlier now because I have to get up every morning at 6 to take my kid down to the bus stop.
Oh, wow.
So there's a hard thing.
Yeah.
For a while, I was doing polyphasic sleep, which is really interesting. Like I go to bed at 9, wake up at like 2 a.m., work till 5, sleep 3 hours, wake up at 8. Like that was actually, it was interesting. It wasn't too bad.
How did it feel?
It was good. I didn't keep it up for years, but once I travel, then it just, everything goes out the window, right? Because then your time zone, always.
And socially, was it, except like were you able to live outside of how you felt? Were you
Yes.
able to live in normal society?
Oh yeah, because like on the nights that I wasn't out hanging out with people, whatever, going to bed at 9, no one cares.
Yeah.
I wake up at 2, I'm still responding to their Slack emails, whatever, and shit posting on Twitter or whatever 2 in the morning is great, right? And then you go to bed for a few hours, and you wake up. It's like you have an extra day in the middle.
Yeah.
And I'd read somewhere that humans naturally have biphasic sleep or something. But
I read basically everything somewhere. So
right,
every option of everything.
Every option of everything. I will say that worked out for me for a while, although I don't do it anymore. In terms of programming setup, I had a 27-inch high DPI setup that I really liked, but then I moved to a curved monitor just because when I moved to the new house, I wanted to have a bit more screen for Zoom plus communications plus like various kinds of
like one large monitor,
one large curved monitor.
What operating system? Is that what happens when you become important? Is you stop using Linux and Windows?
I actually have a Windows box as well on the next table over, but I have I have 3 desks, right?
Yes.
So the main one is the standing desk, so that I can I have a teleprompter set up and everything else, and then I've got my iMac, and then eGPU, and then Windows PC. The reason I moved to Mac was it's got a Linux prompt, or no, sorry, it's got a Unix prompt, so I can do all my stuff. But then I don't have to worry, like when I'm presenting for clients or investors, or whatever. I don't have to worry about any like ACPI related FSIC things in the middle of the presentation. Like none of that. It will always wake from sleep. And it won't kernel panic on me. And this is not a dig against Linux, except that I just I feel really bad. I feel betrayed with my community saying this, right? But in 2012, I was just like, okay, start my own company. What do I get? And Linux laptops were just not quite there.
Yes.
And so I just stuck with Mac.
Can I just defend something that nobody respectable seems to do, which is so I do Linux Windows, but in Windows I have Windows subsystems for Linux or whatever.
Yes, WSL.
And I find myself being able to handle everything I need, almost everything I need in Linux for basic sort of tasks, scripting tasks within WSL, and it creates a really nice environment. So I've been, but like whenever I hang out with like especially important people, like they're all on an iPhone and a Mac, and it's like, yeah, like what there is a messiness to Windows and a messiness to Linux that makes me feel like you're still in it.
Well, the Linux stuff, Windows subsystem with Linux is very tempting, but there's still the Windows on the outside where I don't know where. And I've used DOS since version 1.11 or 1.21 or something. So I've been a long time Microsoft user, and I will say that like it's really hard for me to know where anything is, how to get to the details behind something when something screws up, as it invariably does. And just things like changing permissions on some shared folders and stuff, just everything seems a little bit more awkward, more clicks than it needs to be. Not to say that there aren't any weird things like hidden attributes and all that other happy stuff on Mac, but for the most part, and well, actually, especially now with the new hardware coming out on Mac, it'll be very interesting. With the new M1. There were some dark years, the last few years, when I was like, I think maybe I have to move off of Mac because it's more dark. But this, I mean, like my keyboard was just not working. Like literally, my keyboard just wasn't working. Right? I had this touch bar, didn't have a physical escape button like I needed to because I used Vim, and now I hate it back.
So you use Vim, and you have a what kind of keyboard?
So I use a RealForce 87U. It's a mechanical, it's a Topra key switch.
It's a weird shape. There's a normal shape. Oh no, because I say that because I use the Kinesis, and you said some dark. You said you had dark moments. I recently had a dark moments. Like, what am I doing in my life? So I remember sort of flying in a very kind of tight space, and as I'm working, this is what I do on an airplane. I pull out a laptop, and on top of the laptop, I'll put a Kinesis keyboard.
Ooh, that's hardcore, man.
I was thinking, is this who I am? Is this what I'm becoming? Will I be this person? Because I'm on Emacs, this Kinesis keyboard, sitting like with everybody around.
Emacs on Windows.
On WSL,
Emacs on Linux on Windows.
Yeah, on Windows. And like everybody around me is using their iPhone to look at TikTok. So I'm like in this land, and I thought, you know what, maybe I'll dog and put the 90s behind me and use like a normal keyboard. And then I did some soul searching, and I decided, like, this is who I am. This is me, like, coming out of the closet, saying I'm Kinesis keyboard all the way. I'm going to use Emacs. You know,
also Kinesis fan, Wes McKinney, the current Pandas. Oh, he banged out Pandas on a Kinesis keyboard, I believe. I don't know if he's still using one, maybe, but certainly 10 years ago, like he was.
If anyone's out there, maybe we need to have a Kinesis support group. Please reach out.
Isn't there already one?
Is there one?
I don't know. There's got to be an IRC channel.
Oh no! And you access it through Emacs. Okay. Do you still program these days?
I do a little bit. Honestly, the last thing I did was I was working with my son to script some Minecraft stuff. So I was doing a little bit of that. That was literally the last code I wrote. Oh, you know what? Also, I wrote some code to do some cap table evaluation, waterfall modeling kind of stuff.
What advice would you give to a young person, say your son today, in high school, maybe even college, about career, about life?
This may be where I get in trouble a little bit. We are coming to the end. We're rapidly entering a time between worlds. So we have a world now that's starting to really crumble under the weight of aging institutions that no longer even pretend to serve the purposes they were created for. We are creating technologies that are hurtling millions of people headlong into philosophical crises, who they don't even know the philosophical operating systems in their firmware, and they're heading into a time when that gets vaporized. So for people in high school, and certainly I tell my son this as well, he's in middle school, people in college, you are going to have to find your own way. You're going to have a pioneer spirit, even if you live in the middle of the most dense urban environment. All of human reality around you is the result of the last few generations of humans agreeing to play certain kinds of games. A lot of those games no longer operate according to the rules they used to. Collapse is nonlinear, but it will be managed. And so if you are in a particular social caste or economic caste, and it's not, I think it's not kosher to say that about America, but America is a very stratified and classist society. There's some mobility, but it's really quite classist. And in America, unless you're in the upper middle class, you are headed to very choppy waters. So it is really, really good to think and understand the fundamentals of what you need to build a meaningful life for you, your loved ones, with your family. And almost all of the technology being created that's consumer facing is designed to own people, to take the four stack, of people, to delaminate them, and to own certain portions of that stack. And so if you want to be an integral human being, if you want to have your agency, and you want to find your own way in the world, when you're young would be a great time to spend time looking at some of the classics around what it means to live a good life, what it means to build connection with people. And so much of the status games, so much of the stuff, one of the things that I sort of talk about as we create more and more technology there's a gradient in technology, and a gradient in technology always leads to a gradient in power. And this is Jacques Ellul's point to some extent as well. That gradient of power is not going to go away. Technologies are going so fast that even people like me who helped create some of this stuff, I'm being left behind. Some cutting edge research. I don't know what's going on in GANs today. I go read some proceedings. So as the world gets more and more technological, it will create more and more gradients where people will seize power, economic fortunes, and the way they make the people who are left behind okay with their lot in life is they create lottery systems. They make you take part in the narrative of your own being trapped in your own economic sort of zone. So avoiding those kinds of things is really important. Knowing when someone is running game, basically. So these are things I would tell young people. It's a dark message, but it's realism. I mean, that's what I see.
So after you get some realism, you sit back with your son, you out of the sunset. What to him can you give as words of hope? And to you, from where derive hope for the future of our world? So you said at the individual level, you have to have a pioneer mindset to go back to the classics to understand what is in human nature you can find meaning. But at the societal level, what trajectory, when you look at possible trajectories, what gives you hope?
What gives me hope is that we have little tremors now shaking people out of the reverie of the fiction of modernity that they've been living in, kind of a late 20th century style modernity. That's good, I think, because and also to your point earlier, people are burning out on some of the social media stuff. They're sort of seeing the ugly side, especially the latest news with Facebook and the whistleblower. Right? It's quite clear these things are not all they're cracked up to be. So,
do you believe? Like I believe better social media can be built because they are burning out. They'll incentivize other competitors to be built. Do you think that's possible?
Well, the thing about it is that when you have extractive return on returns, capital coming in and saying, look, you own a network, give me some exponential dynamics out of this network. What are you going to do? You're going to just basically put a toll keeper at every single node and every single graph edge, every node, every vertex, every edge. But if you don't have that need for it, if no one's sitting there saying, hey, Wikipedia, monetize every character, every byte, every phrase, then generative human dynamics will naturally sort of arise, assuming we do respect a few principles around online communications. So the greatest and biggest social network in the world is still like email, SMS, right?
Yes.
So we're fine there. The issue with the social media, as we call it now, is they're actually just new amplification systems. Right now, it's benefited certain people like yourself who have interesting content to be amplified. So it's created a creator economy. That's cool. There's a lot of great content out there, but giving everyone a shot at the fame line, saying, hey, you could also have if you wiggle your butt the right way on TikTok, you can have your 15 seconds of microfame. That's not healthy for society at large. So I think if we can create tools that help people be conscientious about their attention, spend time looking at the past and really retrieving memory and not culling, but processing, thinking about that, I think that's certainly possible, and hopefully that's what we get. So I think the bigger picture, the bigger question about you're asking about what gives me hope is that these early shocks of COVID lockdowns and remote work and all these different kinds of things, I think it's getting people to a point where they are they're sort of no longer in the reverie, right? As my friend Jim Rutt says, there's more people with ears to hear now, right? With pandemic and education, everyone's like, wait, what have you guys been doing with my kids? Like, how are you teaching them? What is this crap you're giving them this homework, right? So I think these are the kinds of things that are getting, and the supply chain disruptions, getting more people to think about how do we actually just make stuff. This is all good, but the concern is that it's still going to take a while for these things, for people to learn how to be agentic again, and to be in right relationship with each other and the world. So the message of hope is still people are resilient, and we are building some really amazing technology.
And I also, to me, I derive a lot of hope from individuals in that band. The power of a single individual to transform the world, to do positive things in the world is quite incredible. Like you've been talking about, it's nice to have as many of those individuals as possible.
Right.
But even the power of one
Mhm.
is kind of magical.
It is. It is. We're in a mode now where we can do that. I think also, part of what I try to do is in coming to podcasts like yours and then, spamming with all this philosophical stuff that I've got going on. There are a lot of good people out there trying to put words around the current technological, social, economic crises that we're facing. And in the space of a few short years, I think there has been a lot of great content produced around this stuff for people who want to find out more or think more about this. We're popularizing certain kinds of philosophical ideas that move you beyond just the, oh, you're communist, oh, you're capitalist kind of stuff. Like it's sort of, we're way past that now. So that also gives me hope that I feel like I myself am getting a handle on how to think about these things. It makes me feel like I can, hopefully affect change for the better.
We've been sneaking up on this question all over the place. Let me ask the big ridiculous question. What is the meaning of life?
Wow. The meaning of life. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I never really understood that question.
When you say meaning crisis,
Mhm.
you're saying that there's a search for a kind of experience that's could be described as fulfillment, as like the aha moment of just like joy, and maybe when you see something beautiful, or maybe you've created something beautiful, that experience that you get, it feels like it all makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So some of that is just chemicals coming together in your mind and all those kinds of things. But it seems like we're building a sophisticated collective intelligence that's providing meaning in all kinds of ways to its members. And there's a theme to that meaning. For a lot of history, I think faith played an important role, faith in God's or religion. I think technology in the modern era is kind of serving a little bit of a source of meaning for people, like innovation of different kinds. I think the old school things of love and the basics of just being good at stuff. But you were a physicist, so there's a desire to say, okay, yeah, but these seem to be like symptoms of something deeper.
Right.
Like why?
Why? Meaning, what's capital M?
Yeah, what's capital M meaning? Why are we reaching for order when there's excess of energy?
I don't know if I can answer the why. Any why that I come up with, I think, is going to be. I'd have to think about that a little more. Maybe get back to you on that. But I will say this: we do look at the world through a traditional. I think most people look at the world through what I would say the subject-object or metaphysical lens. We have our own subjectivity, and then there's all of these object things that are not us. So I'm me, and these things are not me, right? And I'm interacting with them, I'm doing things to them. But a different view of the world that looks at it as much more connected, that realizes, oh, I'm really quite embedded in a soup of other things, and I'm simply almost like a standing wave pattern of different things, right? So when you look at the world in that kind of connected sense, I've recently taken a shine to this particular thought experiment, which is, what if it was the case that everything that we touch with our hands, that we pay attention to, that we actually give intimacy to, what if there's actually, all the mumbo jumbo, like, people with the magnetic healing crystals and all this other kind of stuff, and quantum energy stuff. What if that was a thing? What if when your hand touches an object, when you really look at something and you concentrate, you focus on it, and you really give it attention, you actually there is some physical residue of something, a part of you, a bit of your life force that goes into it. Okay? Now, this is, of course, completely mumbo-jumbo stuff. This is not like I don't actually think this is real, but let's do the thought experiment. What if it was? What if there actually was some quantum magnetic crystal and energy field thing that just by touching this can has changed a little bit somehow? And it's not much, unless you put a lot into it and you touch it all the time, like your phone, right? These things gain meaning to you a little bit, but what if there's something that technical objects, the phone is a technical object, it does not really receive attention or intimacy and then allow itself to be transformed by it. What if it's a piece of wood? If it's the handle of a knife that your mother used for 20 years to make dinner for you, right? What if it's a keyboard that you banged out your world transforming software library on? These are technical objects and these are physical objects, but somehow there's something to them. We feel an attraction to these objects as if we have imbued them with life energy, right? So if you walk that thought experiment through, what happens when we touch another person? We hug them, we hold them. And the reason this ties into my answer for your question is that if there is such a thing, if we were to hypothesize, hypothesize such a thing, it could be that the purpose of our lives is to imbue as many things with that love as possible.
That's a beautiful answer and a beautiful way to end it, Peter. You're an incredible person.
Thank you.
Spanning so much in the space of engineering and in the space of philosophy. I'm really proud to be living in the same city as you. And I'm really grateful that you spend valuable time with me today.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Peter Wang. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Peter Wang himself. We tend to think of people as either malicious or incompetent. But in a world filled with corruptible and unchecked institutions, there exists a third thing, malicious incompetence. It's a social cancer, and it only appears once human organizations scale beyond personal accountability. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Albert Rabbi, CEO of Pfizer. If you'd like to skip ahead to our conversation, the timestamps is always up above. If not, please allow me to say a few words about truth, human nature, specifically about two groups of people throughout history that seek to lay claim to the truth. The first group will tell you that only they possess the truth, that the government will save you, the company will save you, the science, the authorities, the experts, the institutions will save you. The second group, too, will tell you that only they possess the truth, that the government will hurt you, the company will hurt you, the science, the authorities, the experts, the institutions will hurt you. Both groups have the benevolent and the malevolent, their heroes and their charlatans. And I think the hard truth is that no one in this world can tell you with absolute certainty which is which. You have to use your mind. This is the burden of being human, of being free. Don't blindly follow any leader, neither the emperor nor the martyr who points out that the emperor has no clothes. And then there's the lessons of history. Vaccines have saved hundreds of millions of lives in the past century, and in general, the advance of medicine has saved billions of lives. If you ignore the power of science, you're not being honest with the lessons of history. And if you ignore the corrupting nature of power and money within institutions, including governments and companies, that led to the suffering and death of hundreds of millions in the past century, you are once again not being honest with the lessons of history. I announced that I would be having this conversation with Albert Berlin, Pfizer CEO, and a lot of people wrote to me. I would like to say that I was and am and always will be listening and learning, an open mind from everyone. My own opinion, worth little as it is that the development of the COVID vaccines one of the greatest accomplishments of science in recent history. For the rest, from safety and efficacy to policy and economics, I stand humbled before a complicated world full of fear and anger. A small number of malicious people from all walks of life will use that fear and anger to divide us, because the division makes them money and gives them power. I took 2 shots of the Pfizer vaccine. This was my decision. I don't ever want to force this on anyone. And I certainly don't want to dismiss your concerns, or worse, you as a person, if you choose not to get vaccinated. I can assure you one thing. In this conversation, and in any conversation, the choice of questions I ask and words I say is mine and mine alone. When my words fall short, as they often do, it is only because of the limitations of my mind and of my speaking ability. It is not due to pressure or fear. I'm not afraid of anyone. I cannot be bought by anyone with money, power, or fame. I hope to prove this to you, to myself, in the coming years. This life is short. To me, without integrity, it is not worth living. People sometimes talk down to me, call me naive. Perhaps they are right, but it is who I am. I think this life, this world, our human civilization is beautiful. And, as Dostoevsky said, beauty will save the world. This is a Lex Friedman podcast, and here's my conversation with Albert Bourla. The development of the COVID-19 vaccine was one of the greatest accomplishments of science in recent history. No matter what, this should give people hope for the future, and yet it is more a source of division. I hope we can discuss both the inspiring and the difficult ideas in this conversation, so that we can do our small part in healing. Take me through the day of November 8th, 2020, when the Pfizer team were waiting for the results of the phase 3 clinical trials.
We had assembled in a very small office in Connecticut, very few people. There were 5, I think. And in another place, what we call the Data Monitoring Committee, which is a group of experts, independent experts around Pfizer. We're going to have the opportunity to unblind the data and then tell us if the study needs to continue, or if it's successful, or if it failed. And we were waiting for their call. So the call came a little bit later than what we expected, which created a lot of anxiety to all of us, but came around, I think, 2 o'clock.
You're just sitting there waiting? What were you feeling?
Sitting there waiting and teasing one another, drinking coffee, making jokes.
So how did you feel like when you heard the results, the successful results?
Free, liberated, happy. Like if a huge weight that was on my shoulders was lifted.
I heard you said, I love you to the team.
I did. And this is how we speak in Mediterranean.
Listen, maybe it's the Russian thing too. I love love, so I appreciate that kind of celebration. So looking back from that moment to before, how much did it cost to develop the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine? What was it like making a decision to make that investment when the risk is very high and you don't know if it's going to be successful?
We do a lot of that anyway. This is what we do in our daily work. We are putting money, we are investing in research which is highly risky. The difference in that case was that we didn't risk at all. We put it all in. We put everything in one go so that we don't lose time. And usually we will spend 50 millions, and then if that goes well, then we will spend another 50, and then if it goes well, then 100. Here we put all together a little bit more than $2 billion, $2.3 billion. And it was a significant decision, but it was a very easy decision to make in the context of what we were living at that time. It was a pandemic, people were scared, we were scared, we didn't know how tomorrow would look like, and we were living in unprecedented situations. And we knew that we have capabilities that may help. So there was not a second question or choice. We go all in.
When you make decisions like that, you're the CEO of a company that needs to make money and that hopes to do a lot of good in the world. How much of both of those things are part of the calculation? So when you said it was an obvious choice, I think you've said a bunch of things of the kind of saying we need to go all in, sort of very boldly diving in. How much was that the world is facing uncertainty, fear, and potentially destructive pandemic in the early days, just when you see the full uncertainty before us, don't know how it's going to unroll, and how much of it is this may also be a good financial decision to take this risk?
Yeah. I think about it all the time, and I know very well that if you focus too much on making money, you will never make it. You should focus on what is the real value driver. And the real value driver is to make breakthroughs that change patients' lives. If you don't do that, you will never make it. If you do that, don't worry. Things will fall into place and also money will fall. But the mentality of the company is to be hard patient. And that's what the management was that the shareholders were, because that's the only way that we can create value. In this particular case, we're not thinking at all about what are we going to make when we sell it or if we don't sell it, because what we were focusing 100% was how to bring a solution to the world that will help all of us change the way the fear that was to bring hope to the world. And as always, when you do that, you have the returns as well.
On a philosophical level, on a human level, do you ever worry that the pressure to cover the costs that were invested to develop a new drug, to develop this vaccine, harms your ability to conduct unbiased studies?
Not at all, because the studies are highly regulated. Everybody knows what regulators, and when I say regulators, FDA, European authorities, UK authorities, Israeli authorities, Japanese authorities, Canadian authorities, want to see how the study needs to be conducted and what exactly they need to see to approve it or not. So clearly, everybody takes into consideration how much money I'm going to invest and what is the chance that I'm going to lose them. But what you can do is to change the rules of the game so that you won't lose the money. There are very well established methodologies that would say with very high precision if your medicine is effective, if your medicine is safe. And those are there for all, and they're playing with zero.
Do you have an intuition about why the FDA trying to get 75 years to release the Pfizer data? They're trying to request that it will not be released for 75 years. And then maybe the broader version of that question is, do you think people should have sort of full transparency and immediate access to the data? Immediate, on a scale of weeks, not years.
I think the relations with regulators, they have been always very transparent. There are a lot of laws that they are forcing regulators to companies to put out their interactions and what exactly we discussed. Now, to go into specific details of some discussions, I don't know what is the reason that FDA wants to take the time, and I'm sure they have very good reasons.
Well, let me just say my side of it. It doesn't look like a good reason. It looks like maybe it's because I come from the Soviet Union. Now, this is not you saying this. This is me saying this. Is there seems to be a bureaucracy that gets in the way of transparency. It was the challenge of government. The government is very good at setting rules and making sure there's oversight of companies and people and so on. But they slow things down, which is a feature and a bug. And in this case, they slowed down so much. I think the reason that they set it at 75 years is because they set a rate of being able to only review 500 pages of data a day or something like that. And that's a very kind of bureaucratic thing, where in reality, you just show the data. And it's not like something is being hidden, but in the battle to win people's trust, to inspire them with science, it feels like transparency is one of the most beautiful things, one of the most powerful things that the FDA has. FDA has the potential to be one of the great institutions of our country. And this is one example that it feels to me like a failure. So from your perspective, you're saying, I'm sure they have a good reason. So to you, the FDA is this black box that you submit things to. Once they approve, you know that those are the rules. It's approved. That's it.
But this is not a black box. We know very well what is the process. Everybody knows very well what are the process. The review process also, it is very detailed. They have scientists of very, very high caliber. Not every regulator in the world, but the Europeans, the Brits, the FDA clearly, they have very, very high caliber of science that they are going into a lot of details. And also, basically everything for a study is really released by law in the specifications of the product, but it's a very detailed document that it is issued and has basically the essence of everything was discussed. I don't know about specific documents if you take them time to release, but clearly this is not a black box type of process.
A lot of this stuff is how do you effectively communicate to the world about the incredible science that's been done, about the processes that were followed.
I agree with you.
And sometimes it's just ineloquence in communication. It's not that there's a failure process, it's ineloquence in communication and silence. Silence in the moment when clearly a lot of people are bothered and have questions. This is when you speak out and you explain exactly why, as opposed to letting that sort of distrust build up and linger. Because the result is there's a very large percentage of the population that just, it divides people, and science suffers.
Mhm.
And also the effectiveness of solutions suffers, like the vaccine and so on. I asked a few folks I know if they had challenging questions for you.
I'm sure many of them answer your call.
Yeah. Many friendly folks out there. By the way, I'm sweating not because this is a difficult conversation. It is, but it's also hot in here for the record. So one of the folks is Mr. Jordan Peterson. I don't know if you know who that is. He's a psychologist, intellectual, and author. He suggested to me that I raised the concern that there's a close working relationship between Pfizer, FDA, and CDC. So we talked about FDA. Do you worry that this affects both positive and negative Pfizer's chances of getting drugs approved? The fact that there's people that worked at the FDA that now work at Pfizer, FDA, that there's a kind of pipeline. Does this worry you that it affects your ability to do great, unbiased work?
I have zero doubts that this is not affecting at all their ability to be unbiased, regulate, and in order to, for the system also reinforces that by creating significant time barriers. If someone moves from an industry to FDA, he won't be able to deal with topics for a period of time, and then for even an enhanced period of time with topics that are related to the company he or she may come from. I think these regulators, they are very, very strict. Rightly so. If anything, I feel sometimes that maybe they should be a little bit more open-minded, particularly when it comes to new technology, rather than trying to judge and implement the same framework or variation of new approaches to all. They are always, as the regulators, in the conservative side. But always, they are unbiased and they are trying the best. And it's not only one or two people. They have processes to make sure that there's checks and balances within the agencies, both in CDC and in the FDA. Difficult decisions, they bring external experts that they should express. Easy decisions, they are internal experts that they are debating a lot. And if there are disagreements, they elevate. So I think it's we are lucky to have good regulators. I think I agree with what you said before. As with all governmental agencies, there is bureaucracy, and the bureaucracy needs to be addressed. And by saying bureaucracy is not relaxing the bar needs to remain high, but being focusing on what matters rather than on the detail.
So you don't, I've been reading quite a bit about history. You don't worry about human nature and corruption that can seep in. You're saying institutionally there's protections against this.
I think there is always the fear of corruption, particularly when you speak about public servants. But clearly the risk is very different country by country. And speaking about an agency by agency, I think the regulatory agencies have a very good track record and history of the US, of Europe, of England, of very, very good track record of integrity.
It's something I think about. So I grew up in the Soviet Union, and I need to perhaps introspect this a little bit. But when I was growing up, ethically, there was a sense that bribery is the only way you can get stuff done. That was the system of the time. Like, you get pulled over by a police officer, like, obviously you need to bribe them. I mean, it was like the way of life. And then sort of coming to this country, it was beautiful to see that the rule of law has so much power. And ultimately, the rule of law, when enacted, when it holds up, it gives people freedom to do the best work of their lives. But there's still human nature. And that worries me a lot here. And again, it goes back to the perception, the communication. When there's people that have worked at Pfizer and an FDA, CDC, you look at their resume, they have those things on their resume, it worries people. Are these great leaders that we are supposed to see as authorities, are they playing a game on us?
I would say that I recognize what you said about what happened, or what I'm sure that what you described in the country that you're coming from, it was how you experienced it. And I know that there are other countries that you need to do these things to do your job. I don't think it's the case in this country, particularly when it comes to those agencies that you mentioned. I think they have a very high track record. And also, I don't think that there are a lot of people that they are worried about it or doubt. I'm sure, like everywhere, there will be a minority. It's the vast majority of the Americans, the vast majority of the Europeans, the vast majority of the Brits, the vast majority of the Israelis. They trust what FDA or EMA or CDC or NHRA would say.
Still, there's currently a distrust of big pharma in the public. Maybe this is something I'd love to hear you comment on. There's distrust of science when it's tangled up with corporations and government institutions that we've talked about. But they have to be entangled to achieve scale, or oversight, and to achieve the kind of scale that Pfizer's been able to accomplish. How can Pfizer regain the public trust? How can you regain the public trust, do you think? Not regain, but sort of take steps to increase public trust.
Reputation is something that you can lose in buckets, but you can earn it back in drops. And once you lost it, you are going to take a lot of effort to bring it back. And the pharmaceutical industry lost it. It's clear that the reputation of the industry in the last decade was from the lowest that we have seen ever. And there are many reasons for that. But clearly, there are reasons that are related also to the behavior of the industry. That needed to change, and I'm hopeful that very few will disagree, but the industry is a very different industry right now. That being said, I truly believe that there is one lesson that stands out from the main lessons that we learned during COVID, is the power of science in the hands of the private sector. I think it was the private sector that came with solutions with diagnostic tests when we didn't have, solutions with respirators when we didn't have, solutions with treatments, solutions with vaccines. And I think that demonstrated very clearly to the world the value of a thriving life sciences sector, private life sciences sector to society. That also affected very positively the reputation. the sector and of Pfizer. I'm not going to make the mistake to consider given. I'm not making to make the mistake that because our reputation is high, that will remain so. We need to earn it every day. Every day with everything we do, with everything we say, with the way we behave. And I hope that we'll rise to this occasion and we'll do that.
You've been at Pfizer for 28 years. Time flies when you're having fun. And you become CEO in 2019. It is a company you love, a company you believe in. It's a company that has developed drugs that has helped millions of people. So let me ask yet another hard question on this topic of reputation. In 2009, Pfizer pleaded guilty to the illegal marketing of arthritis drug Bextra and agreed to a $2.3 billion settlement. How do you make sense of the fact that this happened to a company you love or that you believe in?
Yeah. The Dexter case in 2009 was related to things that happened in 2003. And the things that happened in 2003 were things that basically several of our reps did off-label promotion. So they spoke about, with the physicians, about off-label use of the product, and they shouldn't. And
Can you clarify? So off-label are things that the FDA didn't approve, extra stuff. You basically say this drug does extra stuff that the FDA never approved.
correct. And this is something that is allowed when physicians are speaking to physicians, but it is not allowed for the pharmaceutical companies to refer to these studies, because usually are studies that are happening off-label. And apparently several of our reps in 2003, they did it. And we had to settle in 2009, and we paid a very big fine, as you said. The fine was related not to the severity of the conduct, but the size of the revenues. So the fines are, if Bextra was a small product, we would get a small fine. Bextra was a very big product, and we got a very large fine. Very bad what happened in 2003. I don't think that these things happened since then. We have a stellar record from 2009 until now of complying with every single regulation. We have internal processes to make sure that these are not happening. The individuals that may have an interest, for example, to get a promotion, they may try to think that they are not the right things. And we have, more important, a culture in this company that really sets aside people that they think differently. So I didn't like what happened in 2003, but I believe a lot has changed in the 20 years that followed, or almost 20 years.
So you're developing drugs, you're developing solutions to help millions of people. There's risk involved. And so there would be lawsuits heading back your way because there's a lot of lawyers in the world, actually. How do you put that into the calculation of how you try to do good in the world? That some of the cost is the lawsuits. How do you not fall victim to thinking that it's just the cost of doing business, and then some of the lawsuits might actually represent real pain that people are going through?
I think that we try always to do the right thing, and that's, as I said, very well embedded into our culture. If you don't do the right thing, sooner or later you will pay for it, one way or another.
Yeah.
Right now, for us, doing the right thing, it is being able to find innovations to issues that are real, diseases that they do not have good coverage, good treatments right now. We try to find treatments that significantly surpass the current standards of care. And we try not only to comply with what regulators are asking us to do, this is what we need to do with the safety or the efficacy, but exceed them. No matter what we do on that, I'm sure that people will find opportunity, because as you said, there are a lot of lawyers to sue us. But we believe in the justice system, and we believe that eventually, if you are doing the right thing, you will be on the right side of the history.
I'm really glad you said that, because focusing on doing the right thing, no matter the money, I believe is the best way to make money. Just
It's exactly what I said.
and also, in another way, in other realms, creating a product that people love is the best way to make money. So focusing on the core of the thing that makes people that brings value to people's lives. So I'm now in Austin, Texas. My good friend Joe Rogan, he's been highlighting to me this aggressive marketing on mainstream media channels by Pfizer. So let me ask the general marketing question. Do you see this as a conflict of interest? Is it might bias the reporting of news? That a lot of us, a lot of people, me included, look to these mainstream channels of news for kind of authority of like what the heck's going on in the world. And if Pfizer is sponsoring many of these shows, there's a worry, it may be a perception thing, but there's also a natural worry that he would influence what they're talking about because they're afraid of losing sponsorship. It's subtle, but at scale, it might have a serious impact. Be worried about this.
I think people could go one way or another because of multiple reasons. From our perspective, I don't think we have aggressive marketing. What we do is go on TV and we are having ads about our product, and they are highly regulated. I think it is the right of people to know, to learn that if there is a product like that. It's very clearly that we cannot say things that they are off-label, but what we can prove. We need to have, every time we go on TV, as you know, FDA is forcing us to say also the bad things that can happen. For a medicine, sometimes that takes more time than the good things. And I don't think that we are doing aggressive marketing. Now, people could be influenced and can be biased in the podcast or the other type of media activities that they have for multiple different reasons.
Yeah, I know, but it's pressure. It's human nature. I mean, one of it is perception, but I worry about it. Like I have a ton of sponsors for this podcast, for example, and none of them ever ask me to do anything. They're just, I think likely that kind of pressure is not happening for Pfizer, but there's implied pressure sometimes, and I worry about that a lot because I look at academia. Like I look for the good in people. I tend to believe most people are good or have the capacity to be good and desire to be good. When I came to MIT, I was a little bit disappointed, maybe heartbroken. How much pressure, I think unjustified pressure people felt from financial constraints, especially at MIT when I think a lot of money. People still felt constraints, and it wasn't bringing out the best of them. They weren't supporting each other. They weren't loving each other, like celebrating each other's successes. I don't want to blame money on everything, money constraints, but when you have sponsors, just I personally worry that doesn't bring the best out of people. And so I feel like I want to put some responsibility on sponsors and great big companies like Pfizer to kind of not get in the way of the best of human nature, whether it's sponsoring podcasts, mainstream media, like, I don't know, athletes, whatever.
You need to know that we are so careful with sponsorships. First of all, we have very few, very, very few. You have a team that for every single one could be $2,000. They would try to see if there is a conflict of interest in the way we do it, and also what is the reputation of the persons or the programs that we are sponsoring. So I don't think my friend, I think was from Texas.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't.
Joe Rogan, yes.
Yes. I don't think he got it right that we do those type of things. We don't.
Oh, in terms of manipulating, like having a negative effect on.
Not even having aggressive sponsorship.
Yeah, when you clip them all together.
And most of the sponsorship that we have, it is more on patient-related organizations rather than we're very careful not to sponsor other things that can be perceived, not even influenced, but perceived that we may influence. So we are very, very careful of that. This is not the case with us.
So, with the incredibly fast development of the vaccine, could you tell me the story from the engineering to the science to the human story of how you could do it so fast? By November, you even had the ambition to do it by October, which was in the initial days. How do you,
8 days later.
in that time, how do you show that the vaccine is safe and effective, given that I think previous vaccines have taken years to do that?
The vaccines take years to do that. The time that it takes, it is basically the vast majority of the time to conduct the final phase 3 study, that is the confirmatory study. And you do that because the phase 3 study costs a lot of money. In our case, it was almost $1 billion. So you don't want to go and risk $1 billion in blind data normally before you do a lot of experiments to make sure that the product that you're putting in the phase 3 is the right one. We didn't have that time, so we risked all the money. So we condensed all the time towards this phase 3. But the phase 3 study had to follow all the rules that any study follows when it is tried.
Could you just briefly describe the basics of what is phase 1, what is phase 2, what is phase 3?
Let's say that there are so many phases when we try, first of all, to find what is the right vaccine. We tried from 20 different vaccines, we narrowed down 4, and for those 4, we selected eventually 2 and then eventually 1. Once you have those selections, what is the dose you're going to use? And then we tried multiple different doses to see which one we think is the best.
What does trying entail in those early days?
You go, first of all, with smaller doses in humans, and then after you have done a lot of experiments in animals, so that you can feel that it is safe enough to go to humans, and then go with very low dose, and then you gradually increase the dose, and then you monitor those humans to make sure that there are not any, let's say, reactogenicity to what you are giving them. At the same time, you start to measure what it's doing in terms of immune response. So you do that with multiple vaccines, and you do that with multiple doses, and you do that with multiple ages of people, young people, old people. And eventually, from the 20 vaccines to multiple doses to multiple schedules, is it after 3 weeks the second dose, or is it after 4 weeks, or after 6 months? All of that will inform you that I think this is the vaccine, this is the dose, this is the scheme that I believe will give me the best results. And when you have that, then you go to do what we call the phase 3. This is a very big study, thousands of people, where you use the vaccine that you think is the right one, and a placebo. The placebo and the vaccine, they look identical. Nobody knows if he's injected a placebo or a vaccine. The physician that makes the injection, the doctor doesn't know if he's injecting placebo or vaccine. He knows a barcode. Only the computer knows. In order to go into this computer, there are keys, and there are at least 2 people that need to put their keys so that someone can see the data. And those people, they have legal obligations never to do that. Right? So before they set that point. So all of that is blind. The idea is that when you go into this study, you need to make sure that you are going with the right one. That's why it takes so much time. But the study is the study. You need to have a significant number of people that will give the 2, and then you let them live their lives, and then you see how many of them get the disease, and then you see if there are differences in percentage of infections for the vaccinated compared to the non-vaccinated. At the same time, you're monitoring all of them to see if there are differences in the safety profile. If those that got the placebo had the same, say, heart attacks with those that they didn't, they got the vaccine. Those heart attacks will happen if you have 50,000 people, because it's part of life. These are all these processes are very well established since years. What we did the last one was exactly the same as we did always. We just didn't lose time. We were not careful with money. Instead of recruiting 50,000 people over a year, because we had, let's say, 30 hospitals doing the recruitment, we went with 150 hospitals doing cost a lot of money. But instead of recruiting them in a year, we recruited them in 3-4 months. So I did this type of things by taking return on investment, taking cost out of the equation, and we were able to achieve this. It's not the process, believe. It is the heart of the people. People don't know what they can and what they cannot do. And if anything, they have a serious tendency to underestimate what they can do. And always, when you ask them something that is seemingly impossible, they will think out of the box to be able to do it. We discussed about the time. Instead of 8 years, we then ask them to do it in 6. We ask them to do it in 8 months. Our normal manufacturing yearly production of Pfizer was 200 million doses of vaccines every year. That's what we are doing in the last 10 years. We didn't ask them to make 300 million doses for a new vaccine. We asked them to make 3 billion doses for a new vaccine. The discovery phase of a new molecule, like the treatment that we have now, the pill against COVID, takes 4 years. We didn't ask them to do it in 3. We asked them to do it in 4 months, which is what they did. When you are setting this type of goal, they know immediately they cannot just think within the box. And immediately this is where the human ingenuity and the heart comes. And this is how they surprise all of us.
So there's incredible science and engineering going on here.
Absolutely.
This is what's bothering me, that the conversation in public is often not about that. You know,
It's about politics, unfortunately.
politics. I spent the day with Elon Musk yesterday. He worked with rockets. Similar situation as with Pfizer in the sense that there's NASA and then there's a private company. And that's a source of incredible inspiration to people. No politics, very little politics. So this is part of the thing I'm hoping to do our little part in this conversation to help untangle a little bit, just reveal the beauty and the power of the thing that was done here, especially with the vaccine, but other things that are being done with the antiviral drug. Let me just kind of linger on the safety. What can you say? There's a lot of people that are concerned that the Pfizer vaccine, by the way, of which I took 2 shots, no booster yet, is unsafe. What do you say to people that say that?
No, they should not fear something like that. It's completely wrong. There is no medical product in the history of humanity that has been tested as much as this vaccine. It has been administered to hundreds of millions of people. And because of the importance of COVID, they have been scrutinized, those people, constantly. Right now, healthcare authorities are looking for every single signal around the world of people that they got the vaccine and try to see if it is vaccine related or not. There are electronic medical records that will tell us when and what happened to the person when he did got the vaccine. And we know now more, we have so high certainty that it is so safe, exactly as the data says about this vaccine, more than any other product. They should not be afraid of something like that, and they should not listen to information, but it is misinformation that is spread on terror.
Well, I don't like the word misinformation because, again, back to the Soviet Union, anyone who opposes the state is spreading misinformation. So you can basically call anything misinformation. That's the unfortunate times we live in. Is you can call anyone, you can basically call anybody a liar and say, "I'm just so possessed with the truth." And just no offense to me, just because you wear a tie doesn't mean you're any more likely to be in the possession of the truth than anyone else. So
I wouldn't disagree with that at all. I don't think that.
as somebody who's not wearing a tie,
And as you can, people can see that I'm not wearing a tie and you are. But it's not about being able, those that have the power to impose on the others the stigma that what you're saying is misinformation. But there are a few things that the society have accomplished, and science is one of them. And data is, and analytics of data is another one. And to say that something which is highly scientific by people that they are not scientists, I think that it is not what you're describing, what used to happen in the Soviet Union or in any other autocratic regime in the world right now.
But I definitely do think that the scientists, the public science communicators I've listened to over COVID is really disappointing me because they have not spoken with empathy. They haven't sufficiently, in my view, have put their ego aside and really listened to people. Yes, people that don't have a PhD, people who have not really, maybe not even taken like a biology course in college or something like that. But still, they have children. They worry. They fear. They don't know who to trust. They don't know if they should listen to the CEO of Pfizer, who might have other incentives in mind, who might just care about money and nothing else. And so they just use common sense and they ask questions. And I think to them, talking down to them as if they're not intelligent and so on, is something scientists have done, almost like rolled their eyes, and that disappoints me because I think that's kind of what is the source of division.
Look, humility is a virtue.
Yes.
And
Yes.
the fact that you are educated doesn't mean that you are having either humility or empathy or you have good human qualities. This was never and will never be a metric of judging this type of virtue. Those that they do this, they're wrong. And actually, they are not doing good service to the public because they are undermining. If you are not stupid, they see if you are not be respecting them. And if you are not respecting their need to learn, because that affects their health, the mother or the kid. So I fully agree with you that we should be very patient to explain again and again and again what is happening. And the vast majority of the people that they don't get vaccinations right now is because they're afraid. It's not for any other reason. It's not that they have an agenda. What I'm saying is there is a small number of people that they have made business for them to profit from this anxiety. I'll give you an example. I have been arrested by FBI. This is what someone wrote. I read it. I laughed. Okay, this is where they take. There was a reason why they wrote it down. Pfizer's CEO was arrested by FBI because they want to create doubt in the minds of the people, but they're afraid. Say, look, if FBI arrests people, I will not do the best. But I laughed. A week later, the wife of the Pfizer CEO died. There is a picture in this website of my wife. Someone sends to me. Now I'm pissed. I'm not laughing. I try to find my kids to tell them if you read something, mom is fine, don't worry. Then I remember that she has very old parents back in Greece. We start calling them to making sure because we know that will be picked up by Greek newspapers and they will publish it. Okay. They are those people that wrote these things. They know very well that my wife didn't die and died because she was vaccinated. Right? So this is the narratives that they are on purpose for to profit from the stress and the anxiety of good people.
And that's something I have to have people that listen to this that kind of doubt institutions. I do also want to say that there's quite a few folks who realize they can make money from saying the man is lying to you, the government is lying to you, it's all corrupt, it's all a scam, Big Pharma is lying to you, they're manipulating you. I'm surprised at how much money can be paid for that. And it's sad. So you have to, just as people use their common sense to be skeptical when listening to politicians and powerful figures, they should be skeptical to also listening to sort of the conspiracy theorists, or not even the conspiracy theorists, but people who raise questions about institutions. Think on your own. Think critically, with an open mind. That everyone can be manipulating you, but also everybody has the capacity to do good. And I think science, in its pure form, not one entangled with institutions, is a beautiful thing. And in the hands of many companies, it is a beautiful thing that's scam. Still, you have a lot of incentive as having created the vaccine, Pfizer, this incredible technology, to sing its praises. So there's a kind of, people are skeptical, like how much do we trust, how excited Albert is about this vaccine. So, for example, not to do a Shakespearean analysis on Twitter, but I think he tweeted something about a study with 100% efficacy of the vaccine, or in stopping the transmission, or something like that. Do you regret sort of the like overrepresenting the effectiveness of the vaccine, technically saying correct things, but just kind of like highlighting the super positive things that may be misinterpreted? Saying 100%.
No, I never said something 100%. That every time I speak, if a number is 100%, I rush to say that in biology there is not 100%, because always there will be when you go to the millions. Okay? There were in the study things that were 100%, for example, deaths. Or in South Africa, when we tried, it was 100% efficacy. Clearly, small numbers. When the numbers will become much bigger, the 100% will not hold. It will be 95, 96. So still, actually, this is the point. So I'm very, very careful what I tweet. And in addition to how careful I am, I have people that they are looking at it and they are having second or third opinion. Make sure that we don't put. Why? Because I know that people are listening to me right now, everything I say. And I want to make sure that they continue not only being clear as to what I want to say, so there are no misunderstandings, but also I maintain the trust of the people. I don't think that someone who only cherry-picks information, only emphasizes positive things, is someone that it is the one to be trusted. And I want me and Pfizer to be trusted.
So many thought the vaccine was presented as a cure that wouldn't require regular booster shots. Was that something you believed early on? Did you always believe that many regular shots would be required? And maybe in a bigger picture, how many do you think this would, for the Pfizer vaccine, is it something you see that's taking a booster shot regularly, like annually?
Yeah, in the beginning, when we had the first months of the vaccine, people would ask me, do we need another one? And I said, we don't know. I was very clear about it. Then around April, May, I started seeing the first data, and I made statements that I think we will need the booster around 8 to 12 months after the second dose. And then after that, annual revaccinations. This is what I said, believe is one of the most likely scenarios. And it was based on the data that I had. But then Delta came. And because I always making the caveat that with absent a new variant, with everything we know. With Delta, it was proven that we need the booster to move to the 6 months. And this is what happened. And I still said, I think the booster is a 6 months. Then I think it would be annual vaccination. Like, monitor to see the data, but this is the likely scenario. Now, we have Omicron. And Omicron says that 2 doses might be challenging. We don't know exactly yet, but 3 doses work. So clearly a lot of countries already started moving now the third dose, not from 6 months to 3. So that they will reduce the period that people will not be protected with the third dose. I don't know with Omicron how long this will last. And frankly, I don't know if we will need a new vaccine tailor-made to Omicron based on everything we know so far. We're monitoring and we will know way more in the weeks to come. If there is a need for a new vaccine, we will have it. And if there is a need for mass production of this new vaccine, I can also feel very comfortable that we will not lose any of our capacity that we have developed. Right now, we are running 1 billion, almost approximately, doses per quarter, 4 per year. And if we have 2 streets and have half of that in the new, half of that in the old, we will do still 4 billion doses. So I think the world should feel very, very comfortable that if there is a need, we will be ahead of the market.
Yeah, he delivered or produced 3 billion this year vaccines, and you're on track to do 4 billion next year.
Yeah.
And if we had a lot more time, we'll talk about how the heck you achieve that kind of scale. It's truly incredible. Let me ask the policy question. What are your feelings about vaccine mandates in terms of, do you think the most effective way to vaccinate the population is to require it? Or do you go with the American way, give people the freedom to choose?
I think it is a very difficult topic and a very difficult decision for whoever needs to make it. And clearly it's not me. It is the public health officials of every country that they have to make this decision. I have to make the decision for 5 employees. And I had to balance the fear of those that they work and they want to feel that the others are vaccinated, and the fear of those that they don't want to get the vaccine. And eventually, I came to the decision that we will mandate at Pfizer. We are flexible, we are giving exceptions, of course, for health, maybe some religion, but we decided to mandate. Now, at Pfizer, when we did this decision, we were at 90% vaccination rates when we said we are going to mandate it. And that took it up to 96. It worked, right? This 10% was never going to move, I felt. Because no matter what, you have a small number of people that really are scared and they don't feel comfortable to do it. It worked in our case. We took it to 96%. I'm happy for those people. A lot will not disease and some will not die. But it's not to me to say, because the debate, it's serious debate. And there are a lot of pros and cons. We need to push people, if we need to give them the freedom. And it comes with the territory. You are elected to run a country. You should be ready to make difficult decisions.
And no matter what decision you make, there will be fake stories written about you, as we talked about earlier.
You will not be able to please everyone.
Yes. Well, let me just say that I think, again, coming from the Soviet Union, I think at the public level, at the federal level, mandates is a really bad idea. Even if it's good for the health of the populace, there's something about preserving the freedom that's really powerful about this country. Like doing the hard work of convincing people to get vaccinated, to choose to get vaccinated if they want, but still have the freedom not to. That's a really powerful freedom. To me, it's super lazy to mandate. People should understand the science and want to get vaccinated. Do you think children need to get vaccinated? So, age ranges 5 to 16. There's a lot of parents that that fear for the well-being of their children. Do you empathize with those parents? Do you steel man their arguments against the vaccine or for their children?
Because people know who I am. I had the opportunity to interact with parents before that was, let's say, approved. And there were so many, way more, that I had a lot of empathy because they were afraid for their kids because they didn't have a vaccine. And they were the ones that were speaking at that time. Bring me vaccine, when I'm going to get me vaccine, I really fear, I feel that this is unfair, but I'm protected, my husband is protected, my own son is protected, and my little sweetheart, because she's below the age, is not protected. Now that we have the vaccines, I'm sure that those that they are afraid of the vaccine, not of the disease, which are smaller now, also they will have, if they are afraid of them, I'm sure they will be afraid even more about their kids because they love our would say, more than they love themselves. So it's going to be this situation. And again, the same. How can we do to demonstrate, to convince people, to win the minds and the hearts of the people that this is the right thing to do?
What do you think about that calculation? Because the risk for kids, kids do die, kids do go to the hospital from COVID,
Yes,
but the rate is very low.
the rate is lower, but kids they do die. And how can you say that I'm not going to protect a kid for something that it is likely to happen? And it is not only that. What happens in the school when they stop the education process because a kid got the disease and they don't have the vaccines so that they can control. It is such a big disruption and such a big risk for the health of the kids that it shouldn't be a debate. Look, how many kids are having polio right now? Way fewer number than those that are having COVID in the hospital. But everybody's getting the vaccine. It's
Well, polio was deadlier for kids.
but it's not now. So why stop a kid to do it now? Because it needs to be protected.
Well, the unique thing about the COVID vaccine is a new type of technology too. So there's an extra concern. Choosing to vaccinate a child, you're making a choice that could potentially hurt them. That's the way parents that are hesitant about the vaccine think.
I think choosing to vaccinate children makes a choice so that something could not potentially happen, which is the disease. That's why we are doing vaccinations since ever. I know that there are people that they're concerned for themselves and for their kids. But what I know it is that I'm a scientist and I'm a parent. I am telling you that vaccines is a very good thing for kids, and thank God we were able to develop.
So we've talked quite a bit about the vaccine, but there's an incredible new technology that Pfizer's developing with Paxlovid, antiviral for COVID. Where does that stand? How does that work? And how are you able to develop it in 4 months, like you said, and all of that in just a few minutes?
First of all, what this is about. This is a real game changer. This is a course of treatment that you get only if you get the disease. You get COVID. Then what happens is that you will take for 5 days pills, day and night, and twice a day for 5 days. And instead of 10 people from those that disease go to hospital, only one will go. This is, and with all the caveats that the numbers are small, no one was 100% efficacy on death. Of course, I'm sure that in real world, when the numbers are getting very high, we may have 99 instead of 100. But these are spectacular results for something that you can take home and stay home. The biggest problem right now in Europe, in the US, when we have surges, every time that we have a surge of COVID, it is that the ICUs are full, the hospitals are paralyzed, they have to postpone elective surgeries, they have to postpone other operations because they don't have the capacity because of that. Keeping people out of the hospitals, home, keeping people without dying, it is something that we didn't have before. And this is a significant game changer.
I have to ask a controversial, difficult question. What are your thoughts about ivermectin? Has it sufficiently been studied? Has Pfizer considered it in its, like I said, incredible development of the antiviral as a comparator, that kind of thing? Just investigated in general. The reason I bring it up is I've read quite a few criticisms of people. There's been some comparisons of Paxlovid with ivermectin, and I think people should look up. There is Dr. John Campbell that describes that comparison and makes that claim. There's quite a lot of people that debunk or argue against that. You can do your own research. But there is a lot of people that kind of see this free drug without patents on it and say this could be the savior. So can you just speak to that comparison? And
it's not the first time. If you remember, there were other compounds that were claimed but they are the solution to COVID. And clearly, they were proven that they're not. There are compounds that are a solution and compounds that they're not. I, as a scientist, and I discussed with our scientists, they don't see any reason why a medicine like ivermectin, which is parasiticide, to be able to act on COVID, and so they don't seem to present connection, and they haven't seen any paper that describes someone that used it that had any results. I'm sure that there will be some people that will claim, because people are claiming anything, but I don't think that there was any paper in any peer-reviewed magazine, a reliable scientific magazine, to support this claim. So we are focusing on saving people's lives. We are not focusing on craziness.
Well, to push back, there is quite a lot of papers, but the studies are small, so there's no conclusive evidence. And
I haven't seen any that it is reliable.
Right.
I don't know where are these small or big. They're reliable. I haven't seen any.
Well, some of the big ones have been retracted, which means they weren't. Yes.
Yeah. So
so this is definitely something that people need to look at. The people that kind of question the effectiveness of it might be definitely something to think about. And I think it's the reason that
it was chloroquine before.
Yes.
For God's sake.
And that's why Paxlovid.
How many people died because of that?
Yeah, this is the dangerous thing. This is the sad thing.
Paxlovid has been studying thousands of people and will be under the scrutiny not only of regulators, but as we will go into the implementation, as it happened in many countries, they will monitor to see what's happening. Let's say that whatever we do, once it is out there, within a few weeks, they will know all hospitals if it works or not, because they will see the statistics.
We've gone through one of the more difficult periods in recent human history over the past few years, like as a society. What gives you hope about the future for our human civilization? You look into the next few years.
I think human engineering. I think although there is the world always is progressing, although there are a lot of things that need to be fixed in the society of 2020. The society of 2020 is better at large than things 50 years back, 100 years back, in all different aspects, from poverty, human rights, from science, quality of life, from any aspect. I'm positive that humans can create and always create a better future, and will continue doing so.
You have helped save the lives of millions of people, helped improve the quality of their lives, but you yourself are just one biological organism with an expiration date. Do you ponder your mortality? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of death?
That's a very interesting question. I was discussing with a lot of people that I was fearless of death. I couldn't care less when I was young. The first time that I started feeling that I want to be around was when I had kids. And then I started feeling that, oh gosh, I hope I will be around to see their wedding. I hope they will be around to see their children. So if there is something that scares me, is the possibility that I will not be part of their lives anymore, and I will not be watching. I hope there is life upstairs, so I will be able to watch them from there.
From upstairs, get a nice overview. Let me ask the big ridiculous question. And you only have 2 minutes or less to answer it. What is the meaning of life? What's the meaning of this whole thing? You said ingenuity is the thing that gives you hope. We seem to be all busy trying to help each other, trying to build a better world. Why are we doing that?
I would repeat something that Steve Jobs has said. Death is life's biggest invention. It eliminates the old and gives place to the new. Life is all about moving forward. Life is all about creating new things. Maybe everyone is a contributor, but no one is the owner.
and always creating something new,
Always.
adding something beautiful to the world, maybe a little bit of love.
Hopefully.
Albert, thank you so much. It's a huge honor that you go through some of these difficult questions with me today, and that you give extremely valuable time for this conversation. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thank you for your interest, and I'm happy, as I was telling you before, that I can brag with my kids that I was in your podcast because you're their hero.
You made it.
I made it. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Albert Burla. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Oscar Wilde. The truth is rarely pure, never simple. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Norman Neymark, a historian at Stanford specializing in genocide, war, and empire. This is the Let's Read It podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Norman Neymark. Did Stalin believe that communism was good, not just for him, but for the people of the Soviet Union and the people of the world?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Stalin believed that socialism was the be-all and end-all of human existence. He was a true Leninist, and in Lenin's tradition, this was what he believed. I mean, that set of beliefs didn't exclude other kinds of things he believed or thought or did. But no, by the way he defined socialism, the way he thought about socialism, he absolutely thought it was the interests of the Soviet Union and of the world. And in fact, that the world was one day going to go socialist. I think he believed in eventually in the international revolution.
So, given the genocide in the 1930s that you described, was Stalin evil, delusional, or incompetent?
Evil, delusional, or incompetent. Well, evil is one of those words, which has a lot of kind of religious and moral connotations. And in that sense, yes, I think he was an evil man. I mean, he, eliminated people absolutely unnecessarily. He tortured people, had people tortured. He was completely indifferent to the suffering of others. He couldn't have cared a whit, that millions were suffering. And so, yes, I consider him an evil man. I mean, historians don't like to
Use the word evil.
use the word evil. It's it's a word for moral philosophers, but I think it certainly fits who he is. I think he was delusional, and there's a wonderful historian at Princeton, a political scientist, actually named Robert Tucker, who said he suffered from a paranoid delusional system. And I always remember that of Tucker's writing, because what Tucker meant is that he was not just paranoid, meaning, I'm paranoid, I'm worried you're out to get me, right? But that he constructed whole plots of people, whole systems of people. So, in other words, his delusions were that there were all of these groups of people out there who were out to diminish his power and remove him from his position and undermine the Soviet Union in his view. So, yes, I think he did suffer from delusions, and it's had a huge effect because whole groups that were destroyed by his activities, which he would construct based on these delusions. He was not incompetent. He was an extremely competent man. I mean, I think most of
research that's gone on, especially since the Stalin archive was opened at the beginning of the century. And I think almost every historian that goes in that archive comes away from it with the feeling of a man who's enormously hardworking, intelligent, with an acute sense of politics, a really excellent sense of, political rhetoric, a fantastic editor, in a kind of agitational sense. I mean, he's a real agitator, right? And of a really hard worker. I mean, somebody who works from morning till night, a micromanager in some ways. So his competence, I think, was really extreme. Now, there were times when that fell down, times in the 30s, times in the 20s, times during the war, where he made mistakes. It's not as if he didn't make any mistakes. But I think, you look at his stuff, you look at his archives, you look what he did. I mean, this is enormous man who in many, many different areas of enterprise, because he had this notion that he should know everything and didn't know everything. I remember one archive, it's called, a kind of folder that I looked at where he actually went through the wines that were his native Georgia and wrote down how much they should make of each of these wines, how many, barrels they should produce of these wines, which grapes were better than the other grapes, sort of correcting, in other words, what people were putting down there. So he was, his competence ranged very wide, or at least he thought his competence ranged very wide. I mean, both things, I think, are the case.
If we look at this paranoid delusional system, Stalin was in power for 30 years. He is, many argue, one of the most powerful men in history. Did, in his case, absolute power corrupt him, or did it reveal the true nature of the man? And maybe just in your sense, as we kind of build around this genocide of the early 1930s, this paranoid delusional system, did it get built up over time? Was it always there? It's kind of a question of, did the genocide, was that always inevitable, essentially, in this man, or did power create that?
Well, it's a great question, and I don't think you can. I don't think you can say that it was always kind of inherent in the man. I mean, the man without his position and without his power, wouldn't have been able to accomplish what he eventually did in the way of murder, murdering groups of people, which is what genocide is. So, it wasn't sort of in him. I mean, and again, new research has shown that, he had his childhood was, not a particularly nasty one. People used to say, the father beat him up, and it turns out actually it wasn't the father, it was the mother once in a while. But basically, he was not an unusual young Georgian kid or a student even. And it was the growth of the Soviet system and him within the Soviet system. I mean, his own development within the Soviet system, I think, that led, to the kind of mass killing that occurred in the 1930s. He essentially achieved complete power by the early 1930s, and then as he rolled with it, as you could say, people could say, it increasingly became murderous, and there was no. There were no checks and balances, obviously, on that murderous system. And not only that, people supported it in the NKVD and elsewhere, and he learned how to manipulate people. I mean, he was a superb, political manipulator of those people around him. And, we've got new transcripts, for example, of Politburo meetings in the early 1930s. And you read those things, and he uses humor, he uses sarcasm, especially. He uses verbal ways to undermine people, to control their behavior and what they do. And he's a really, he's a real I guess manipulating is the right word, and he does it with a kind of skill that on the one hand is admirable, and on the other hand, of course, is terrible because it ends up creating the system of terror that he creates.
I mean, I guess just to linger on it, I just wonder how much of it is a slippery slope. In the early 1920s, did he think he was going to be murdering even a single person, but thousands and millions? I just wonder, maybe the murder of a single human being just to get them, because you're paranoid about them potentially threatening your power, does that murder then open the door? And once you open the door, you become a different human being. A deeper question here is the Solzhenitsyn, the line between good and evil runs in every man. Are all of us, once we commit one murder in the situation, does that open a door for all of us? And I guess even the further deeper question is how easy it is for human nature to go on the slippery slope that ends in genocide.
There are a lot of questions in those questions, and the slippery slope question that I would answer, I suppose, by saying, Stalin wasn't the most likely successor of Lenin. There were plenty of others. There were a lot of political contingencies that emerged in the 1920s that made it possible for Stalin to seize power. I don't think of him as if you would just know him in 1925, I don't think anybody would say, much less himself, that this was a future mass murderer. I mean, Trotsky mistrusted him and thought he was, a mindless bureaucrat. Others were less mistrustful of him, but he managed to gain power in the way he did through this bureaucratic and political maneuvering that was very successful. The slippery slope, as it were, doesn't really begin until the 1930s, in my view. In other words, once he gains complete power and control of the Politburo, once the programs that he institutes, the 5-year plan and collectivization go through, once he reverses himself and is able to reverse himself, or reverse the Soviet path, to give various nationalities their ability to develop their own cultures, sort of internal politics. Once he reverses all that, you have the Ukrainian famine in 32-33, you have the murder of Kirov, who was one of the leading figures, in the political system. You have the suicide of his wife. We have all these things come together in 32-33 that then, make it more likely, in other words, that bad things are going to happen. And people start seeing that, too, around him. They start seeing that it's not a slippery slope. It's a dangerous situation which is emerging, and some people really understand that. So I really do see a differentiation then between the 20s. I mean, it's true that Stalin during the Civil War, there's a lot of good research on that. Shows that he already had some of these characteristics, as it were, murderous and being dictatorial and pushing people around and that sort of thing. That was all there, but I don't really see it as kind of the necessary stage for the next thing that came, which was the 30s, which was really terror of the worst sort, where everybody's afraid for their lives, and most people are afraid for their lives and their families' lives, and where torture and that sort of thing becomes a common part, of what people have to face. So it's a different world, and people will argue. They'll argue this kind of Lenin-Stalin continuity debate that's been going on since I was an undergraduate. Right? That argument, was Stalin the natural sort of next step from Lenin? or was he something completely different? Um, Many people will argue, because of Marxism-Leninism, because of the ideology, that it was a kind of natural next step. I don't think so. I would tend to lean the other way. Not absolutely. I won't make an absolute argument that what Stalin became had nothing to do with Lenin and nothing to do with Marxism-Leninism. It had a lot to do with it. But he takes it one major step further. And again, that's why I don't like the slippery slope, metaphor, because that means it's kind of slow and easy. It's a leap. And we call, historians talk about the Stalin Revolution, in 28 and 29, that he in some senses creates a whole new system, through the 5-year plan, collectivization, and seizing political power the way he does.
Can you talk about the 1930s? Can you describe what happened in Holodomor, the Soviet terror famine in Ukraine in the 32 and 33?
Yes.
It killed millions of Ukrainians.
Right. It's a long story, but let me try to be as succinct as I can be. The Holodomor, the terror famine of 32, 33, comes out of, in part, an all-union famine that is the result of collectivization. Collectivization was a catastrophe. The more or less, with the so-called kulaks, the more or less richer farmers, they weren't really rich, right? Anybody with a tin roof and a cow was considered a kulak, and other people who had nothing were also considered kulaks if they opposed collectivization. So these kulaks, we're talking millions of them, right? And Ukraine, it's worth recalling, and I'm sure you know this, was a heavily agricultural area, and Ukrainian peasants, were in the countryside and resisted collectivization more than even Russian peasants resisted collectivization. Suffered during this collectivization program, and they, burned sometimes their own houses. They killed their own animals. They were shot, sometimes on the spot. Tens of thousands, and others were sent into exile. So there was a conflagration in the countryside. And the result of that conflagration in Ukraine was terrible famine. And again, there was famine all over the Soviet Union, but it was especially bad in Ukraine, in part because Ukrainian peasants resisted. Now, 32, 33, a couple of things happened. I've argued this in my writing, and I've also worked on this. I continue to work on it, by the way, with a museum in Kiev that's going to be about the Holodomor. They're building the museum now, and it's going to be a very impressive set of exhibits. And talk with historians all the time about it. So what happens in 32, 33? A couple of things. First of all, the Stalin develops an even stronger, I say even stronger because they already had an antipathy for the Ukrainians, an even stronger antipathy for the Ukrainians in general. First of all, they resist collectivization. Second of all, he's not getting all the grain he wants out of them, in which he needs. And so he sends in, then, people to expropriate the grain and take the grain away from the peasants. These teams of people, some policemen, some urban thugs, some party people, some poor peasants, take part too, go into the villages and forcibly seize grain and animals from the Ukrainian peasantry. They're seizing it all over. Let's remember again, this is all over the Soviet Union, in 32 especially. Then, in December of 1932, January of 33, February of 33, Stalin is convinced the Ukrainian peasantry needs to be shown who's boss, that they're not turning over their grain, that they're resisting the expropriators, that they're hiding the grain, which they do sometimes, right? That they're basically not loyal to the Soviet Union, that they're acting like traitors, that they're ready, and he says this, I think it's Kaganovich, he says it to they're ready to kind of pull out of the Soviet Union and join Poland. I mean, he thinks Poland is, out to get Ukraine. And so he's going to then essentially break the back of this peasantry. And the way he breaks their back is by going through another expropriation program, which is not done in the rest of the Soviet Union. So he's taking away everything they have. Everything they have. There are new laws introduced where they will actually punish people, including kids, with death if they steal any grain. If they take anything from the fields. So, you can shoot anybody, who's looking for food. And then he introduces measures in Ukraine which are not introduced in the rest of the Soviet Union. For example, Ukrainian peasantry are not allowed to leave their villages anymore. They can't go to the city to try to find something. I mean, we've got pictures of, Ukrainian peasants dying on the sidewalks of Kharkiv and Kiev and places like that who managed to get out of the village and get to the cities. But now they can't leave. They can't leave Ukraine to go to Belarus or Belarus today or to Russia, to get any food. He won't allow any relief to Ukraine. A number of people offer relief, including the Poles, but also the Vatican offers relief. He won't allow any relief to Ukraine. He won't admit that there's a famine in Ukraine. And instead, what happens is that the Ukrainian countryside turns into what my now past colleague who died several years ago, Robert Conquest, called a vast bells. And by that, the images of bodies just lying everywhere, people dead and dying, of hunger, which is, by the way, I mean, as you know, I've spent a lot of time studying genocide. I don't think there's anything worse than dying of hunger, from what I have read. I mean, you see terrible ways people die, right? But dying of hunger is just such a horrible, horrible thing. And so, for example, we know there were many cases of cannibalism in the countryside because there wasn't anything to eat. People were eating their own kids. Right? And Stalin knew about this. And again, we started with this question a little bit earlier. There's not a sign of remorse, not a sign of pity, right? Not a sign of any kind of human emotion that normal people would have.
What about the opposite of joy or teaching them a lesson?
I don't think there's joy. I'm not sure Stalin really understood
Emotion
what joy was.
direction.
I think he felt it was necessary to get those SOBs, right? That they deserved it. He says that several times. This is their own fault, right? This is their own fault. And as their own fault, they get what they deserve, basically.
How much was the calculation? How much was the reason versus emotion? In terms of, you said he was competent. Was there a long-term strategy, or was this strategy based on emotion and anger? And
No, I think actually the right answer is a little both. I mean, usually the right answer in history is something like that. Right now, you can't. It wasn't just. I mean, first of all, the Soviets had it in for Ukraine and Ukrainian nationals, which they really didn't like. And by the way, Russians still don't like it, right? So they had it in for Ukrainian nationals. They feared Ukrainian nationals. As I said, Stalin writes, we'll lose Ukraine, if these guys win. So there's a kind of long-term determination, as I said, to kind of break the back of Ukrainian national identity and Ukrainian nationalism as any kind of separatist force whatsoever. And so there's that rational calculation. At the same time, I think Stalin is annoyed and peeved and angry on one level with the Ukrainians for resisting collectivization and for being difficult and for not conforming to the way he thinks peasants should act in this situation. So you have both things. He's also very angry at the Ukrainian party and eventually purges it for not being able to control Ukraine, not be able to control the situation. Ukraine is in theory the breadbasket, right, of Europe. Well, how come the breadbasket isn't turning over to me all this grain so I can sell it abroad and build new factories and support the workers in the cities? So there's a kind of annoyance, when things fail, and this is absolutely typical of Stalin. When things fail, he blames it on others, and usually groups of people, right? Not individuals, but groups, again. So a little bit of both is the right answer.
His blame, it feels like there's a playbook that dictators follow. I just wonder if it comes naturally or just kind of evolves. It's blaming others and telling these narratives and then creating the other that somehow that leads to hatred and genocide. It feels like there's too many commonalities for it not to be a naturally emergent strategy that works for dictatorships.
I mean, it's a very good point, and I think it's one, that has its merits. In other words, I think you're right that there's certain kinds of strategies by dictators that are common to them. A lot of them do killing, not all of them of that sort that Stalin did. I've written about Mao and Pol Pot, and Hitler. And, there is a sort of, as you say, a kind of playbook for political dictatorship, also for a kind of communist totalitarian way of functioning. And that way of functioning was described already by Hannah Arendt early on when she wrote The Origins of Totalitarianism. And she more or less writes the playbook. And Stalin does follow it. The real question, it seems to me, is to what extent, and how deep does this go, and how often does it go in that direction? I mean, you can argue, for example, Fidel Castro was not a nice man, right? He was a terrible man. But he did not engage in mass murder. Ho Chi Minh was a dictator, a communist dictator who grew up, in the communist movement, went to Moscow, spent time in Moscow in the 30s and went to found the Vietnamese Communist Party. He was a horrible dictator. I'm sure he was responsible for a lot of death and destruction. But he wasn't a mass murderer. And so you get those, I would even argue, others will disagree, that Lenin wasn't a mass murderer. That he didn't kill the same way, that Stalin killed. Or people after him. They're communist dictators too, after all. Khrushchev was a communist dictator, but he stopped his killing. And he's still responsible for a gulag and people sent off into a gulag and imprisonment and torture and that sort of thing. But it's not at all the same thing. So there are some, like Stalin, like Mao, like Pol Pot, who commit these horrible, horrible atrocities, extensively engaging, in my view, in genocide. And there's some who don't. What's the difference? Well, the difference is partly in personality, partly in historical circumstance, partly in, who is it that controls the reins of power.
How much do you connect the ideas of communism or Marxism or socialism to Holodomor, to Stalin's rule? So how naturally, as you kind of alluded to, does it lead to genocide?
It's also, in some ways, I've just addressed that question by saying it doesn't always lead to genocide. In the case, again, Cuba is not pretty, but it didn't have, there was no genocide in Cuba, and same thing in North Vietnam. Even North Korea, as awful as it is, this terrible dictatorship, right, and people's rights are totally destroyed. Right? They have no freedom whatsoever. Is not, as far as we know, genocidal. Who knows whether it could be, or whether if they took over South Korea, mass murder wouldn't take place, and that kind of thing. But my point is that the ideology doesn't necessarily dictate genocide. In other words, it's an ideology, I think, that makes genocide sometimes too easily possible. given, the way it thinks through history as being, you're on the right side of history and some people are on the wrong side of history, and you have to destroy those people who are on the wrong side of history. I mean, there is something in, Marxism, Leninism, which has that kind of language and that kind of thinking. But I don't think it's necessarily that way. There's a wonderful historian at Berkeley named Martin Melia, who has written on, wrote a number of books on this subject, and he was very, very, he was convinced that that the ideology itself, played a crucial role in the murderousness of the Soviet regime. I'm not completely convinced. When I say not completely convinced, I think you could argue in different ways, equally valid, with equally valid arguments.
There's something about the ideology of communism that allows you to decrease the value of human life, almost like this philosophy: if it's okay to crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
Right.
So maybe that, if you can reason like that, then it's easier to take the lead of, for the good of the country, for the good of the people, for the good of the world, it's okay to kill a few people. And then that's where I wonder about the slippery slope.
And no, again, I don't think it's a slippery slope. I think it's dangerous. In other words, I think it's dangerous. But I don't consider, I don't like Marxism, Leninism any better than the next guy, and I've lived in plenty of those systems to know how they can beat people down and how they can, destroy human aspirations and human interaction between people. But they're not necessarily murderous systems. They are systems that contain people's autonomy, force people to work and labor and lifestyles that they don't want to live. I spent a lot of time, with the East Germans, Poles, who lived in, and even in the Soviet Union, in the post-Stalin period, where people lived lives they didn't want to live, and didn't have the freedom to choose. And that was terrifying in and of itself. But these were not murderous systems. And they ascribed to Marxism.
So I suppose it's important to draw the line between mass murder, genocide and mass murder, versus just mass violation of human rights.
Right.
And the leap to mass murder, you're saying, maybe easier in some ideologies than others, but it's not clear that somehow one ideology definitely leads to mass murder and not. I wonder what factors, how much of it is a single charismatic leader, how much of it is the conflagration of multiple historical events, how much of it is just the opposite of luck. Do you have a sense where, if you look at a moment in history, predict, looking at the factors, whether something bad's going to happen here? When you look at Iraq, when Saddam Hussein first took power, well, you can go even farther back in history. Would you be able to predict? So you already kind of answered that with Stalin, saying there's no way you could have predicted that in the early 20s. Is that always the case? You basically can't predict.
It's pretty much always the case. In other words, history is a wonderful, discipline and way of looking at life and the world in retrospect. It happened. It happened. And we know it happened. And it's too easy to say sometimes it happened because it had to happen that way. It almost never has to happen that way. And, things... So I very much am of the school that emphasizes, contingency and choice and difference and different paths, and not necessarily a path that has to be followed. And those, sometimes you can warn about times. I mean, you can think, well, something's going to happen. And usually the way it works. Let me just give you one example. I mean, I'm thinking about an example right now, which was the war in Yugoslavia, which came in the 1990s and eventuated in genocide in Bosnia. And I remember very clearly, the 1970s, 1980s in Yugoslavia, people would say, there's trouble here, something could go wrong. But no one in their wildest imagination thought that there would be outright war between them. Then the outright war happened, genocide happened, and afterwards people would say, I saw it coming. So you get a lot of that, especially with pundits and journalists, and that's, I saw it coming, I knew it was happening. What happens in the human mind, and it happens in your mind too, is, you go through a lot of alternatives. When I think about January 6th, in this country, and all the different alternatives which people had in their mind, or before January 6th, after the lost election, things could have gone in lots of different ways. And there were all kinds of people choosing different ways it could have gone. Nobody really knew how it was going to turn out. It wasn't the smart people really understood that there'd be this cockamamie uprising on January 6th, that almost, caused us enormous grief. So all of these kinds of things in history, are deeply contingent. They depend on, factors that we cannot predict. And, and it's the joy of history that it's open. You think about how people are now, let me give you one more example, then I'll shut up. But there's the environmental example. We're all threatened, right? We know it's coming. We know there's trouble, right? We know there's going to be a catastrophe someplace. But when? What's the catastrophe?
Yeah, what's the nature of the catastrophe?
And what's the nature of it? Right.
Is it going to be wars because resource constraint? Is it going to be hunger? Is it going to be like mass migration of different kinds that leads to some kind of conflict and immigration?
Right.
Maybe it won't be that big of a deal, and a total other catastrophic event will completely challenge the entirety of the human civilization.
That's my point. We really don't know. I mean, there's a lot we do know. I mean, the warming business and all this kind of stuff, it's scientifically there. But how it's going to play out, and everybody's saying, different things, and then get somewhere in 50 years or 60 years, which I won't see, and say, aha, I told you it was going to be X, or it was going to be Y, or it was going to be Z. So I just don't think in history you can. No way, you can't predict. You simply cannot predict what's going to happen.
It's kind of when you just look at Hitler in the 30s, for me, oftentimes when I kind of read different accounts, it is so often, certainly in the press, but in general, me just reading about Hitler, I get the sense like, this is a clown. There's no way this person will gain power.
Which one? Hitler or Stalin?
Hitler. No. With Stalin, you don't get a sense he's a clown.
Right.
He's a really good executive.
Right.
You don't think he was lead to mass murder, but you think he's going to build a giant bureaucracy with this. With Hitler, it's like a failed artist who keeps screaming about stuff. There's no way he's gonna. I mean, you certainly don't think about the atrocities, but there's no way he's going to gain power,
right?
Especially against communism. There's so many other competing forces that could have easily beat him. Right? So, but then you realize that event after event where this clown keeps dancing, and all of a sudden he gains more and more power, and just certain moments in time he makes just strategic decisions in terms of cooperating or gaining power with the military, all those kinds of things that eventually give him the power. I mean, this clown is one of the most impactful in a negative sense human beings in history.
Right. And even the Jews who are there and are being screamed at and discriminated against, and there's a series of measures taken against them incrementally during the course of the 1930s. And very few who leave. I mean, some pick up and go and say, I'm getting the hell out of here, and some Zionists, try to leave too, and go to the United States and stuff, but go to Israel or Palestine at the time, but or to Britain or France. But in general, even the Jews, who should have been very sensitive to what was going on, didn't really understand. the extent of the danger. And it's really hard for people to do that. It's almost impossible. In fact, I think.
So most of the time in that exact situation, nothing would have happened, or there'd be some drama and so on, and it'd be some bureaucrat, but every once in a while in human history, there's a kind of turn that maybe something catalyzes something else, and just it accelerates, escalates, and then war breaks out, or totally, revolutions break out.
Right.
Can we go to the big question of genocide? What is genocide? What are the defining characteristics of genocide?
Dealing with genocide is a difficult thing when it comes to the definition. There is a definition, the December 1948 UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide is considered the sort of major document of definition in the definitional sense of genocide, and it emphasizes, the intentional destruction, of an ethnic, national, racial, or religious group. Those are the four groups again, as such. What that means basically is destroying the group as a group. In other words, there's a kind of beauty in human diversity and different groups of people, Estonians, a tribe of Native Americans, South African tribes, the Rohingya in Myanmar. There's a kind of beauty humanity recognizes in the distinctiveness of those groups. This was a notion that emerges really from Romanticism after the French Revolution in the beginning of the 19th century with Herder mostly. And this beauty of these groups that, is what is under attack in genocide. And it's with intent. The idea is that it's intentional destruction. So this is a kind of, analogy to first degree, second degree, and third degree murder, right? First degree murder, you're out to kill this person and plan it and go out and do it, right? That's intent, right? Manslaughter is not intent. You end up doing the same thing, but it's different. So, the major person behind the definition is a man named Raphael Lemkin. I don't know if you heard his name or not, but he was a Polish-Jewish jurist, came, from Poland, came to the United States during the war, and had been a kind of crusader for recognizing genocide. It's a word that he created, by the way, and he coined the term in 1943 and then published it in 1944 for the first time. Geno meaning people, and side meaning killing, right? And so Lemkin then had this term and he pushed hard to have it recognized, and it was in the UN Convention. So that's the rough definition. The problem with it is the definition, problems with the definition are several. One of them is it just these four groups? Racial, religious, ethnic, or national? So this comes right out of the war. And what's in people's minds in 1948 are Jews, Poles, Russians, Yugoslavs sometimes, who were killed by the Nazis. That's what's in their mind. But there are other groups too, if you think about it, who are killed, social groups or political groups. And that was not allowed in the convention, meaning for a lot of different reasons. The Soviets were primary among them. They didn't want other kinds of groups, let's say kulaks, for example, to be considered. That's a social group. Or peasants. This is a social group. So, or a political group. I mean, let's take a group, communists killed groups of people, but non-communists also killed groups of people. In Indonesia in 1965-66, they killed, not exactly, but roughly 600,000 Indonesian communists. Well, is that genocide or not? And my point of view, it is genocide, although it's Indonesians killing Indonesians. And we have the same problem with the Cambodian genocide. And we talk about a Cambodian genocide, but most of the people killed in the Cambodian genocide were other Cambodians. they give it the name, they're ready to recognize it's genocide because they also killed some other peoples, meaning the Vietnamese, Han people who are, you know, Muslim, smaller Muslim people in the area, and a few others. So the question then becomes, well, does it have to be a different nationality, ethnic or religious group for it to be genocide? And my answer is no. You need to expand the definition. It's a little bit like with our Constitution. We got a Constitution. But we don't live in the end of the 18th century, right? We live in the 21st century. And so you have to update the Constitution over the centuries. And similarly, the Genocide Convention needs updating too. So that's how I work with the definition.
So this invention. Was it an invention? This beautiful idea, romantic idea that there's groups of people and the group is united by some unique characteristics. That was an invention in human history, this idea. Not just
yes, in some senses it was. I mean, it's not, you know, there are things that are always constructed in one fashion or another, and the construction, you know, more or less represents the reality. Now, what the reality is always much more complicated than the construction or the invention of a term or a concept or a way of thinking about a nation, right? And this way of thinking of nations, you know, as again, you know, groups of religious, linguistic, uh, not political necessarily, cultural entities, is something that was essentially invented. Yes.
Yes, I mean, you know, if you look at
They're not Germans in the 17th century. They're not Italians in the 17th century. They're only there after, you know, the invention of the nation, which comes again mostly as out of the French Revolution and in the Romantic movement. A man named Johann Gottfried von Herder, right, who was really the first one who sort of went around, collected people's languages and collected their sayings and their dances and their folk ways and stuff, and said, "Isn't this cool? You know, that they're Estonians and that they're Latvians and that they're these interesting different peoples who don't even know necessarily that they're different peoples, right?" That comes a little bit later. Right? Once the concept is invented, then people start to say, "Hey, we're nations too." You know, and the Germans decide they're a nation, and they unify. And the Italians discover they're a nation, and they unify instead of being, you know, Florentines and Romans and you know, Sicilians.
but then beyond nations of political affiliations, all those kinds of things, it's fascinating that, you know, you look at the early Homo sapiens, and then there's obviously tribes, right? And then that's very concrete. That's a geographic location. And it's a small group of people. Then you have warring tribes, probably connected to just limited resources. But it's fascinating to think that that is then taken to the space of ideas, to where you can create a group at first to appreciate its beauty. You create a group based on language, based on maybe even some political, philosophical ideas, religious ideas, all those kinds of things. And then that naturally then leads to getting angry at groups,
right,
and making them the other, and then hatred.
Right. That comes more towards the end of the 19th century, you know, with the influence of Darwin. I mean, they can't blame Darwin for it. The neo-Darwin idiots, you know, who start to talk about, you know, the competition between nations, the natural competition. The weak ones fall away, the strong ones get ahead. You know, you get this sort of combination also with, you know, modern anti-Semitism and with racial thinking. You know, the racial thinking at the end of the 19th century is very powerful. So now, you know, at the end of the 19th century versus the beginning of the, the middle of the 19th century, you know, you can be a German and be a Jew, and there's no contradiction.
Yeah.
As long as you speak the language and you dress and think and act and share the culture. At the end of the 19th century, people say, no, you know, they're not Germans. They're Jews. They're different. They have different blood. They don't say genes yet, but you know, that's sort of a sense of people, and that's when, you know, there's this sense of superiority and inferiority. You know, that they're inferior to us. You know, and that we're the strong ones, and we have to, and Hitler, by the way, just adopts this hook, line, and sinker. I mean, there are a whole series of thinkers at the end of the 19th and beginning 20th century who he cites in Mein Kampf, which was written in the early 1920s, that, basically pervades this racial thinking. So nationalism changes. So nationalism in and of itself is not bad. And it's not bad, to share culture, language, and folkways, and sense of common belonging. There's nothing bad about it, inherent. But then what happens is it becomes, frequently is used, and becomes, especially at fascism, becomes dangerous.
And then it's especially dangerous when the two conflicting groups share geographic location. So, like with the Jews, I'm a Russian Jew, and it's always interesting. I take pride in I love the tradition of the Soviet Union and Russia. I love America. So I love these countries. They have a beautiful tradition in literature and science and art and all those kinds of things. But it's funny that people, not often, but sometimes, correct me that I'm not Russian. I'm a Jew. And it's a nice reminder,
Yes.
that that is always there. That desire to create these groups, and then when they're living in the same place, for that division between groups, that hate between groups can explode. And I wonder, why is that there? Why does the human heart tend so easily towards this kind of hate?
That's a big question in and of itself. The human heart is full of everything, right? It's full of hate, it's full of love, it's full of indifference, it's full of apathy, it's full of energy. So, hate is something, that, I think, and, along with hate, the ability to really hurt and injure people is something that's within all of us. It's within all of us. And it's just something that's part of who we are, and part of our society. So, we're shaped by our society. Our society, it can do with us often what it wishes. That's why it's so much nicer to live in a more or less beneficent society like that of a democracy in the West than to live in the Soviet Union, right? Because, you have more or less the freedom to do what you wish, and not to be forced into situations in which you would have to then nasty to other people. Some societies, we talked about, are more have proclivities towards, asking of its people to do things they don't want to do, and forcing them to do so. So, freedom is a wonderful thing. To be able to choose not to do evil is a great thing. Whereas in some societies, you feel in some ways for, not so much for the NKVD bosses, but for the guys on the ground, in the 1930s, or not so much for the Nazi bosses, but for the guys, in the police battalion that were told, go shoot those Jews, and you do it. Not necessarily because they force you to do it, but because your social situation, encourages you to, and you don't have the courage not to.
Yeah, I was just, as I often do, rereading Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, and he said something. I often pull out lines. The mere knowledge that a man was either a camp guard or prisoner tells us almost nothing. Human kindness can be found in all groups, even those which, as a whole, would be easy to condemn. So that's speaking to, you feel for those people at the lowest level implementing the orders of those above.
Right. And also, you worry yourself. What will happen if you were given those same orders? I mean, what would you do? What kind of reaction would you have in a similar situation? And you don't know.
I could see myself in World War II fighting for almost any country that I was born in. There is a love of community. There's a love of country that's just, at least to me, it comes naturally. Just love of community. And country is one such community.
Yeah.
And I could see fighting for that country, especially when you're sold with a story that you're fighting evil. And I'm sure every single country was sold that story effectively. And then when you're in the military, you have a gun in your hand, or you're in the police force, and you're ordered, go to this place and commit violence, it's hard to know what you would do. It's a mix of fear, it's a mix of maybe you convince yourself, what can one person really do? And over time, it's again that slippery slope. Because you could see all the people who protest, who revolt, they're ineffective. So, like, if you actually want to practically help somehow, you're going to convince yourself that one person can't possibly help. And then you get with families, you want to make, you want to protect your family. You tell all of these stories, and over time, you naturally convince yourself to dehumanize the other. Yeah, I think about this a lot. Mostly because I'm worried that I won't be a good German.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. And one of my tasks as a teacher, right, our students, and I have classes on genocide. I have one now, and another one, by the way, on Stalin. But the one on genocide, one of my tasks is to try to get the students to understand this is not about weird people who live far away in time and in place, but it's about them. And that's a hard lesson, but it's an important one. That this is in all of us. It's in all of us, and there's nothing, and you just try to gird yourself up, to try to figure out ways that maybe you won't be complicit, and that you learn how to stand by your principles. But it's very hard. It's extremely difficult, and you can't. The other interesting thing about it is it's not predictable. They've done a lot of studies of Poles, for example, who during the war saved Jews. Well, who were the Poles who saved Jews versus those who took them in? It's completely unpredictable. Sometimes it's the worst anti-Semites who protect them because they don't believe they should be killed. And sometimes, it's not predictable. It's not as if the humanists among us, are the ones who, consistently show up, and experience danger in others and are ready to take on danger, to defend, your fellow human being necessarily. Sometimes simple people do it, and sometimes they do it for really simple reasons. And sometimes people you would expect to do it don't. And you got that mix, and it's just not predictable.
One thing I've learned in this age of social media is it feels like the people with integrity and the ones who would do the right thing are the quiet ones. In terms of humanists, in terms of activists, there's so many points to be gained of declaring that you would do the right thing. It's simple, quiet folks. Because I've seen quite, on a small, obviously much smaller scale, just shows you integrity and character. When there was sacrifice to be made, it was done quietly. This sort of the small heroes. Those are, you're right there, it's surprising, but they're often quiet. That's why I'm distrustful of people who kind of proclaim that they would do the right thing.
Right. And there are different kinds of integrity, too. I mean, I edited a memoir of a Polish underground fighter, member of the underground, who was in Majdanek, in the concentration camp of Majdanek. And it was just an interesting mix of different kinds of integrity. on the one hand, he really bothered him deeply when Jews were killed or sent to camps, that sort of thing. On the other hand, he was something of an anti-Semite. He would, sometimes if Jews were his friends, he would help them. If they weren't, sometimes he was really mean. And there are various levels. A concentration camp is a terrible social experiment in some ways, right? But you learn a lot from how people behave, and what you see is that people behave sometimes extraordinarily well in some situations and extraordinarily poorly in others, and that it's mixed, and you can't predict it, and it's hard to find consistency. I mean, that's the other thing. It's I think we claim too much consistency for the people we study and the people we think about in the past. They're not consistent any more than we are consistent. Right?
Well, let me ask you about human nature here on both sides. So first, what have you learned about human nature for studying genocide? Why do humans commit genocide? What lessons? And first of all, why is a difficult question, but what insights do you have into humans that genocide is something that happens in the world?
That's a really big and difficult question, right? And it has to be parsed, I think, into different kinds of questions. Why does genocide happen? Which the answer there is frequently political, meaning, why Hitler ended up killing the Jews? Well, it had a lot to do with the political history of Germany and wartime history of Germany, right? In the 30s. And, it's traceable to that. Like you mentioned it yourself. You can't imagine Hitler in the mid-20s turning into anything of the kind of dictator he ended up being and the kind of mass murderer he ended up being. So, and the same thing goes, by the way, for Stalin, the Soviet Union, and Pol Pot. And these are all essentially political movements where the polity state sees, by an ideological single party movement, and then is moved in directions where mass killing takes place. And the other question, separate that question out. The other question is, why do ordinary people participate? Because the fact of the matter is, just ordering genocide is not enough. Just saying, go get them is not enough. There have to be people who cooperate and who will do their jobs, both at the kind of meso level, the middle level of the bureaucracy, but also at the everyday level. People who have to pull the triggers and that kind of thing, and, force people into the gas chamber, and grab people, in Kiev in September 1941 at Babin Yar and push them, towards the ravine where the machine gunners are going to shoot them down. And those are all sorts of different questions. The question of, especially the lower people who actually kill it, is a question which I think we've been talking about, which is that within all of us, there was the capability of being murderers and mass murderers. I mean, to participate in mass murder. I won't call them laws of social psychology, but the character of social psychology. We will do it in most cases. I mean, one of the shocking things that I learned just a few years ago studying the Holocaust is that you could pull out. In other words, if they order a police battalion to go shoot Jews, you didn't have to do it. You could pull out. They weren't going. They never killed anybody. They never executed anybody. They never even punished people for saying, "No, I'm not going to do that." So people are doing it voluntarily. They may not want to do it. They get the booze to try to, numb the pain of murder, because they know there is pain. I mean, people experience pain when they murder people, but they don't pull out. And so it's the character of who we are in society, in groups, and we're very, very influenced. I mean, we're highly influenced by the groups in which we operate, and who we talk to, and who our friends are within that group, and who is the head of the group. And I mean, you see this even, you see it in any group, whether it's in the academy, right, at Stanford, or whether it's, in a labor union, or whether it's in a church group in Tennessee or wherever, people pay attention to each other, and they're unwilling frequently to say, no, this is wrong. Even though all of you think it's right, it's wrong. I mean, you just don't do that usually, especially in societies that are authoritarian or totalitarian, right? Because it's harder, because there's a backup to it, right? There's the KGB there, or there's the Gestapo there are other people there. So you just, they may not be forcing you to do it, but your social being, plus this danger in the distance, you do it.
But then, if you go up the hierarchy, at the very top, there's a dictator. Presumably, you go to like middle management to like bureaucracy. But the higher you get up there, the more power you have to change the direction of the Titanic.
Right.
But nobody seems to do it.
Right. Or what happens, and it does happen, it happens in the German army. I mean, it happens in the case of the Armenian genocide, where we know there are governors who said, no, I'm not going to kill Armenians. What kind of business is this? They're just removed. They're removed, and you find a replacement very easily. So, you do see people who stand up, and again, it's not really predictable who it will be. I would maintain. I mean, I haven't done a study of the Armenian governors who said no. I mean, the Turkish governors who said no to the Armenian genocide. But, there are people who do step aside every once in a while in the middle level. And again, they're German generals who say, hey, what is this business in Poland when they start to kill Jews, or in Belarus? And, they're just pushed aside. If they don't do their job, they're pushed aside. Or they end up doing it, and they usually do end up doing it.
What about on the victim side? So I mentioned man's search for meaning. What can we learn about human nature, the human mind, from the victims of genocide? So Viktor Frankl talked about the ability to discover meaning and beauty, even in suffering. Is there something to be said about, in your studying of genocide, that you've learned about human nature?
Well, again, I don't. I have to say, I come out of the study of genocide with a very pessimistic nature. A very pessimistic.
Even on the victim side?
Even on the victim side. I mean, the victims will eat their children. Right? Ukrainian kids, they have no choice. The victims will rob each other. The victims will form hierarchies within victimhood. So you see, let me give you an example. Again, I told you I was working on Majdanek. And there's, in Majdanek, at a certain point in 42, a group of Slovak Jews were arrested and sent to Majdanek. Those Slovak Jews were grouped, somehow they stuck together. They were very competent. They were, many of them were businessmen. They knew each other. And for a variety of different reasons within the camp, and again, this shows you the diversity of the camps, and also, these images of black and white in the camps are not very useful. They ruled the camp. Where they basically had all the important jobs in the camp, including jobs like beating other Jews and persecuting other Jews, and persecuting other peoples, which they did. And this Polish guy who I mentioned to you, who wrote this memoir, hated them because of what they were doing to the Poles, right? And he, he's incensed because aren't these supposed to be the Untermenschen? He says, and look what they're doing. They're treating us, like dirt, and they do. They treat them like dirt. So, in this kind of work on Majdanek, there's certainly parts of it that, were inspiring. People helping each other, people trying to feed each other, people giving warmth to each other. There's some very heroic Polish women who end up having a radio show called Maidanic, which they put on every night in the women's camp, which is, to raise people's spirits. And they, sing songs and do all this kind of stuff, to try to keep themselves from, the horrors that they're experiencing around them. And so you do see that. You do see, human beings acting in support of each other. But, Primo Levi is one of my favorite writers about the Holocaust and about the camps. And, I don't think Primo Levi saw anything. He had pals, who he helped and who helped him. But he describes this kind of, terrible and inhuman environment in which no one can escape, really. No one can escape. He ends up committing suicide because his sense of, we don't know exactly why, but probably because of his sense of what happened in the camp. Later he goes back to Italy, becomes a writer. So I don't, especially the concentration camps, it's really hard to find places like Viktor Frankl where you can say, I am moved in a positive way, by what happened. There were cases, there's no question. People hung together, they tried to help each other, but they were totally caught in this web of genocide.
See, so there are stories, but the thing is, I have this sense, maybe it's a hope, that within most, if not every human heart, there's a kind of like flame of compassion and kindness and love that waits, that longs to connect with others, that ultimately unmasks, overpowers everything else. If you just look at the story of human history, the resistance to violence and mass murder and genocide feels like a force that's there. And it feels like a force that's more powerful than whatever the dark momentum that leads to genocide is. It feels like that's more powerful. It's just quiet. It's hard to tell the story of that little flame that burns within all of our hearts, that longing to connect to other human beings. And there's something also about human nature and us as storytellers that we're not very good at telling the stories of that little flame. We're much better at telling the stories of atrocities.
No, I think maybe I fundamentally disagree. I don't disagree that there is that flame. I just think it's just too easily doused. And I think it's too easily goes out in a lot of people. And, like I say, I come away from this pessimist. There is this work by a Harvard psychologist, now I'm forgetting,
Steven Pinker.
Yes. Steven Pinker, that shows over time, and, initially I was quite skeptical of the work, but in the end I thought he was quite convincing that over time the incidence of homicide, goes down. The incidence of rape goes down. The incidence of genocide, except for the big blip, in the middle of the 20th century, goes down. Not markedly, but it goes down generally. That more that norms, international norms are changing how we think about this and stuff like that. I thought he was pretty convincing about that. But think about we're modern people. We've advanced so fast in so many different areas. We should have eliminated this a long time ago. How is it that we're still facing this business of genocide in Myanmar, Xinjiang, in Tigray, in Ethiopia, the potentials in genocide there, and all over the world. We still have this thing that we cannot handle, that we can't deal with. And, again, electric cars and planes that fly from here to, Beijing. Think about the differences between 250 years ago or 300 years ago and today. But the differences in genocide are not all that great. I mean, the incidence has gone down. I think Baker is definitely. I mean, there are problems with his methodology, but on the whole, I'm with him on that book. I thought in the end it was quite well done. So, I do not. I have to say, I'm not an optimist about what this human flame can do. And someone once said to me, when I posed a similar kind of question to a seminar, a friend of mine at Berkeley once said, "Remember original sin?" Well, I don't. That's very Catholic, and I don't really think in terms of original sin. But in some ways, her point is we carry this with us. We carry with us a really potentially nasty mean streak that can do harm to other people.
But we carry the capacity to love too.
Yes, we do. And so as we do. That's part of the deal.
You have a bias in that you have studied some of the darker aspects of human nature and human history. So it is difficult from the trenches, from the muck, to see a possible sort of way out through love. But it's not obvious that that's not the case. You mentioned electric cars and rockets and airplanes. To me, the more powerful thing is Wikipedia, the internet. Only 50% of the world currently has access to the internet, but that's growing in information and knowledge and wisdom, especially among women in the world. As that grows, I think it becomes a lot more difficult if love wins. It becomes a lot more difficult for something like Hitler to take power, for genocide to occur, because people think, and the masses, I think, the people have power when they're able to think, when they can see the full kind of. First of all, when they can study your work, they can know about the fact that genocide happens, how it occurs, how the promises of great charismatic leaders lead to great destructive mass genocide. And just even studying the fact that the Holocaust happened for a large number of people is a powerful preventer of future genocide. Like one of the lessons of history is just knowing that this can happen, learning how it happens, that normal human beings, leaders that give big promises, can also become evil and destructive. The fact, knowing that that can happen, is a powerful preventer of that. And then you kind of wake up from this haze of believing everything you hear, and you learn to just, in your small local way, to you put more love out there in the world. I believe it's possible. It's not. So to push back, It's not so obvious to me that in the end, I think in the end, love wins. That's my intuition. But money, I know. I have a sense that this genocide thing is more and more going to be an artifact of the past.
Well, I certainly hope you're right. I certainly hope you're right. And, it could be you are. We don't know. But the evidence is different. The evidence is different. And, the capacity of human beings to do evil to other human beings is repeatedly demonstrated. Um, whether it's in massacres in Mexico or, ISIS and the Yazidi Kurds, or, you could just go on and on. Syria. Syria used to be a country, and now it's it's been a mass grave, and people then have left in the millions, for other places. And, I'm not saying, the Turks have done nice things for the Syrians, and the Germans welcomed in 1 million or so, and actually reasonably absorbed them. I'm not saying bad things only happen in the world. There are good and bad things that happen. You're absolutely right. And, but I don't think we're on the path to eliminate these really bad things from happening. I just don't think we are, and I don't think there's any. I don't think the facts demonstrate it. I hope you're right. But I think otherwise it's just an article of faith.
Well,
Which is it's perfectly fine. It's better to have that article of faith than to have an article of faith which says things should get bad, things like that.
well, it's not just fine. It's the only way if you want to build a better future. So optimism is a prerequisite for engineering a better future. So so a historian has to see clearly into the past.
Right.
An engineer has to imagine a future that's different from the past, that's better than the past. Because without that, they're not going to be able to build a better future. So there's a kind of saying like you have to consider the facts. Well, at every single moment in history, if you allow yourself to be too grounded by the facts of the past, you're not going to create the future. So that's kind of the tension that we're living with. To have a chance, we have to imagine that the better future is possible. But one of the ways to do that is to study history.
Which engineers don't do enough of.
They do
Which
not.
is a real problem. It's a real problem.
Or basically a lot of disciplines in science and so on don't
Right.
do enough of.
Right.
Can you tell the story of China from 1958 to 1962, what was called the Great Leap Forward, orchestrated by Chairman Mao Zedong, that led to the deaths of tens of millions of people, making it arguably the largest famine in human history?
Yes, I mean it was a terrible set of events that led to the death. People will dispute the numbers. 15 million, 17 million, 14 million, 20 million people died.
You
The
could
Great
say
Leap.
30, 40, 50 million.
Some people would go that high too. That's right. Essentially, Mao and the Communist Party leadership, but it was mostly Mao's doing, decided he wanted to move the country into communism. And part of the idea of that, there was rivalry with the Soviet Union. Mao was a good Stalinist, or at least felt like Stalin was the right kind of communist leader to have, and he didn't like Khrushchev at all, and he didn't like what he thought were Khrushchev's reforms, and also Khrushchev's pretensions to moving the Soviet Union into communism. So Khrushchev, started talking about giving more power to the party, less power to the state. If you have more power to the party versus the state, then you're moving into communism. So what Mao decided to do was to engage in this vast program of, building what were called people's communes. And these communes, were enormous conglomerations of essentially collective farms. And what would happen on those communes is there would be places for people to eat, and there would be places for the kids to be raised in, essentially kind of separate homes, and there would be school. Everybody would turn over their metal, which was actually turned out to be a terribly negative phenomenon, their metal pots and pans to be melted to then make steel. These big communes would all have little steel plants, and they would build steel, and the whole countryside would be transformed. Well, like many of these sort of, a true megalomaniac project, like some of Stalin's projects too. And this particular project, then, the people had no choice. They were forced, to do this. It was incredibly dysfunctional for Chinese agriculture, and ended up, creating, as you mentioned, a terrible famine that everybody understood was a famine as a result of this. I mean, there were also some problems in nature at the same time, and flooding and bad weather and that sort of thing. But it was really a man-made famine. And Mao said at one point, who cares? If millions die, it just doesn't matter. We've got millions more left. I mean, he would periodically say things like this that showed that, like Stalin, he had total indifference, to the fact that people were dying in large numbers. It led again to cannibalism and to terrible wastage all over the country, and millions of people died, and there was just no stopping. There were people in the party who began to kind of edge towards telling Mao this wasn't a great idea, and that he should back off, but he couldn't back off. And the result was, catastrophe in the countryside and all these people dying. And then they, compounding the problem was the political elite, which then, if peasants would object or if certain people would say no, they beat the hell out of them. They would beat people, who didn't do what they wanted them to do. So it was really, really a horrific set of events on the Chinese countryside. I mean, and people wrote about it. I mean, we learned about it. There were people who were keeping track of what was going on, and eventually wrote books about it. So so we have. We have pretty good documentation. Not so much on the numbers. Numbers are always a difficult problem. I'm facing this problem, by the way. This is a little bit separate with the Holodomor, where Ukrainians are now claiming 11.5 million people died in Holodomor, and most people assume it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 million, 4.5 million. So you have wildly different numbers that come out, and we have different kinds of numbers, as you mentioned too, with the Great Leap Forward. So it was a huge catastrophe for China, and now only backed off that he had to, and then revived a little bit with the Red Guards later on when he was upset that the bureaucracy was resisting him a little bit when it came to the Great Leap, but he had to back off. It was such a terrible catastrophe.
So one of the things about numbers is that we usually talk about deaths, but with the famine or starvation, the thing I often think about that's impossible to put into numbers is the number of people and the degree to which they were suffering. The number of days spent in suffering.
Oh yeah.
And so, I mean, death is death is one of the consequences of suffering. To me, it feels like 1, 2, 3 years or months and then years of not having anything to eat is worse. And that's sort of those aren't put into numbers often.
That's right. And the effect on people long term, in terms of their mental health, in terms of their physical health, their ability to work, all those kinds of things. I mean, Ukrainians are working on. There are people working on this subject now. The long-term effect of the hunger famine on them, and I'm sure there's a similar kind of long-term effect on Chinese peasantry. What happened? You're destroying
Multi-generational.
Yeah, it's multi-generational. That's right. That's wow. And it's a really. You're absolutely right. This is a terrible, terrible way to die, and it lasts a long time. And sometimes you don't die, you survive, but in the kind of shape where you can't do anything. You can't function. Your brain's been injured. It's a really these famines are really horrible. You're right.
So when you talk about genocide, it's often talking about murder.
Yeah.
Where do you place North Korea in this discussion? We kind of mentioned it. So in the arduous march of the 1990s, where it was mass starvation, many people describe mass starvation going on now in North Korea. When you think about genocide, when you think about atrocities going on in the world today, where do you place North Korea?
So, take a step back. When there were all these courts that were set up for Bosnia, for Rwanda, and for other genocides in the 1990s, and then the decision was made by the international community, UN basically to set up the International Criminal Court, which would then try genocide in a more modern period and a more contemporary period. And the ICC lists 3 crimes, basically. The genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. And subsumed to crimes against humanity are a lot of the kinds of things you're talking about with North Korea. I mean, it's torture, it's artificial, it's sometimes artificial famine, that is not necessary, right? Not necessary to have it. And there are other kinds of mass rape and stuff like that. There are other kinds of things that fit into the crimes against humanity, and that's sort of where I think about North Korea as committing crimes against humanity, not genocide. Again, remember, genocide is meant to be. I mean, some people, there's disagreement among scholars and jurists about this. Some people think of genocide as the crime of crimes, the worst of the three that I just mentioned. But some think of them as co-equal, and the ICC, the International Criminal Court, is dealing with them more or less as co-equal, even though we tend to think of genocide as the worst. So, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that, I don't want to split hairs. I think it's sort of morally and ethically unseemly, to split hairs about what is genocide, what is the crime against humanity. And this is for lawyers, not for historians.
Or terminology-wise.
Yeah, that you don't want to get into that because it happened with Darfur a little bit, where the Bush administration had declared that Darfur was a genocide. The UN said no, it's it wasn't genocide; it was a crime against humanity, and that that confused things versus clarified them. I mean, we damn well knew what was happening. People were being killed and being attacked, and so on the one hand, I think the whole concept of the way of thinking about history, using genocide as an important part of human history, is crucial. On the other hand, I don't like to get involved in hair splitting, what's genocide and what's not. So that North Korea, I tend to think of, like I said, as committing crimes against humanity and forcibly incarcerating people, torturing them, that kind of thing. Routinely incarcerating, depriving them of certain kinds of human rights can be considered a crime against humanity. But I don't think of it the same way I think about genocide, which is an attack on a group of people. Let me just leave it at that.
What in this, if we think about, if it's okay, can we loosely use the term genocide here? Just let's not play games with terminology.
Right.
Just bad crimes against humanity.
Right.
Of particular interest are the ones that are going on today still, because it raises the question to us: what do people outside of this? What role do they have to play? So, what role does the United States, or what role do I, as a human being who has food today, who has shelter, who has a comfortable life, what role do I have when I think about North Korea, when I think about Syria, when I think about maybe the Uyghur population in China?
Well, I mean, the role is the same role I have, which is to teach and to learn and to get the message out that this is happening. Because the more people who understand it, more likely it is that the United States government will try to do something about it. Within the context of who we are and where we live, right? And so, I write books, you do shows, or maybe you write books too. I don't know.
I do not write books, but I tweet.
You tweet. Okay,
ineloquently. But that's not the. I guess that's not the. Yes, so certainly this is true. In terms of a voice, in terms of words, in terms of books, you are I would say, a rare example of somebody that has powerful reach with words. But I was also referring to actions. The United States government. What are the options here? So, war has costs, and war seems to be, as you have described, sort of potentially increase the atrocity, not decrease it. If there's anything that challenges my hope for the future, is the fact that sometimes we're not powerless to help, but very close to powerless to help. Because trying to help can often lead to, in the near term, more negative effects than positive effects.
That's exactly right. I mean, the unintended consequences of what we do can frequently be as bad, if not worse, than trying to relieve the difficulties that people are having. So I think you're caught a little bit, but it's also true. I think that we can be more forceful. I think we can be more forceful without necessarily war. There is this idea of the so-called responsibility to protect, and this was an idea that came up, after Kosovo, which was 1999, and when the Serbs looked like they were going to engage in a genocidal program in Kosovo, and it was basically a program of ethnic cleansing, but it could have gone bad and gotten worse, not just driving people out, but beginning to kill them. And the United States and Britain and others intervened, and Russians were there too, as you probably recall. And I think correctly, people have analyzed this as a case in which genocide was prevented or stopped. In other words, the Serbs were stopped in their tracks. I mean, some bad things did happen. We bombed Belgrade, Chinese embassy, things like that. But it was stopped. And following up on that there was a kind of international consensus that we needed to do something because of Rwanda, Bosnia, and a positive example of Kosovo, right? That genocide did not happen in Kosovo. I think that argument, has been substantiated. Anyway, and this notion of the or this doctrine or whatever of the responsibility to protect them was adopted by the UN in 2005 unanimously. And what it says is there's a hierarchy of measures that should be, well, let me take a step back. It starts with the principle that sovereignty of a country is not, you don't earn it just by being there and being your own country. You have to earn it protecting your people. So this was all agreed with, all the nations of the UN agreed, Chinese and Russians too, that, sovereignty is there because you protect your people against various depredations, right? Including genocide, crimes against humanity, forced imprisonment, torture, and that sort of thing. If you violate that justification for your sovereignty, that you're protecting your people, that you're not protecting, the international community has the obligation to do something about it, right? Now, then they have a kind of hierarchy of things you can do, starting with, I mean, I'm not quoting exactly, but, starting with kind of push and pull, trying to convince people, don't do that, to Myanmar, don't do that to them, right? Then it goes down the list, you get to the sanctions, or threatening sanctions, and then sanctions, like we have against Russia, but you go down the list, right? You go down the list, and eventually you get to military intervention of the body, which they say is the last thing, and you really don't want to do that. And not only do you not want to do it, but it just, as you said, as you pointed out, it can have unintended consequences, right? And we'll do everything we can short, of military intervention, but, if necessary, that can be undertaken as well. And so the responsibility to protect, I think, is it was not implementable. One of the things it says in this last category, right, the military intervention, is that the intervention cannot create more damage than it relieves, right? And so for Syria, we came to the conclusion, that, I mean, the international community has said this in so many words, even though the Russians were there, obviously, we ended up being there, and that sort of thing. The international community basically said, there's no way you can do this. It's just no way without causing more damage, that you would relieve. So in some senses, that's what the international community is saying about, Xinjiang and the Uyghurs too. I mean, you can't even imagine what hell would break loose if there was some kind of military trouble, to threaten the Chinese with. But you can go down that list with the military leadership of Myanmar, and you can go down that list with the Chinese Communist Party, and you can go down the list, with others who are threatening, with Ethiopia and what it's doing in Tigray, and you can go down that list and start pushing. And I think what happened there was more of a willingness in the 90s, and then right at the turn of the century, to do these kinds of things. And then, when Trump got elected, then, he basically said, America first, and out of the world, we're not going to do any of this kind of stuff. And now Biden has the problem, trying to rebuild consensus on how you deal with these kinds of things. I think it's not impossible. I mean, here I tend to be maybe more of an optimist than you. I think it's not impossible that the international community can, muster some internal fortitude and push harder, short of war, to get the Chinese and to get again, Myanmar, and to get others to kind of back off of violations of people's rights the way they are routinely doing it.
So that's in the space of geopolitics, that's the space of politicians and UN and so on.
Yes.
The interesting thing about China, and this is a difficult topic, but there's so many financial interests that not many voices with power and with money speak out against China. Because it's a very interesting effect, because it costs a lot for an individual to speak up, because you're going to suffer when China just cuts off the market. Like, if you have a product, if you have a company, and you say something negative, China just says, okay, well then they knock you out of the market. So any person that speaks up, they get shut down immediately. Financially, it's a huge cost, sometimes millions or billions of dollars. Right? And so what happens is everybody of consequence, so financially, everybody with a giant platform is extremely hesitant to speak out. It's a different kind of hesitation that's financial in nature. I don't know if that was always the case. It seems like in history, people were quiet because of fear, because of threat of violence. Here, there's almost like a self-interested preservation of financial of wealth, and I don't know what to do that. I mean, I don't know if you can say something there, like the genocide going on because people are financially self-interested.
And so I think the analysis is correct, and it's not only corporations, but it's it's the American government that represents the American people that also feels compelled not to challenge the Chinese on human rights issues.
But the interesting thing is, it's not just, I know a lot of people from China, and first of all, amazing human beings, and a lot of brilliant people in China. They also don't want to speak out, and not because they're sort of quote unquote like silenced, but more because they're going to also lose financially. They have a lot of businesses in China. They're running. In fact, the Chinese government and the country has a very interesting structure, because it has a lot of elements that enable capitalism within a certain framework. So you have a lot of very successful companies operating successfully, and then the leaders of those companies, many of whom have either been on this podcast or want to be on this podcast, they really don't want to say anything negative about the government. And the nature of the fear, I sense, is not the kind of fear you would have in Nazi Germany. It's a very it's a mellow, like, why would I speak out when it has a negative effect on my company, on my family, in terms of strictly financial. And that's difficult. That's a different problem to solve. That feels solvable. It feels like it's a money problem. If you can control the flow of money, where the government has less power to control the flow of money, it feels like that's solvable. And that's what capitalism is good. That's where free market is good. So it's like, that's where a lot of people in the cryptocurrency space, I don't know if you follow them, they kind of say, okay, take the monetary system power to control money away from governments. Make it a distribute, like allow technology to help you with that. That's a hopeful message there. In fact, a lot of people argue that kind of Bitcoin, these cryptocurrencies can help deal with some of these authoritarian regimes that lead to violations of basic human rights. If you can control, if you can give the power to control the money to the people, you can take that away from governments. That's another source of hope, where technology might be able to do something good. That's something different about the 21st century than the 20th. There's technology in the hands of billions of people.
I mean, I have to say, I think you're naive when it comes to technology. I mean, I'm not someone who understands technology, so it's wrong of me, to argue with you because I don't really spend much time with it. I don't really like it very, and I'm not, I'm neither a fan nor a connoisseur, so I just don't really know. But what human history has shown, basically, and that's a big statement. I don't want to pretend I can tell you what human history has shown. But, technology, atom bomb, I mean, that's a perfect example of technology. What happens when you discover new things? It's a perfect example of what's going on with Facebook now. It's an absolutely perfect example. I once went to a lecture by Eric Schmidt about the future, and about all the things that were going to happen, all these wonderful things, like, you wouldn't have to translate yourself anything, you wouldn't have to read a book, you wouldn't have to drive a car, you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that. What kind of life is that? So, my view of technology is it's subsumed, to the political, social, and moral needs of our day, and should be subsumed to that day. It's not going to solve anything by itself. It's going to be you and me that solve things, if they're solved, or a political system that solves things. Technology is neutral on one level. It is simply a human. They're talking now about how artificial intelligence, is going to do this, is going to do that. I'm not so sure there's anything necessarily positive or negative about it, except it does obviously make work easier and things like that. I like email, and I like, word processing and that sort of, all that stuff is great. But actually solving human relations in and of itself, or international relations, or conflict among human beings. I see technology as,
causing as many problems as it solves,
and maybe even more.
Maybe.
Yeah.
The question is, so like you said, technology is neutral. I agree with this. Technology is a toolkit, is a tool set that enables humans to have wider reach and more power. The printing press. The rare reason I can read your books is, I would argue, so first of all, it's the printing press, and then the internet. Wikipedia, I think, has immeasurable effect on humanity. Technology is a double-edged sword. It allows bad people to do bad things and good people to do good things. It ultimately boils down to the people, and whether you believe the capacity for good outweighs the capacity of bad. And so you said that I'm naive, and it's true. I'm naively optimistic. I would say you're naively cynical about technology. So here we have one overdressed naive optimist and one brilliant, but nevertheless technologically naive cynic, and we don't know. We don't know that whether the capacity for good or the capacity for evil wins out in the end. And like we've been talking about, the trajectory of human history seems to pivot on a lot of random seeming moments. So we don't know. But I remain, as a builder of technology, I remain optimistic, and I should say, kind of, when you are optimistic, it is often easy to sound naive, and I'm not sure what to make of that small effect. And not to learn by specific words, but I've noticed that people who kind of are cynical about the world somehow sound more intelligent.
No, no. The issue is how can you be? It's not optimistic, pessimistic. It's not cynical. The question is, how can you be a realist, right?
Yes,
and realism depends on a combination of knowledge and wisdom and good instincts and that sort of thing. And that's what we strive for.
Yes.
Is a kind of realism. We both strive for that kind of realism. But I mean, here's an example I would give you. What about, again, we've got this environmental issue, right? And technology has created. It's created. I mean, the growth of technology. I mean, we all like to be heated well in our homes, and we want to have cars that run quickly and fast on gas. And that's we all. I mean, we're all consumers, and we all profit from this. I don't. Not everybody profits from it, but but we want to be comfortable. And technology has provided us with a comfortable life, and it's also provided us, with this incredible danger, which it's not solving, at least not now.
Okay,
And it may solve, but it's only, my view is, what's going to happen? A horrible catastrophe. It's the only way. It's the only way we will direct ourselves to actually trying to do something about it. We don't have the wisdom and the realism and the sense of purpose. What's her name? Greta goes blah blah blah, something like that in her last talk about the environmental summit in Glasgow, whatever it was, and we just don't have it unless we're hit upside the head really really hard, and then maybe the business with the nuclear weapons. I think somehow we got hit upside the head. We realized, oh man, this could really do it to the whole world. And so we started, serious arms control stuff. And, but up to that point, there was just something about, Khrushchev's big bomb, his big hydrogen bomb, which he exploded in the Times. I think it was the anniversary or something like that. I mean, just think what we could have done to each other.
Well, that's the double-edged chance of technology.
Yeah,
I agree. There's a lot of people that argue that nuclear weapons is the reason we haven't had a World War III. So nuclear weapons, mutually assured destruction, leads to a kind of we've reached a certain level of destructiveness with our weapons, where we were able to catch ourselves, not to create, like you said, hit really hard. This is the interesting question about kind of hard and really hard upside the head. With the environment, I would argue, see, we can't know the future, but I would argue as the pressure builds, there's already, because of this created urgency, the amount of innovation that I've seen that sometimes is unrelated to the environment, but kind of sparked by this urgency. It's been humongous, including the work of Elon Musk, including the work of you could argue that the SpaceX and the new exploration of space is kind of sparked by this environmental urgency. We connected to Tesla and everything they're doing with electric vehicles and so on. There's a huge amount of innovation in space that's happening. I could see the effect of climate change resulting in more positive innovation that improves the quality of life across the world than the actual catastrophic events that we're describing, which we cannot even currently predict. Right? It's not like there's going to be more extreme weather events. What does that even mean? There's going to be a gradual increase in the level of water. What does that even mean in terms of catastrophic events? It's going to be pretty gradual. There's going to be migration of people. We can't predict what that means. And in response to that, there's going to be a huge amount of innovators born today that have dreams and that will build devices and inventions and from space to vehicles to the software world that enable education across the world. All those kinds of things that will, on mass, on average, increase the quality of life on average across the world. So it's not at all obvious that these the things that the technologies that are creating climate change, global warming, are going to have a net negative effect. We don't know this. And I'm kind of inspired by the dreamers, the engineers, the innovators, and the entrepreneurs that build, that wake up in the morning, see problems in the world, and dream that they're going to be the ones who solve those problems. That's the human spirit. And I'm not exactly, it is true that we need those deadlines. We need to be freaking out about stuff. And the reason we need to study history and the worst of human history is then we can say, oh shit, this too can happen. It's a slap in the face. It's a wake-up call. And if you get complacent, if you get lazy, this is going to happen. And that, listen, there's a lot of really intelligent people, ambitious people, dreamers, skilled dreamers that build solutions that make sure this stuff doesn't happen anymore. So I think there's reason to be optimistic about technology, not in a naive way. There's an argument to be made in a realistic way that, like, with technology, we can build a better future. And then Facebook is a lesson in the way Facebook has been done, is a lesson how not to do it. And that lesson serves as a guide of how to do it better, how to do it right, how to do it in a positive way. And the same every single sort of failed technology contains within it the lessons of how to do it better. And I mean, without that, what's the source of hope for human civilization? That by way of question, you have truly studied some of the darkest moments in human history. Put on your optimist hat. Where, yes,
There are glimmers of it.
Yes. What is your source of hope for the future of human civilization?
Well, I think it resides in some of what you've been saying, which is in the persistence of this civilization over time, despite the incredible setbacks, two enormous world wars, the nuclear standoff, the horrible things we're experiencing now with climate change, migration, and stuff like that. That despite these things, we are persisting. And we are continuing it, like you say, we're continuing to invent and we're continuing to try to solve these problems. And, we're continuing to love as well as hate. And, I'm basically, I have children and grandchildren, and I think they're going to be just fine. I'm not a doom and gloomer. I'm not a Cassandra saying the world is coming to an end. I'm not like that at all. I think that things will persist. Another, by the way, source of tremendous optimism on my part, the kids I teach. I teach some unbelievably fantastic young people, who are sort of like you said, they're dreamers and they're problem solvers, and they have enormously humane values and ways of thinking about the world, and they want to do good. If you take the kind of, this has probably been true all the way along, but the percentage of do-gooders, is really enormously large. Now, whether they end up working for some kind of shark law firm or something, or that kind of thing, or whether they end up human rights lawyers, as they all want to be, right?
Yeah.
Is a different kind of question. But certainly, these young people are talented, they're smart, with wonderful values. They're energetic. They work hard. They're focused. Um, and of course, it's not just Stanford. I mean, it's all over the country. You have young people who really want to contribute, and they want to contribute. I mean, it's true. Some of them end up, working to get rich. I mean, that's inevitable, right? But the percentages are actually rather small, at least at this age. Maybe when they get a mortgage and a family, that sort of thing. Financial well-being will be more important to them. But right now, you catch this young generation, and they're fantastic. They're fantastic, and they're not what they're often portrayed as being, kind of silly and naive and knee-jerk leftists, and they're not at all like that. They're really fine young people. So that's a source of optimism to me too.
What advice would you give to those young people today, maybe in high school and college, at Stanford, maybe to your grandchildren, about how to have a career they can be proud of, have a life they can be proud of?
Pursue careers that are in the public interest, in one fashion or another, and not just in their interest. And that would be, it's not bad to pursue a career in your own interests. As long as it's something that's useful and positive for for their families, whatever. But yeah, so I try to advise kids to find themselves somehow, find it who they want to be, what they want to be, and try to pursue it. And the NGO world is growing, as you know, and a lot of young people are kind of throwing themselves into it, and Human Rights Watch and that kind of stuff, and they want to do that kind of work, and it's very admirable.
I tend to think that even if you're not working in human rights, there's a certain way in which, if you live with integrity, I believe that all of us, or many of us, have a bunch of moments in our lives when we're posed with a decision. It's a quiet one. Maybe it'll never be written about or talked about, but you get to choose whether you. There's a choice that is difficult to make. It might require sacrifice, but it's the choice that the best version of that person would make. That's the best way I can sort of say how to act with integrity. It's the very thing that would resist the early days of Nazi Germany. It sounds dramatic to say, but those little actions. And I feel like the best you can do to avoid genocide on scale is for all of us to live in that way, to within those moments, unrelated potentially to human rights, to anything else, is to take those actions. Like I believe that all of us know the right thing to do.
I know that's right. I think that's right. And you put it very well. Couldn't have done it better myself. No, I agree. I agree completely that there are, to live with truth, which is what Václav Havel used to say. That's famous Czech dissident. Talked about living in truth, but also to live with integrity. Yeah. And that's really super important.
Well, let me ask you about love. What role does love play in this whole thing in the human condition? In all the study of genocide, it does seem that hardship in moments brings up the best in human nature, and the best in human nature is expressed in love.
Well, as I already mentioned to you, I think hardship is not a good thing for it's not the best thing for love. It's better to not have to suffer and not have to. Yes, I think it is. I think it's as I mentioned to you, studying concentration camps. This is not a place for love. It happens, but it's not really a place for love. It's a place for rape. It's a place for torture. It's for killing. It's a place for inhuman action one to another. And also, as I said, among those who are suffering, not just between those who are, and then there are whole gradations. The same thing in the Mulan. there are gradations all the way from the criminal prisoners who beat the hell out of political prisoners, who then have others promote them who they beat the, so everybody's beating the hell out of everybody else. So I would not idealize in any way suffering as
a source of beauty.
A source of beauty and love. I wouldn't do
But
that.
see,
I
so
think it's a whole lot better for people to be relatively prosperous. I'm not saying super prosperous, but to be able to feed themselves and be able to feed their families and house their families and take care of themselves, to foster loving relations between people. And, I think it's no accident that, poor families have much, worse records when it comes to crime and things like that, and also to wife beating and to child abuse and stuff like that. I mean, you don't want to be poor and indigent and not have a roof over your head and be homeless. I mean, it doesn't mean, again, homeless people are mean people. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that, what we want to try to foster in this country and around the world. And one of the reasons, I mean, I'm very critical of the Chinese in a lot of ways, but we have to remember they pulled that country out of horrible poverty, right? And there's still poor people on the countryside. There's still problems, with want and need among the Chinese people. But there were millions and millions of Chinese who were living at the bare minimum of life, which is no way to live, and no way again to foster love and compassion and getting along. So, I want to be clear, I don't speak for history, right? I'm giving you, there used to be historians, in the 19th century who really thought they were speaking for history. I don't think that way at all. I mean, I understand I'm a subjective human being with my own points of view and my own opinions, but
I'm trying to remember in this conversation that you're, despite the fact that you're brilliant, you've written brilliant books, that you're just human.
I am.
With an opinion.
That's it. Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. And I tell my students that too. I make sure they understand this is not history speaking. This is me, Norman, and I'm trying, and this is what it's about. I spent a long time studying history and have enjoyed it enormously. But I'm an individual with my points of view, and one of them is that I've developed over time is that human want is a real tragedy for people, and it hurts people, and it also causes upheavals and difficulties and stuff. So I feel for people. I feel for people in Syria. I feel for people in in Ethiopia, Tigray. When they don't have enough to eat, and what that does. I mean, it doesn't mean they don't love each other, right? It doesn't mean they don't love their kids. But it does mean that it's harder, to do that
I'm not so sure. It's obvious to me that it's harder. There's suffering, but the numbers we've been talking about deaths. They're talking about suffering, but the numbers we're not quantifying. The history that you haven't perhaps been looking at is all the times that people have fallen in love deeply with friends, with romantic love, the positive emotion that people have felt. And I'm not so sure that amidst the suffering, those moments of beauty and love can be discovered. And if you look at the numbers, I'm not so sure the story is obvious. I mean, again, I suppose you may disagree with Viktor Frankl. I may too, maybe depending on the day. I mean, he says that if there's meaning to this life at all, there's meaning to the suffering too, because suffering is part of life. There's something about accepting the ups and downs, even when the downs go very low, and within all of it, finding a source of meaning. I mean, he's arguing from the perspective of psychology, but just this life is an incredible gift, almost no matter what. And it's easy to look at suffering and think if we just escape the suffering, it will all be better. But we all die. There's beauty in the whole thing. And it is true that it's just from all the stories I've read, especially in famine and starvation, it's just horrible. It is horrible suffering. But I also just want to say that there's love amidst it, and we can't forget that.
No, I don't forget it. I don't forget it. But
And I think it's from the stories. Now, I don't want to make that compromise or that trade, but the intensity of friendship in war, the intensity of love in war, is very high. So I'm not sure what to make of these calculations, but if you look at the stories, some of the people I'm closest with, and I've never experienced anything even close to any of this, but some of the people I'm closest with, people I've gone through difficult times with, there's something about that. There's a society or a group where things are easy. The intensity of the connection between human beings is not as strong. I don't know what to do with that calculus, because I too agree with you. I want to have as little suffering in the world as possible, but we have to remember about the love and the depth of human connection and find the right balance there.
no, there's something to what you're saying. There's clearly something to what you're saying. I was just thinking about Soviet Union, when I lived there, and people on the streets were so mean to one another. They never smiled. I mean, you grew up there?
Yes.
No, but you're too young.
No, I remember. Well,
Remember
I came here when I was 13. Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, I remember living there and just how hard people were on each other on the streets. And when you got inside people's apartments, when they started to trust you, the friendships were so intense and so wonderful. So in that sense, I mean, they did live a hard life, but there was enough food on the table, and there was a roof over their heads.
There's a certain line.
There are lines. I don't think there's one line, but it's kind of a shading. And the other story I was thinking as you were talking was not a story, it's a history, a book by a friend of mine who wrote about love in the camps, in the refugee camps for Jews in Germany after the war. So these were Jews who had come mostly from Poland, but some survived the camps, came from awful circumstances, and then they were put into these camps, which were not joyful places. I mean, they were guarded sometimes by Germans, but they're basically under the British control, and they were trying to get to Israel, trying to get to Palestine right after the war. And how many pairs there were, how many people coupled up. But remember, this is after being in the concentration.
Yes.
It's not being in the concentration.
Yes.
And it's also being free.
Yes.
To more or less free. To express their emotions and to be human beings after this horrible thing which they suffer. So I wonder whether there's, as you say, some kind of calculus there where, the level of suffering is such that it's just too much for humans to bear, and which I would suggest. I mean, I haven't studied this myself. I'm just giving you my point of view. My off-the-cuff remarks here, but it was very inspiring to read about these couples who had met right in these camps and started to couple up, and get married and try to find their way to Palestine, which was a difficult thing to do then.
When did you live in Russia, the Soviet Union? What's your memory of that time?
Well, so a number of different times. So I went there. I first went there in 69, 70.
Wow.
A long time ago. And then I lived in Leningrad mostly, but also in Moscow in 1975. So it was daytime time. But it was also a time of political uncertainty and also hardship, for Russians themselves, standing in long lines. I mean, you must remember this, for food, for getting anything was almost impossible. It was a time when Jews were trying to get out. In fact, I just talked to a friend of mine from those days who I helped get out and get to Boston. Lovely people who had managed to have a good life in the United States after they left. But it wasn't an easy time. It wasn't an easy time at all. People set fire to their doors. Their daughter was persecuted. Once they declared that they wanted to immigrate and that sort of thing. So it was a lot of anti-Semitism. So it was a tough time. Dissidents, hung out with some dissidents. And one guy was actually killed. We think nobody knows exactly by the KGB, but his art studio was, he had a separate studio in Leningrad, St. Petersburg today. Just a small studio where he did his art and space on fire. We think it was KGB, but you never really know. And he died in the fire. So it was not a it was a tough time, and you were followed. You knew you were being reported on as a foreign scholar, as I was. There was a formal exchange between the United States and the Soviet Union, and they let me work in the archives, but then Ivanov got to work in the physics lab at Rochester or something like that. So it was an exchange. We sent historians and literary people, some social scientists to Russia, and they sent all scientists here to grab what they could from MIT and those places.
How is your Russian? Do you have any knowledge of Russian language that has helped you to understand?
Oh, yeah. I can read it fine, and the speaking, comes and goes, depending on whether I'm there, but I've been there recently, or if I spend some time there. Because I really need, I have Russian friends who speak just Russian, so when I'm there, I then, I can communicate pretty well. I can't really write it, unfortunately. I can, but it's not very good. But I get along fine.
What's your fondest memory of the Soviet Union, of Russia? Friends. Was it vodka involved, or is it just vodka involved? Is it
a little bit? Not much of a drinker.
Yeah.
So I would be, they just make fun of me. And I make fun of myself. That was easy enough. I don't really like, heavy drink. I've done a lot of that.
Yeah.
Not a lot. I've done some of that, but I never really enjoyed it. Yeah. And would get sick and stuff. But no, it's friends. One friend I made in the dormitory. It was a dormitory for foreigners, but also Siberians who had come, to Leningrad to study. And so I met a couple of guys, and one in particular from Omsk became a wonderful friend. And we talked and talked and talked outside. We would go walk outside because we both knew they were, people were listening and stuff. And he would say, well, he was an historian, so we would talk history. And he'd say, well, this was the case, wasn't it? I said, no, I'm sorry. It's actually wasn't the case. We think Stalin actually had a role in killing Kirov. We're not sure, but no. So, we had these conversations, and he was what I don't know if he would agree with me or not. We're still friends. So, he was
he's going to check in with
naive.
you.
Maybe he'll listen to the blog, or I'll send it to him or something. He was a kind of naive Marxist-Leninist, and he thought I was, I had this capitalist ideology. He'd say, "What ideology do you have?" And I said, "I don't have an ideology. I try to just put together kind of reason and facts and accurate stories and try to tell them in that way." No. You must, you're a bourgeois, this or that. I said, "No, I'm really not." And so we would have these talks and these kind of arguments, and then, sure enough, we corresponded for a while, and then he had to stop corresponding because he became a kind of local official in Omsk. And he sort of migrated more and more to being a Democrat. And he was then in the Democratic movement under Gorbachev, and in the Council of People's Deputies, which they set up, which was elected as a Democrat from Omsk, and had a political career through the Yeltsin period. And once Putin came along, it was over. He didn't like Putin, and Putin didn't like the Yeltsin people, right? Who tried to be Democrats. And Sasha was one who really did. He just published his memoirs in Russian, by the way, which are very good. Командировки в власть. That's what it's called. It's hard to translate in English. Командировки в власть, but I translated it what's for.
This is so beautiful. Do you find that the translation is a problem, or no? it's such a different.
Yes, translation is very different.
With the Russian language, I mean, it's the only language I know deeply, except English. And it seems like so much is lost of the
Yes,
pain, the poetry, the beauty of the people.
and translators are to be treasured, and good ones. Just having those who do the translations, when you read, things in translation, sometimes they're quite beautiful. Whether it's Russian, or Polish, or German, or anything French.
Yeah, I'm ready to be traveling there. Talk to the famous translators of Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, and I'm just going to do several conversations with them about, like, you can just sometimes just grab a single sentence and just talk about the translation. That's and also, as you said, I would love to be a fly in the wall with some of those friends that you had, because the perspective on history, non-academic, without just as human beings, is so different. Yeah. From the United States versus Russia. When you talk about the way the World War II is perceived and all those kinds of things, it's fascinating. History also has in it opinion and perspective, and so sometimes stripping that away is really difficult. And I guess that is your job, and at its highest form, that's what you do as a historian. Well, Norman, спасибо большое, что сегодня собрали. I really appreciate your valuable time. It's truly an honor to talk to you. Thank you for taking us through a trip through some of the worst parts of human history, and talking about hope and love at the end. So I really appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Roman Neymar. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Stalin. A single death is a tragedy. 1,000,000 deaths is a statistic. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Following is a conversation with Jamie Metzel, author specializing in topics of genetic engineering, biotechnology, and geopolitics. In the past 2 years, he has been outspoken about the need to investigate and keep an open mind about the origins of COVID-19. In particular, he has been keeping an extensive, up-to-date collection of circumstantial evidence in support of what is colloquially known as lab leak hypothesis, that COVID-19 leaked in 2019 from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. In part, I wanted to explore the idea in response to the thoughtful criticism of the Francis Collins episode. I will have more and more difficult conversations like this with people from all walks of life and with all kinds of ideas. I promise to do my best to keep an open mind and yet to ask hard questions while together searching for the beautiful and inspiring in the mind of the other person. It's a hard line to walk gracefully, especially for someone like me, who's a bit of an awkward introvert with barely the grasp of the English language, or any language, except maybe Python and C++. But I hope you stick around, be patient and empathetic, and maybe learn something new together with me. This is the Let's Read the podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Jamie Metzel. What is the probability in your mind that COVID-19 leaked from a lab? In your write-up, I believe you said 85%. I know it's just a percentage. We can't really be exact with these kinds of things, but it gives us a sense where your mind is, where your intuition is. So, as it stands today, what would you say is that probability?
I would stand by what I've been saying since really the middle of last year. It's more likely than not, in my opinion, that the pandemic stems from an accidental lab incident. Is it 90%? Is it 65%? And that's kind of arbitrary. But when I stack up all of the available evidence, and all of it on both sides is it weighs very significantly toward a lab incident.
So, before we dive into the specifics at a high level, what types of evidence, what intuition, what ideas are leading you to have that kind of estimate? Is it possible to kind of condense, when you look at the wall of evidence before you, where's your source the strongest source of the information.
And I would have to say it's just logic and deductive reasoning. So before I make the case for why I think it's most likely a lab incident origin, let's just say why it could be, and still could be, natural origin. All of this is natural origin in the sense that it's a bat virus backbone, horseshoe bat virus backbone.
Okay, I'm gonna keep pausing you to define stuff. So maybe it's useful to say, what do we mean by lab leak? What do we mean by natural origin? What do we mean by virus backbone?
Okay, great questions. So viruses come from somewhere. Viruses have been around for 3.5 billion years, and they've been around for such a long time because they are adaptive, and they're growing, and they're always changing, and they're morphing. And that's why viruses are been very successful, and we are victims. Sometimes we're beneficiaries. We have viral DNA has morphed into our genomes, but now, it's certainly the case of COVID-19, we are victims of the success of viruses. And so when we talk about a backbone, so the SARS-CoV-2 virus has a history, and these viruses don't come out of whole cloth. There are viruses that morph, and so we know that at some period, maybe 20 years ago or whatever, the virus that is SARS-CoV-2 existed in horseshoe bats. It was a horseshoe bat virus, and it evolved somewhere. And there are some people who say there's no evidence of this, but it's a plausible theory based on how things have happened in the past. Maybe that virus jumped from the horseshoe bat through some intermediate species. So it's like, let's say there's a bat, and then it infects some other animal. Let's say it's a pig or a raccoon dog or a civet cat. They're all penguin. They're all sorts of animals that have been considered. And then that virus adapts into that new host, and it changes and grows. And then, according to the quote-unquote natural origins hypothesis, it jumps from that animal into humans. And so what you could imagine that some of the people who are making the case, all of the people actually, who are making the case for a natural origin of the virus, what they're saying is it went from that to some intermediate species. And then from that intermediate species, most likely, there's some people who say it went directly back to human, but through some intermediate species. And then humans interacted with that species. And then it jumped from that, whatever it is, to humans. And that's a very plausible theory. It's just that there's no evidence for it.
And the nature of the interaction is, do most people kind of suggest, is that like wet markets. So the interaction of humans with the animal is in the form of either a live animal that's being sold to be eaten, or recently a live animal, but the dead animal being sold.
That's certainly one very possibility. That's a word. But the people who believe in the wet market origin, that's what they're saying. So they had one of these animals. They were cutting it up, let's say, in the market. Maybe some of the blood got into somebody's, maybe had a cut on their hand, or maybe it was aerosolized, and so somebody breathed it. And then that virus found this new host, and that was the but you could also have that happen in, let's say, a farm. So it's happened in the past that, let's say, that there are farms, and because of human encroachment into wild spaces, we're pushing our farms and our animal farms further and further into what used to be the just natural habitats. And so it's happened in the past, for example, that there were bats roosting over pig pens, and the bat droppings went into the pig pens. The viruses in those droppings infected the pigs, and then the pigs infected the humans. And that's why it's a plausible theory. It's just that there's basically no evidence for it. If it was the case that SARS-CoV-2 comes from this type of interaction, as in most of the at least recent past outbreaks, we'd see evidence of that. Viruses are messy. They're constantly undergoing Darwinian evolution, and they're changing. And it's not that they're just ready for prime time, ready to infect humans on day one. Normally, you can trace the viral evolution prior to the time when it infects humans. But for SARS-CoV-2, it just showed up on the scene, ready to infect humans. And there's no history that anybody has found so far of that kind of viral evolution. The before SARS, you could track it by the genome sequencing, that it was experiment. And SARS-CoV-2 was very, very stable, and meaning it had already adapted to humans by the time it interacted with us.
Fully adapted. So with SARS, there's a rapid evolution when it like first kind of hooks onto a human.
Yeah, because it's trying. Like the virus, its goal is to survive and replicate. Yeah, no, it's true. It's like, oh, we're going to try this. No, that didn't work. We'll try it exactly like this startup. And so we don't see that. And so there are some people who say, right, well, one hypothesis is, you have a totally isolated group of humans, maybe in southern China, which is more than 1,000 miles away from Wuhan. Maybe they're doing their animal farming right next to these areas where there are these horseshoe bats, and maybe in this totally isolated place that no one's ever heard of, they're not connected to any other place, one person gets infected. And it doesn't spread to anybody else because they're so isolated. They're like, I can't even imagine that this is the case. Then somebody gets in a car and drives all night, more than 1,000 miles through crappy roads to get to Wuhan. Doesn't stop for anything, doesn't infect anybody on the way. No one else in that person's village infects anyone. And then that person goes straight to the Huanan seafood market, according to this, in my mind, not very credible theory, and then unloads his stuff, and everybody gets infected. And they're only delivering those animals to the Wuhan market, which doesn't even sell very many of these kinds of animals that are likely intermediate species, and not anywhere else. So it's a little bit of a straw man. But on top of that, the Chinese have sequenced more than 80,000 animal samples, and there's no evidence of this type of viral evolution that we would otherwise expect.
Let's try to, at this moment, steelman the argument for the natural origin of the virus. So just to clarify, so Wuhan is actually, despite what it might sound like to people, is a pretty big city. There's a lot of people that live in it. 11 million. So not only is there the Wuhan Institute of Virology, there's other centers that do work on viruses.
Yes.
But there's also a giant number of markets, and everything we're talking about here is pretty close together. So when I kind of look at the geography of this, I think when you zoom out, it's all Wuhan. But when you zoom in, there's just a lot of interesting dynamics that could be happening and where the cases are popping up and what's being reported, all that kind of stuff. So I think the people that argue for the natural origin, and there's a few recent papers that came out arguing this, it's kind of fascinating to watch this public. But I think what they're arguing is that there's this Hunan market, that's one of the major markets, the wet markets in Wuhan, that there's a bunch of cases that were reported from there. So if I look at, for example, the Michael Rabbi perspective that he wrote in Science, he argues, he wrote this a few days ago, the predominance of early COVID cases linked to Hunan market, and this can't be dismissed as ascertainment bias, which I think is what people argue, that you're just kind of focusing on this region because a lot of cases came, but there could be a huge number of other cases. So people who argue against this say that this is a later stage already. So he says no. He says this is the epicenter, and this is a clear evidence that circumstantial evidence, but evidence nonetheless that this is where the jump happened to humans, the big explosion. Maybe not case zero. I don't know if he argues that, but the early cases. So what do you make of this whole idea? He's steel man it for
So
about the
and my goal here isn't to attack people on the other side, and if my feeling is if there is evidence that's presented that should change my view, I hope that I'll be open-minded enough to change my view. And certainly Michael Rabbi is a thoughtful person, a respected scientist, and I think this work is contributive work, but I just don't think that it's as significant as has been reported in the press. And so what his argument is that there's an early cluster in December of 2019 around the Huanan seafood market, And even though he himself argues that the original breakthrough case, the original case, the index case where first person infected happened earlier, happened in October or November, so not in December. His argument is, well, what are the odds that you would have this number, this cluster of cases in the Guangnan seafood market, and if the origin happened someplace else, when you expect other clusters? And it's not an entirely implausible argument, but there are reasons why I think this is not nearly as determinative as has been reported. And I certainly had I and others had tweeted a lot about this. And that is first, the people who were infected in this cluster, it's not the earliest known virus of the SARS-CoV-2. It began mutating, so it's not the original SARS-CoV-2 there. So it had to have happened someplace else. Two, the people who were infected in the market weren't infected in the part of the market where they had these kinds of animals that are considered to be candidates as an intermediary species. And third, there was a bias. Actually, I'll focus. Third, there was a bias in the early assessment in China of what they were looking for. They were asked, "Did you have exposure to the market?" So I think in the early days, when people were figuring things out, that was one of the questions that was asked. And fourth, and probably most significantly, we have so little information about those early cases in China. And that's really unfortunate. And we'll talk about this later, because the Chinese government is preventing access to all of that information, which they have, which could easily help us get to the bottom, at least know a ton more about how this pandemic started. And so it's like grasping at straws in the dark with gloves.
That's right. But to steelman the argument, we have this evidence from this market, and yes, the Chinese government has turned off the lights, essentially, so we have very little data to work with, but this is the data we have. So who's to say that this data doesn't represent a much bigger data set that a lot of people got infected in this market, even at the parts, or especially at the parts where the infected meat was being sold.
So that could be true, and it probably is true. The question is this the source? Is this the place where this began, or was this just a place where it was amplified? And I certainly think that it's extremely likely that the Guangnan seafood market was a point of amplification. And it's just answering a different question.
Basically, what you're saying is it's very difficult to use the market as evidence for anything, because it's probably not even a starting point. So it's just a good place for it to continue spreading.
That's certainly my view. What Michael Warby's argument is that, well, what are the odds of that we're seeing this amplification in the market? And if let's put it this way, if we have all of the information, if the Chinese government had blocked access to all of this, because there's blood bank information, all sorts of information, and based on a full and complete understanding, we came to believe that all of the early cases were at this market. I think that would be a stronger argument than what this is so far. But everything leads to the fact that why is it that the Chinese government, which was, frankly, after a slow start, the gold standard of doing viral tracking for SARS-1, why have they apparently done so little and shared so little? I think it begs a lot of questions.
Okay, so let's then talk about the Chinese government. There's several governments, right? So one is the local government of Wuhan. And not just the Chinese government, let's talk about government. No, let's talk about let's just keep zooming out.
Yeah,
let's talk about planet Earth.
Yeah.
No. So there's the Wuhan local government, there's the Chinese government led by Xi Jinping, and there's governments in general. I'm trying to empathize. So my father was involved with Chernobyl. I'm trying to put myself into the mind of local officials, of people who are like, oh shit, there's a potential catastrophic recommend happening here, and it's my ass because there's incompetence all over the place. Human nature is such that there's incompetence all over the place, and you always try to cover it up. And so given that context, I want to lay out all the possible incompetence, all the possible malevolence, all the possible geopolitical tensions here. All right, where in your sense did the cover up start? So there's this suspicious fact, it seems like, that the Wuhan Institute of Virology had a public database of thousands of sampled back coronavirus sequences, and that went offline in September 2019. What's that about?
So let me talk about that specific, and then I'll also follow your path of zooming out. And it's a really important.
Is that a good starting point?
It's a great starting point. Yeah. So, but there's a bigger story, but let me talk about that. So the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and we can go into the whole history of the Wuhan Institute of Virology either now or later, because I think it's very relevant to the story. But let's focus for now on this database. They had a database of 22,000 viral samples and sequence information about viruses that they had collected. Some of which, the collection of some of which was supported through funding from the NIH, not a huge NIH through EcoHealth Alliance. It's a relatively small amount, $600,000, but not nothing. The goal of this database was so that we could understand viral evolution, so that exactly for this kind of moment when we had an unknown virus, we could say, well, is this like anything that we've seen before? And that would help us both understand what we're facing and be better able to respond. So this was a password-protected public access database. In 2019, it was in September 2019, it became inaccessible. And then a few months later, the entire database disappeared. The Chinese have said is that because there were all kinds of computer attacks on this database. But why would that happen in September 2019 before the pandemic, at least as far as you know?
So just to clarify,
Yes.
it went down in September 2019, just so we get the year straight.
Yeah.
January 2020 is when the virus really started getting the press. We're talking about December 2019, a lot of early infections happened. September 2019 is when this database goes down. Just to clarify, because you said it quickly, the Chinese government said that their database was getting hacked. Therefore,
Xu Zhengli, the director of this part of the Wuhan Institute of Virology, said that.
really? She was the one that said.
She was the one who said
Oh
yeah.
boy, I did not even know that part.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, she's an interesting character. We'll talk about her.
Yeah.
So the excuse is that it's getting cyber attacked a lot, so we're going to take it down without any further explanation. She was very suspicious, and then this virus starts to emerge in October, November, December. There's a lot of argument about that, but after.
Sorry to interrupt, because some people are saying that the first outbreak could have happened as early as September. I think it's more likely it's October, November. But for the people who are saying that the first outbreak, the first incident of a known outbreak, at least to somebody, happened in September, they make the argument, well, what if that also happened in mid-September of 2019? I'm not prepared to go there, but there are some people who make that.
But I think, again, if I were to put myself in the mind of officials, whether it's officials within the Wuhan Institute of Virology or Wuhan local officials, I think if I notice some major problem, like somebody got sick, some sign of, oh shit, we screwed up, that's when you kind of do the slow, there's like a Homer Simpson meme, where you slowly start backing up, and I would probably start hiding stuff. Yeah, and then coming up with really shady excuses. It's like you're in a relationship and you go home on your phone, and you're like, I'm just getting attacked by the Russians now. This type of security, I can't.
Yeah, I wish I could.
I wish I could.
So,
It's just unsafe right now.
so would it be okay if I give you my kind of macro view of the whole information space and why I believe this has been so contentious? It's so here's if I had to give my best guess, and I underline the word guess, of what happened, and your family background with Chernobyl, I think is highly relevant. So after the first SARS, there was a recognition that we needed to distribute knowledge about virology and epidemiology from the people in China and Africa and Southeast Asia. They were the frontline workers, and they needed to be doing a lot of the viral monitoring and assessment so that we could have an early alarm system. And that was why there was a lot of investment in all of those places in building capacity, training people, and helping to build institutional capacity. And the Chinese government, they recognized that they needed to ramp things up. And then the World Health Organization, the World Health Assembly, they had their international health regulations that were designed to create a stronger infrastructure. So that was the goal. There were a lot of investments, and I know we'll talk later about the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and I won't go into that right now. So there was all of this distributed capacity. And so in the early days, there's a breakout in Wuhan. We don't know, is it September, October, November? Maybe December is when the local authorities start to recognize that something's happening. But at some point in late 2019, local officials in Wuhan understand that something is happening. And exactly like in Chernobyl, these guys exist within a hierarchical system. And they are going to be rewarded if good things happen, and they're going to be in big trouble if bad things happen under their watch. So their initial instinct is to squash it. My guess is they think, well, if we squash this information, we can most likely beat back this outbreak, because lots of outbreaks happen all the time, including of SARS-1, where there was multiple lab incidents out of the lab in Beijing. And so they start their cover-up on day one. They start screening social media. They send nasty letters to different doctors and others who are starting to speak up. But then it becomes clear that there's a bigger issue. And then the national government, again, this is just hypothesis, the national government gets involved. They say, all right, this is getting much bigger. They go in and they realize that we have a big problem on our hands. They relatively quickly know that it's spreading human to human. And so the right thing for them to do then is what the South African government is doing now, is to say, we have this outbreak, we don't know everything, but we know it's serious, we need help. But that's not the instinct of people in most governments, and certainly not in authoritarian governments like China. And so the national government, they have a choice at that point. They can do option one, which is what we would here call the right thing, which is total transparency. They criticize the local officials for having this cover up, and they say, now we're going to be totally transparent. But what does that do in a system like the former Soviet Union, like China now? If local officials say, wait a second, I thought my job was to cover everything up, to support this alternative reality that authoritarian systems need in order to survive, well, now I'm going to be held accountable for if I'm not totally transparent, like your whole system would collapse. So the national government, they have that choice, and their only choice, according to the logic of their system, is to be all in on a cover-up. And that's why they blocked the World Health Organization from sending its team to Wuhan for over 3 weeks. They overtly lie to the World Health Organization about human-to-human transmission, and then they begin their cover-up. So they begin very, very quickly destroying samples, hiding records. They start imprisoning people for asking basic questions. Soon after, they establish a gag order preventing Chinese scientists from writing or saying anything about pandemic origins without prior government approval. And what that does means that there isn't a lot of data, not nearly enough data, coming out of China. And so lots of responsible scientists outside of China who are data-driven say, well, I don't have enough information to draw conclusions. And then into that step, a relatively small number of largely virologists, but also others, respected scientists, and I know we'll talk about the infamous Peter Daszak, who say, well, without any real foundation in the evidence, they say, we know pretty much this comes from nature, and anyone who's raising the possibility of a lab incident origin is a conspiracy. So that message starts to percolate. And then in the United States, we have Donald Trump. And he's starting to get criticized for America's failure to prepare for, and respond adequately to the outbreak. And so he starts saying, well, I know, first after praising Xi Jinping, he starts saying, well, I know that China did it, that WHO did it. He's kind of pointing fingers at everybody but himself. And then we have a media here that had shifted from the traditional model of he said, she said journalism. So-and-so said X, and so-and-so said Y, and we'll present both of those views. But with Donald Trump, he would make outlandish starting positions. So he would say, Lex is an axe murderer. And then in the early days, they would say, Lex is an axe murderer. Lex's friend says he's not an axe murderer. We have a 4-day debate. Is he or isn't he? And then at day 4, someone would say, why are we having this debate at all? Because the original point is baseless. And so the media just got in the habit. Here's what Trump said, and here's why it's wrong.
It's very complicated to figure out what is the role of a politician, what is the role of a leader in this kind of game of politics. But certainly when there's a tragedy, when there's a catastrophic event, what it takes to be a leader is to see clearly through the fog and to make big, bold decisions and to speak to the truth of things, and even if it's unpopular truth. To listen to the people, to listen to all sides, to the opinions, to the controversial ideas, and to see past all the bullshit, all the political bullshit, and just speak to the people, speak to the world, and make bold, big decisions. That's probably what was needed in terms of leadership. And I'm not so willing to criticize whether it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump on this. I think most people cannot be great leaders, but that's why when great leaders step up, we write books about that.
And I agree. And even though I think of myself as a progressive person, I certainly was a critic of a lot of what President Trump did. But on this particular case, even though he may have said it in an uncouth way, Donald Trump was actually, in my view, right. I mean, when he said, hey, let's look at this lab, he said, I have evidence. I can't tell you. I don't think he even had the evidence. But his intuition that this probably comes from a lab, in my view, was a correct intuition. And certainly I started speaking up about pandemic origins early in 2019. And my friends, my Democratic friends, were brutal with me, saying, what are you doing? You're supporting Trump in an election year. And I said, just because Donald Trump is saying something doesn't mean that I need to oppose it. If Donald Trump says something that I think is correct, I want to say it's correct, just as if he says something that I don't like, I'm going to speak up about that.
Good. You walked the fire. So that's you laid out the story here. And I think in many ways it's a human story. It's a story of politics, it's a story of human nature. But let's talk about the story of the virus, and let's talk about the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So maybe this is a good time to try to talk about its history, about its origins, about what kind of stuff it works on, about biosafety levels, about that woman.
Yeah, Xi Jinping. Yes.
Xi Jinping. So what is the Wuhan Institute of Virology?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So after SARS 1, was in the early 2003, 2004, there was this effort to enhance, as I mentioned before, global capacity, including in China. So the Wuhan Institute of Virology had been around for decades before then. but there was an agreement between the French and the Chinese governments to build the largest BSL-4 lab, so biosafety level 4. So in these what are called high containment labs, there's level 4, which is the highest level, and people have seen that on TV and elsewhere, where you have the people in the different suits and all of these protections. And then there's level 3, which is still very serious, but not as much as level 4. And then level 2 is just kind of goggles and some gloves and maybe a face mask, much less. So the French and the Chinese governments agreed that France would help build the first and still the largest BSL-4 plus some mobile BSL-3 lab. And they were going to do it in Wuhan. And Wuhan is kind of like China's Chicago. And I had actually been, it's a different story, I'd been in Wuhan relatively not that long before the pandemic broke out, and that was why I knew that Wuhan it's not some backwater where there are a bunch of yokels eating bats for dinner every night. This is a really sophisticated, wealthy, highly educated and cultured city. So I knew that it wasn't like even the Huanan seafood market wasn't like some of these seafood markets that they have in southern China or Cambodia, where I lived for 2 years. I mean, it was a totally different thing.
I'm going to have to talk to you about some of the food, including Wuhan market, just some of the wild food going on here, because you've traveled that part of the world.
Yeah.
But let's not get there.
Yeah,
let's not get distracted.
Good. As I was telling you, Lex, before, and this is maybe an advertisement, is having now listened to the number of your podcasts when I'm doing long ultra training runs or driving into the mountains. Like because at the beginning you have to talk about whatever it is at the top, but the really good stuff happens later.
So friends, you should listen to the end.
I have to say, as I was telling you before, like when I heard your long podcast with Jerome Lanier and he talked about his mother at the very end, I mean, it was just beautiful stuff. So I don't know whether I can match beautiful stuff, but I'm gonna do my best. So
we're gonna have to find out.
Exactly. Stay tuned. So France had this agreement that they were going to help design and help build this BSL-4 lab in Wuhan, and it was going to be with French standards, and there were going to be 50 French experts who were going to work there and supervise the work that happened even after the Wuhan Institute of Virology in the new location started operating. But then when they started building it, the French contractors, the French overseers, were increasingly appalled that they had less and less control, that the Chinese contractors were swapping out new things, it wasn't built up to French standards, so much that at the end, when it was finally built, the person who was the vice chairman of the project and a leading French industrialist named Marion refused to sign off. He said, we can't support, we have no idea what this is, whether it's safe or not. And when this lab opened, remember we were supposed to have 50 French experts, it had 1 French expert. And so the French were really disgusted. And actually, when the Wuhan Institute of Virology in its new location opened in 2018, 2 things happened. One, French intelligence privately approached U.S. intelligence, saying we have a lot of concerns about the Wuhan Institute of Virology, about its safety, and we don't even know who's operating there. Is it being used as a dual-use facility? And also in 2018, the U.S. Embassy in Beijing sent some people down to Wuhan to go and look at this laboratory. And they wrote a scathing cable that Josh Rogan from the Washington Post later got his hands on, saying, this is really unsafe. They're doing work on dangerous bat coronaviruses in conditions where a leak is possible. So then you mentioned Shuzheng Li, and I'll connect that to these virologists who I was talking about. So there's a very credible thesis that because these pathogenic outbreaks happen in other parts of the world, having partnerships with experts in those parts of the world must be a foundation of our efforts. We can't just bring everything home because we know that viruses don't care about borders and boundaries. And so if something happens there, it's going to come here. So very correctly, we have all kinds of partnerships with experts in these labs. And Shujing Li was one of those partners. And her closest relationship was with Peter Daszak, who's a British, I think now American, but the president of a thing called EcoHealth Alliance, which was getting money from NIH. And basically, EcoHealth Alliance was a pass-through organization. And over the years, it was only about $600,000. So almost all of her funding came from the Chinese government. There was a little bit that came from the United States. And so she became their kind of leading expert and the point of contact between the Wuhan Institute of Virology and certainly Peter Daszak, but also with others. And that was why in the earliest days of the outbreak, I did mention that there were these virologists who had this fake certainty that they knew it came from nature and it didn't come from a lab, and they called people like me conspiracy theorists just for raising that possibility. But when Peter Daszak was organizing that effort in February of 2020, what he said is we need to rally behind our Chinese colleagues. And that the basic idea was these international collaborations are under threat. And I think it was because of that, because Peter Daszak's basically his major contribution as a scientist was just tacking his name on work that Shujing Li had largely done. He was defending a lot, certainly for himself and his organization.
So you think EcoHealth Alliance and Peter is less about money, it's more about kind of almost like legacy because you're so attached to this work? It's just not a human link.
So I think so. I mean, I've been criticized for being actually, I'm certainly a big critic of Peter Daszak, but I've been criticized by some for being too lenient. I mean, it's so easy to say, oh, somebody, they're like an evil ogre and just trying to do evil and cackling in their closet or whatever. Then for most of us, even those of us who do terrible, horrible things, the story that we tell ourselves and we really believe is that we're doing the thing that we most believe in. I mean, I did my PhD dissertation on the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. They genuinely saw themselves as idealists. They thought, well, we need to make radical change to build a better future. And what they described as what they felt was radical change was a monstrous atrocity by us.
So the criticism here of Peter is that he was part of an organization that was kind of funding an effort that was an unsafe implementation of a biosafety level 4 laboratory.
Well, so what he thought he was doing was, and then what he thought he was doing is itself highly controversial, because there's one there that in 2011 there were, I know you've talked about this with other guests, but in 2011 there were the first published papers on this now infamous gain of function research, and basically what they did, both in different labs, certainly in the United States, in Wisconsin, and in the Netherlands, was they had a bird flu virus that was very dangerous, but not massively transmissive, and they had a gain of function process through what's called serial passage, which means basically passing a device like natural selection, but forcing natural selection by just passing the virus through different cell cultures and then selecting for what it is that you want. So relatively easily, they took this deadly but not massively transmissive virus and turned it into, in a lab, a deadly and transmissive virus. And that showed that this is really dangerous. And so at that point, there was a huge controversy. There were some people, like Richard Ebright and Mark Lipsitch at Harvard, who were saying that this is really dangerous. We're in the idea that we need to create monsters to study monsters. I think maybe even you have said that in the past. It doesn't make sense because there's an unlimited number of monsters. And so what are we going to do? create an unlimited number of monsters, and if we do that, eventually the monsters are going to get out. Then there was the Peter Daszak camp, and he got a lot of funding, particularly from the United States, who said, well, and certainly Collins and Fauci were supportive of this, and they thought, well, there's a safe way to go out into the world to collect the world's most dangerous viruses and to poke and prod them to figure out how they might mutate, how they might become more dangerous, with the goal of predicting future pandemics, and that certainly never happened, with the goal of creating vaccines and treatments, and that largely never happened. But that was, so Peter Daszak kind of epitomized that second approach. And as you've talked about in the past, in 2014, there was a funding moratorium in the United States, and then in 2017, that was lifted. It didn't affect the funding that went to the EcoHealth Alliance. So when this happened in the beginning, and again, coming back to Peter's motivations, I don't think, here's the best case scenario for Peter. I'm going to give you what I imagine he was thinking, and then I'll tell you what I actually think. So I think here's what he's thinking. This is most likely a natural origin outbreak. It just like SARS-1, and again, Peter's hypothetical mind, just like SARS-1, this is most likely a natural outbreak. We need to have an international coalition in order to fight it. If we allow these political attacks to undermine our Chinese counterparts and the trust in these relationships that we've built over many years, we're really screwed because they have the most local knowledge of these outbreaks. And even though, and this guy gets a lot more complicated, even though there are basic questions that anybody would ask, and that Xu Jinli herself did ask about the origins of this pandemic, even though Peter Daszak, and I'll mention this, describe this in a moment, had secret information that we didn't have, that in my mind massively increases the possibility of a lab incident origin, I, Peter Daszak, would like to guide the public conversation in the direction where I think it should go, and in support of the kind of international collaboration that I think is necessary.
So that's a strong positive discussion, because it's true that there's a lot of political BS and a lot of kind of just bickering and lies, as we've talked about. And so it's very convenient to say, you know what, let's just ignore all of these quote-unquote lies, and my favorite word, misinformation. And then, because the way out from this serious pandemic is for us to work together. So let's strengthen our partnerships, and everything else is just like noise.
Yeah, so let's, and so then now I want to do my personal indictment of Peter Daszak. That's my view, but I wanted to fairly,
Nice.
because I think that we all tell ourselves stories, and also when you're a science communicator, you can't, in your public communications, give every doubt that you have or every nuance. You kind of have to summarize things, and so I think that he was, again, in this benign interpretation, trying to summarize it the way that he thought the conversation should go. Here's my indictment of Peter Daszak, and I feel like Brutus here, but I've not come here to praise Peter Daszak, because while Peter Daszak was doing all of this, making all of these statements about, well, we pretty much know it's a natural origin, then there was this February 2020 Lancet letter where it turns out, and we only knew this later, that he was highly manipulative. So he was recruiting all of these people. He drafted the infamous letter calling people like me conspiracy theorists. He then wrote to people like Ralph Barrick and Linda Wang, who are also very high-profile virologists, saying, well, let's not put our names on it so it doesn't look like we're doing it, even though they were doing it. He didn't disclose a lot of information.
It was a strategic move. So just in case people are not familiar, February 2020 Lancet letter was TLDR is lab leak hypothesis is a conspiracy theory,
essentially, yes.
So, so like with the authority of science, not saying like it's highly likely, saying it's obvious, duh, it's natural origin. Everybody else is just everything else is just misinformation. And look, there's a bunch of really smart people that signed this, therefore it's true.
Yeah. Not only that, so there were the people who 27 people signed that letter, and then after President Trump cut funding at the Eco Health Alliance, then he organized 77 Nobel laureates to have a public letter criticizing that. What Peter knew then that we didn't fully know is that in March of 2018, Eco Health Alliance, in partnership with the Wuhan Institute of Virology and others, had applied for a $14 million grant to DARPA, which is kind of like the VC side of the venture capital side of the Defense Department. They're kind of where they do kind of big ideas.
By the way, this is a tiny tangent. I've gotten a lot of funding from DARPA. They fund a lot of excellent robotics research.
And DARPA is incredible. And among the things that they applied for is that we, meaning Wuhan Institute of Virology, is going to go and it's going to collect the most dangerous bat coronaviruses in southern China. And then we, as this group, are going to genetically engineer these viruses to insert a furin cleavage site. So I think when everyone's now seen the image of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, it has these little spike proteins, these little things that stick out, which is why they call it a coronavirus. The spike proteins are these furin cleavage sites that basically help with the virus getting access into our cells. And they're going to genetically engineer these furin cleavage sites into these bat coronaviruses, the Savico viruses. And so then, a year and a half later, what do we see? We see a bat coronavirus with a furin cleavage site unlike anything that we've ever seen before in that category of SARS-like coronaviruses. Yes, I mean, the DARPA very correctly didn't support that application.
Well, let's actually pause on that. So for a lot of people, that's like the smoking gun. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about this 2018 proposal to DARPA. So I guess who's drafted the proposal? Is it Eco Health? But the proposal to do Eco Health is technically a U.S.-funded organization, and then the idea was to do work at Wuhan Institute of Virology with Eco Health.
Yes, so Eco Health, basically the Wuhan Institute of Virology was going to go and they were going to collect these viruses and store them at Wuhan Institute of Virology.
But they're also going to do the actual test.
It's a really important point. According to their proposal, the actual work was going to be done at the lab of Ralph Barrick at the University of North Carolina, who's probably the world's leading expert on coronaviruses. And so we know that DARPA didn't fund that work. We know, I think, quite well that Ralph Barrick's lab, in part because it was not funded by DARPA, they didn't do that specific work. What we don't know is, what work was done at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, because WIV was part of this proposal. They had access to all of the plans. They had their own capacity, and they had already done a lot of work in genetically altering this exact category of viruses. They had created chimeric mixed viruses. They had mastered pretty much all of the steps in order to achieve this thing that they applied for funding with EcoHealth to do. And so the question is, did Wuhan Institute of Virology go through with that research anyway? And in my mind, that's a very, very real possibility. It would certainly explain why they're giving no information. And as you know, I've been a member of the World Health Organization Expert Advisory Committee on Human Genome Editing, which Dr. Tedros created in the aftermath of the announcement of the world's first CRISPR babies. And it was just basically the exact same story. So He Jiankui, Chinese scientist, it was not a first-tier scientist, but a perfectly adequate second-tier scientist, came to the United States, learned all of these capacities, went back to China and said, well, there's a much more permissive environment. I'm going to, be a world leader. I'm going to establish both myself and China. So in every scientific field, we're seeing this same thing where you kind of learn a model and then you do it in China. So is it possible that the Wuhan Institute of Virology, with this exact game plan, was doing it anyway? Possible? We have no clue what work was being done at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. It seems extremely likely that at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, this is certainly the U.S. government position, there was the work that was being done in Dr. Shi's lab, but that wasn't the whole WIV. We know, at least according to the United States government, that there was the Chinese military, the PLA, was doing work there. Were they doing this kind of work, not to create a bioweapon, but in order to understand these viruses, maybe to develop vaccines and treatments? It seems like a very, very logical possibility. And then, so we know that the Wuhan Institute of Virology had all of the skills. We know that they were part of this proposal. And then you have Peter Daszak, who knows all of this, that at that time, February of 2020, we didn't know. But then he comes swinging out of the gate saying anybody who's raising this possibility of a lab incident origin is a conspiracy theorist. I mean, it really makes him look, in my mind, very, very bad.
And yet not to at least be somewhat open-minded on this, because he knows all the details. He knows that it's not 0%. I mean, there's no way to even argue that it's potential because of the bias, because of your focus. I mean, it could be the Anthony Fauci masks thing, where he knows there's some significant probability that this is happening, but in order to preserve good relations with our Chinese colleagues, we want to make sure we tell a certain kind of narrative that's not really lying. It's doing the best possible action at this time to help the world. Not that this already happened.
Yeah.
But that's how,
Yeah, I think it's quite likely that was the story that he was telling himself. But it's that lack of transparency, in my mind, is fraudulent. That we were struggling to understand something that we didn't understand, and that I just think that people who possess that kind of information, especially when the existence, like the entire career of Peter Daszak is based on U.S. taxpayers, there's a debt that comes with that, and that debt is honesty and transparency. And for all of us, and we talked about your girlfriend checking your phone, for all of us, being honest and transparent in the most difficult times is really difficult. If it were easy, everybody would do it. And that's, I just feel that Peter was the opposite of transparent, and then went on the offensive, and then had the gall of joining, talk about this highly compromised joint study process with the international experts and their Chinese government counterparts, and use that as a way of furthering this, in my mind, fraudulent narrative that it almost certainly came from natural origins, and the lab origin was extremely unlikely.
just to stick briefly on the proposal to wrap that up, because I do think in a kind of Jon Stewart way, you figured that sort of kind of like common sense way, the 2018 proposal to DARPA from Eco Health Alliance and Wuhan Institute of Virology just seems like a bit of a smoking gun, like that. There's this excellent book that people should read called Viral, Search for the Origin of COVID-19. Matt Ridley and Alina Chan. I think Alina is in MIT, probably in the book. Yeah, at Broad Institute. Yeah. So I heard her in an interview give this analogy of unicorns.
Yeah.
And where basically somebody writes a proposal to add horns to horses. The proposal is rejected, and then a couple of years later, or a year later, a unicorn shows up
in the place where they're proposing to do it. And that's so I have.
And then everyone was like,
Yeah.
It's natural origin.
Yeah.
It's like, it's possible it's natural origin. Like, we haven't detected a unicorn yet, and this is the first time we've detected a unicorn. Or it could be this massive organization that was planning, is fully equipped, has like a history of being able to do this stuff, that's the world experts to do it, has the funding, has the motivation to add horns to horses, and now a unicorn shows up and they're saying, nope, definitely not.
Well, and that connects to what your first question of how do I get to my 85%? And here's a summary of that answer. So it's what I said in my 60 minutes, a long time ago, of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, to quote from Casablanca. And so, of all the places in the world where we have an outbreak of a SARS-like bat coronavirus, it's not in the area of the natural habitat of the horseshoe bats. It's the one city in China with the first and largest level 4 virology lab, which actually wasn't even using it. They were doing level 3 and level 2 for this work, where they had the world's largest collection of bat coronaviruses, where they were doing aggressive experiments designed to make these scary viruses scarier, where they had been part of an application to insert a furin cleavage site able to infect human cells, and where, when the outbreak happened, we had a virus that was ready for action to infect humans, and to this day better able to humans than any other species, including bats. And then from day one, there's this massive cover. And then on top of that, in spite of lots of efforts by lots of people, there's basically no evidence for the natural origin hypothesis. Everything that I've described just now is circumstantial, but there's a certain point where you add up the circumstances and you see that this seems pretty likely. I mean, if we're getting to 100%, we are not at 100% by any means. There still is a possibility of a natural origin, and if we find that, great. But from everything that I know, that's how I get to my.
And we'll talk about why this matters in the political sense, in the human sense, in the science, in the realm of science, all of those factors. But first, as Nietzsche said, let us look into the abyss. And the games we play with monsters that is colloquially called gain-of-function research. Let me ask the kind of political sounding question, which is how people usually phrase it. Did Anthony Fauci fund gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology?
So it depends. I mean, I've obviously been very closely monitoring this. I've spoken a lot about it. I've written about it. And it depends on, I mean, not to quote Bill Clinton, but to quote Bill Clinton, it depends on what the definition of his is. And so if you use a common sense definition of gain of function, and by gain of function, I think there are lots of things like gene therapies that are gain of function, but here what we mean is gain of function for pathogens potentially able to create human pandemics. But if you use the kind of common sense language, well, then he probably did. If you use the technical language from a 2017 NIH document, and you read that language very narrowly, I think you can make a credible argument that he did not. There's a question, though, and Francis Collins talked about that in his interview with you. But then there's a question that we know from now that we have the information and the reports submitted by Eco Health Alliance to the NIH, and some of which were late or not even delivered. Some of this research was done on birds, Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome virus, and if that was the case, there is, I think, a colorable argument that would be considered gain-of-function research even by the narrow language of that 2017 document. But I definitely think, and I've said this repeatedly, that Rand Paul can be right and Tony Fauci can be right. And the question is, how are we defining gain of function? And that's why I've always said the question in my mind isn't was it or wasn't it gain of function, as if that's like a binary thing. If not, great, and if yes, guilty. The question is just what work was being done at the Wuhan Institute of Virology? What role, if any, did U.S. Government funding play in supporting that work? And what rights do we all have as human beings and as American citizens and taxpayers to get all of the relevant information about them?
So let's try to kind of dissect this. So who frustrates you more, Rand Paul or Anthony Fauci's discussion, or the discussion itself? So, for example, gain of function is a term that's kind of more used just to mean playing with viruses in a lab to try to develop more dangerous viruses. Is this kind of research a good idea? Is it also a good idea for us to talk about it in public in the political way that it's been talked about? Is it okay that U.S. may have funded gain of function research elsewhere? I mean, it's kind of assumed, just like with Bill Clinton, there was very little discussion of, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but, whether it's okay for a president, male or female, to have extramarital sex, okay? Or is it okay for a president to have extramarital sex with people on their staff or her staff? It was more the discussion of lying, I think. It was, did you lie about having sex or not? And in this gain of function discussion, what frustrates me personally is there's not a deep philosophical discussion about whether we should be doing this kind of research and what are the ethical lines, research on animals at all. Those are fascinating questions. Instead, it's a gotcha thing. Did you or did you not fund research on gain of function? And did you fund, it's almost like a bioweapon, did you give money to China to develop this bioweapon and now attack the rest of the world? Yeah. So, I mean, all those things are pretty frustrating, but is there, I think the thing you can untangle about Anthony Fauci and gain of function research in the United States and Eco Health Alliance and Wuhan Institute of Virology that's kind of, that's clarifying. Like, what were the mistakes?
Sure. So, on gain of function, there actually has been a lot of debate. And I mentioned before in 2011, these first papers, there was a big debate. Mark Lipsitch, who's formerly at Harvard, now with the U.S. government, within the president's office, he led a thing called the Cambridge Group that was highly critical of this work, basically saying we're creating monsters. They had the funding pause in 2014. They spent 3 years putting together a framework, and then they lifted it in 2017. So we had a thoughtful conversation. Unfortunately, it didn't work, and I think that's where we are now. So I absolutely think that there are real issues with the relationship between the United States government and Eco Health Alliance, and through that, Eco Health Alliance with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And one issue is just essential transparency, because as I see it, it's most likely the case that we transferred a lot of our knowledge and plans and things to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And again, I'm sure that Xu Zhengli is not herself a monster. I'm sure of that. I've never met her. But there are just a set of pressures on people working in an authoritarian system than people who are working in other systems. That doesn't mean it's entirely. And so I absolutely think that we shouldn't give $1 to an organization, and certainly a virology institute, where we don't have full access to their records, to their databases. We don't know what work is happening there. And I think that we need to have that kind of full examination. And that's why, so I understand what Dr. Fauci is doing, is saying, hey, what I hear, Dr. Fauci is saying, what I hear from you, Rand Paul, is you're accusing me of starting this pandemic, and you're using gain of function as a proxy for that. When there are Senate hearings, every senator gets 5 minutes, and the name of the game is to translate your 5 minutes into a clip that's going to run on the news. So I get that there is
Dark,
that
dark
kind of
game.
gotcha. But I also think that Dr. Fauci and the NIH, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and the NIH should have been more transparent. Because I think that in this day and age, where there are a lot of people poking around in this whole story of COVID origins, we would not be where we are if it wasn't for a relatively small number of people. And I'm part of, there are two, as I know, two groups. One is these internet sleuths known as Drastic, and a number of them are part of a group that I'm part of called, it's not our official name, but called the Paris Group. It's about 24 experts around the world, but centered around some very high-level French academics. So we've all been digging and meeting with each other regularly since last year, and our governments across the board, certainly China, but including the United States, haven't been as transparent as they need to be. So there's definitely mistakes were made on all sides, and that's why, for me, from day one, I've been calling for a comprehensive investigation into this issue that certainly obviously looks at China, but we have to look at ourselves. We did not get this right.
So, to you, I'm just gonna put Rand Paul aside here.
Yeah.
Politician playing political games. It's very frustrating, but it is what it is on all sides. Anthony Fauci, you think should have been more transparent and maybe more eloquent in expressing the complexity of all of this, the uncertainty in all of this.
Yeah, and I get that it's really hard to do that because let's say you have you speak a paragraph, it's got 4 sentences, and one of those sentences is the thing that's going to be turned
All right.
to Twitter and
Let me put it back. I get really so. I'll try not to be emotional about this, but I heard Anthony Fauci a couple of times now say that he represents science. I know what he means by that. He means in the political bickering, all that kind of stuff, that for a lot of people he represents science. But words matter, and this isn't just clips. I mean, maybe I'm distinctly aware of that during this podcast. Like, yeah, I talk for like hundreds of hours now, maybe over 1,000 hours. But like, I'm careful with words. Like, I'm trying not to be an asshole, and I'm aware when I'm an asshole, and I'll apologize for it. Like, if the words I represent science left my mouth, which they very well could, I would sure as hell be apologizing for it. And not enough because I got in trouble. I would just feel bad about saying something like that. And even that little phrase, I represent science. No, Dr. Fauci, you do not represent science. I love science. The millions of scientists that inspired me to get into it, to fall in love with the scientific method in the exploration of ideas through the rigor of science. That Anthony Fauci does not represent. He's one, I believe, a great scientist of millions. He does not represent anybody. He's just one scientist. And I think the greatness of a scientist is best exemplified in humility. Because the scientific method basically says, like, you're like standing before the fog, the mystery of it all, and like slowly chipping away at the mystery. And it's embarrassing. It's humiliating how little you know. That's the experience. So the great scientists have to have humility, to me, and especially in their communication, they have to have humility. And I don't know. And some of it's also words matter because you have to, like, great leaders have to have the poetry of action. They have to be bold and inspire action across millions of people. But you also have to, through that poetry of words, express the complexity of the uncertainty you're operating under. Be humble in the face of not being able to predict the future or understand the past or really know what's the right thing to do, but we have to do something. And through that, you have to be a great leader that inspires action. And some of that is just words. And chose words poorly. I'm all torn about this, and then there's politicians that are taking those words and magnifying them and playing games with them, and of course, that's a disincentive for the people who do the scientific leaders that step into the limelight to say any more words. So they kind of become more conservative with the words they use. I mean, it just becomes a giant mess. But I think the solution is to ignore all of that and to be transparent, to be honest, to be vulnerable, and to express the full uncertainty of what you're operating under, to present all the possible actions, and to be honest about the mistakes that made in the past. I mean, there's something, even if you're not directly responsible for those mistakes, taking responsibility for them is a way to win people over. Like, I don't think leaders realize this often in the modern age. In the internet age, they can see through your bullshit, and it's really inspiring when you take ownership. So do the thought experiment, like in public, do a thought experiment. If there was a lab, and then lay out all the funding, legal health benefits, all the incredible science going on at the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the NIH. Lay out all the possible ethical problems. Lay out all the possible mistakes that could have been made. And say, like, this could have happened, and if this happened, here's the best way to respond to it and to prevent it in the future. And just lay all of that complexity out. And I wish we would have seen that. And I have hope that this conversations like it, your work, and books on this topic will inspire young people today when they become in the anthropology's role to be much more transparent and much more humble and all those kinds of things. That this is just a relic of the past. When there's a person, no offense to me, in a suit that has to stand up and speak with clarity and certainty, I mean, that's just a relic of the past. It is my hope. But
do you mind if I I agree with a great deal of what you said, and it's really unfortunate that certainly the Chinese government, as I said before, our government wasn't as transparent as I feel they should have been, particularly in the early days of the pandemic, and particularly with regard to the issue of pandemic origins. I mean, we know that Dr. Fauci was on calls with people like Christian Anderson, Scripps, and others in those early days, raising questions. Is this an engineered virus? There were a lot of questions. And it's kind of sad. I mean, as I mentioned before, I've been one, and certainly there were others, but there weren't a lot of us, of the people from the earliest days of the pandemic were raising questions about, hey, not so fast here. And I launched my website on pandemic origins in April of last year, April 2020. It got a huge amount of attention. Actually, my friend Matt Pottinger, who was the Deputy National Security Advisor, he was reaching out to people in the U.S. government and allied governments saying, hey, we should look into this. What he was sending them was my website. It wasn't some U.S. government information. And so,
by the way, people should still go to the website. You keep getting it, keep updating it, and it's an incredible resource.
Thank you, Jamie. And it's really unfortunate that our governments and international institutions, for pretty much all of 2020, weren't doing their jobs of really probing this issue. People were hiding behind this kind of